Broadcasting, Hansard. Thanks very much, everyone. I declare open this hearing of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and I wish to pay my respects to all their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee has fixed Thursday the 29th of January 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate and enabling services, cross-portfolio and general matters of the employment and workplace relations portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear today. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, Minister for Environment and Water, representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No thanks, Senator Sterle, and terrific to be reunited with you in a different committee.
Oh, you don't
I miss
know
you
how
on
excited
RAT.
I am too.
I miss you on RAT.
Thank you, Minister. We do miss you over at RAT. I welcome Ms Natalie James, Secretary of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. Ms James, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Chair. I am happy to kick off.
Fantastic. So we'll now begin with questions in relation to corporate and enabling services, cross-portfolio and general matters. Questions, Senator Kavasic.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My first set of questions relates to payroll.
Sorry to interrupt you, Deputy Chair. It's just occurred to me, while I don't wish to make an opening statement, I should formally table the correspondence that we've sent to the committee this morning, Deputy Chair, in response to your two letters and a third letter from Senator Allman-Payne, just so they're formally part of the record. So the Deputy Chair wrote to me on the 25th of November and the 1st of December, and we have responded to those letters this morning. Similarly, Senator Allman-Payne wrote on the 27th of November. We have provided factual information where it was readily available in response to those letters.
Thank you very much.
I believe we've also sent electronic versions, Deputy Chair, just to ensure that the links provided work. We talked about that a little last time, and please let us know if there are any issues.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So back to my first question. I understand your enterprise agreement began on April 2024, so that's about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years. How often does DUA reconcile payroll against entitlements to confirm compliance?
Senator, I'll ask the team to come to the table who are responsible for the management and oversight of the payroll system, so they can talk to you about that. As a piece of context, the Service Delivery Office, the SDO, is our payroll provider. So that's a shared services entity established within the Commonwealth. And so our team works with the SDO on payroll and has a pretty active assurance process around cross-checking and the like. And so Ms Lauman, who is the First Assistant Secretary of Corporate and Enabling of the People and Communications area, will be able to talk you through that.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Miranda Lohman, First Assistant Secretary, People and Communications Division. So, as the Secretary indicated, we work together with the SDO around assurance for payroll. So, from the SDO perspective, they maintain a 3-line of defence assurance model. So, certainly they've got operational teams who are managing risk and controls on a day-to-day basis. They also then have assurance functions, monitoring of functions that look more across the system, so less each payroll, but more how the system is operating, and then have an independent audit system that operates, so an external provider who comes in periodically to have a look at the controls that have been established and to assess whether they're appropriate for the risks associated with payroll.
So that's an external provider separate to SDO?
Correct.
And who are they?
I don't have that detail with me. I imagine, based on our own arrangements, that changes from time to time.
If you could provide that on notice, perhaps who has done that, perhaps since
so possibly a question
2024.
for Finance, Senator.
You don't have that information?
No, it would be the SDO contracting that external provider, so that might need to be referred to Department of Finance.
Right, but just for my own understanding, they come in to provide a layer of risk control over that payroll, but you don't have an awareness of who that is?
I don't have that detail currently with me.
Yeah,
no.
but if you could provide that on notice. I don't need the details of the contract, just who those organisations are. Thank you. So just to get my head around this, in terms of internal DUA risk management processes, are there any that you undertake yourselves in relation to complex entitlements like the higher duties, overtime, flexible work, or is it all done by SDO and this external group that you speak of?
No, so we certainly have a range of internal controls as well, and that starts with, establishing a really strong operating procedure methodology and understanding the risks that are involved in those complex payments, as you say. Looking at making sure our decisions are documented and reviewing those as we go. We do system testing changes, so that exchange of information between our department and the SDO. What we do is do a exceptions reporting basis, so our officers will review payroll regularly to look at whether there's anything that sticks out as an outlier that we might need to investigate and might need some prompt response.
Effectively.
That's right. So running that on an ongoing basis. And we also have built into our internal audit program, we have a mandatory payroll assurance as part of that internal audit program. So again, that gives us the opportunity to step back and to have a more independent view than the people who are doing this work every day.
Thank you. So basically the previous public issues and the issues raised last time around underpayments and overpayments, were they picked up internally? Were they picked up by SDO, or were they picked up by these external auditors? Who flagged these issues?
Just before you do answer, we'll just let you know the media is in the room, okay? Thanks, mate. Feel free. Unless there's any objection, sorry.
So the matter that we discussed last time that related to historical overtime entitlements for the previous entity, for DESI, that was identified through an escalation from a staff member. So that is how that one came.
So internally, yeah.
Yes. And I can just check my notes. I think the flex debit deduction matter that we discussed last time, where we needed to look back, was identified through internal processes, so picked up through our internal assurance, and then we worked backwards to remedy that issue.
So neither of the issues were picked up by either the external payroll provider, SDO, or the external governance or audit and risk group. They were both picked up internally.
Correct. The debit issue by our ongoing assurance program and the DESI matter through a question raised by a staff member.
Has there been any process or discussion internally around concerns at the fact that all these levels of auditors still didn't pick up these issues that they were flagged internally by internal staff?
So certainly, as recently as last week, we met with our counterparts at the SDO to talk about the arrangements that have been set up and ensuring that we are working very, very closely together. I think the conversation was very much around ensuring that from a tactical operational level to a strategic level that we're partnering effectively, and that where those issues do emerge, that we're able to get on top of them quite quickly. And we're going to be instituting an ongoing, closer, I suppose it would be a contract management, except it's not an external contract, but that ongoing monitoring of the health of the system.
Were they able to offer an explanation as to why what I would assume would be a basic fundamental of their operational contract with you hadn't actually been met? And I get the strategic piece, but you know, their job is to be the payroll provider and get these complex arrangements right. And as you say, they are contracted across a number of government agencies, and yet they weren't able to pick up this error. What was their explanation as to why they were not able to do that?
It wasn't a specific part of our conversation, but certainly as we've been working through some of these matters, the complexities that are inherent in pay arrangements are one factor, and certainly the SDO, as you say, works across a number of agencies, and so have the additional layer of complexity that they need to tailor their arrangements for different agencies, and that's been part of our conversation around looking at standard operating procedures and really going back to basics on, do people have the core tools they need to do the job that we need to do in order to ensure people are paid correctly.
And by that people have the core tools, does that mean SDO? That they have the core tools that they need to ensure that they're paying DUA staff correctly?
On both sides, so SDO staff but also our DUA payroll staff, so ensuring they're well supported.
And Senator, if I could just jump in for a second, Catherine Rule, Chief Operating Officer. I've been in the department now for a bit over 3 weeks, so certainly engaging with SDO is on my list of things to do early in my engagement with the department, because I am keen to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get all of those systems working between us and SDO as effectively as we possibly can, and assuring ourselves that the work that they do for us is being delivered in accordance with our enterprise agreement and the other rules and policies that we set.
Yeah, well, whilst I acknowledge the complexities, what you outline is very, very important, and I guess the thought that's coming to my mind is if they're not picking up these issues at DUA and they're doing payroll work across other government agencies, where are there other errors that haven't been picked up in the way that DUA payroll has been able to? To that point, have any issues been identified since October, since the last set of estimates?
So we have had one issue identified since the last estimates that relates to payments to people exiting, a small number of people exiting the department. 24 people who were some underpaid and some overpaid, depending on their circumstances, but relatively small amounts.
And do we know what those circumstances were? Like, what kind of circumstances triggering the overpayment or the underpayment? What nuance or what complexity is it? You know, is it a higher duties thing? You know, what is there sort of a pattern as to what's creating these problems?
For this group of employees, yes, there is a clear pattern, and it relates to the clauses in our enterprise agreement related to voluntary redundancy payments and what's called a consideration period. And different things applied in different sets of circumstances for those 24 people, but in some instances the dates of the consideration period were calculated incorrectly, which led to some people being overpaid and some underpaid.
You talked about it being a very small amount. Could you give me a band of quantum or provide that those individual numbers on notice, but just a rough guide of what they are?
I can. Let me just get those numbers up.
Senator, if it assists with respect to the underpayments, it's in the vicinity of less than $5,000, $4,500.
Less than $5,000 per each of the 24 people,
in
or
total.
$5,000 in total? Okay.
In total. So the underpayments in question, so Ms Rule referenced overs and unders.
Yep.
The underpayments related to 4 or 5, I think.
That's right.
Five.
So 5 people were underpaid. The average amount of those underpayments was $901, with a minimum of $214 and a maximum of $1,504.
Lovely, thank you. And when this was identified and then needed to be dealt with, did you need to go out and get any additional external advice in relation to these matters? And if so, what was the cost of doing that?
No, Senator. In relation to this matter, we worked with the SDO who did a review of those payments, reviewed other similar payments made to ensure that it was just the 24, and in doing that review, the causal issues were identified. So we have not needed to seek external assistance. The issue's been identified, and now we're working through what that looks like in terms of remediation.
So those causal issues that were identified and then the discovery of those 24 people who were either overpaid or underpaid, do we have any insight as to whether this kind of problem would have been happening historically and whether there is an investigation into that, whether there are unknown overpayments or underpayments with this same causal issue?
We have done an investigation into whether there would be another group of employees, but this is a very discrete set of circumstances applying to one group of employees where voluntary redundancies were paid, and that was a very small number of staff. So we haven't had any others voluntary redundancies paid, and therefore there haven't been these sets of circumstances apply.
Got you, thank you. So just to confirm my own knowledge of this, is this now the third time that the department has identified a systemic issue in paying staff, or has there been more? To my knowledge, it's the third time.
It depends how you define the department. So, as you know, some of these sets of circumstances that we've been talking about with the committee apply to previous iterations of the portfolio arrangements. So certainly this current set of circumstances applies to the current department.
So the current department. So 3 in its current structure or current, the way it is set up. Do you have information on prior as well?
It depends how far you go back.
Let's just make up last 5 years. So let's go for the last 5 years.
Senator, were in 2022 formed as a new department.
I'm aware. Yes.
And so the only way in which we would become aware of historical matters is if they were raised directly with us. In other words, they traversed the overarching period, or that it was something that received some sort of public attention at the time.
Gotcha. So perhaps for simplicity, I'll just ask the question this way. Is it the third time that the department has identified this systemic issue with paying staff since the EBA commenced, rather than the structure of the department itself?
Senator, so firstly what I would say is that the first example, the first matter that we raised with the Senate and indeed with the Fair Work Ombudsman arose under the determination, not the enterprise agreement. So that was a determination made under the Public Service Act to address the fact that we were a new department, and so it didn't arise under the EA. With respect to that matter, that was resolved in May 2024, and we have covered that in a number of hearings in the past, but it did arise under the determination, and in fact that was the point really, that the nature of the root cause of that was the interaction between the determination and the Public Service Award.
Yeah, without getting stuck in the nuances, I'm just trying to understand, am I correct in understanding that there are 3 circumstances where this has occurred, or are there more than that? So that's all I want to understand.
So what I would say is that the subsequent examples we're talking with you about now are examples that, from our point of view, we thought appropriate to raise with the Fair Work Ombudsman because of the first example, noting that in a large payroll that there are often a range of administrative processes that mean that, as the team have identified with this most recent one, our assurance processes and our manual checking picks up things along the way, which I wouldn't say is particularly unusual in a large payroll. The reason that we are talking about these now and raising them with the Fair Work Ombudsman is because, having had that first issue arise, we've taken a very conservative approach about what we report to the Fair Work Ombudsman and wanting to be very transparent with the Senate and our staff and the Fair Work Ombudsman about those things.
So to simply answer that question, you're actually telling me that there are more than 3, but they aren't significant? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Senator, I think you used the language of significant and systemic.
Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily categorise, for example, this most recent case that the team have outlined to you as significant or systemic, but we are not discerning, I suppose, at the moment. We're wanting to make sure that we surface things quickly and identify them for the purpose of our accountabilities. And so the reason I said things we've reported to the Fair Work Ombudsman is that's a category that is separate from the sort of modifications that you might make regularly in a large payroll, and that the team is equipped to talk about that. But you use the language, I think, of systemic, and I just wanted to, I guess, use my own benchmark as to what we're talking about here and why.
Yeah, I understand. I guess where I'm coming from, to give you an understanding, is we hear a lot from Australian businesses about the complexity of dealing with these matters, and obviously the department has significant audit resources and significant payroll resources, and you're not able to pick up everything, and that's realistic. And what I'm getting from your answer is that there are probably a lot of small incidences across the board that aren't considered significant or systemic, but that are being corrected over time. So I'm just trying to understand the scale of that.
And I think what I would say, Senator, is we are picking them up, and we're picking them up through our own assurance processes, and any organisation, any employer needs to have different risks or different controls and practices in place to do that. So I guess what I'm delineating between is the normal business of payroll, and the team's probably better equipped to do that delineation or to explain that delineation. But in the category of things that, for example, the Fair Work Ombudsman might be concerned about and things a Fair Work Ombudsman might not be concerned about, that's the frame I'm using here, because that's the frame that we've used with reporting to them, if you like.
I get it. I guess for me it still keeps in my mind, I still keep seeing the fact that we have an external provider, we have a group of people who come in to audit or to cross-check, and yet the problems are being discovered internally. So it leads me to wonder what the effectiveness is of the payroll provider and that third line of defence, I think, as you called it. But we'll move on. Workplace disputes. Could you tell me how many disputes or complaints have been made about the department since 2022, and can you provide a breakdown of categories of disputes among dual staff?
Senator, I think we had a question on notice along these lines. I'd just like to check as to whether that one was tabled, and apologies committee, I know a number came through in a bit of a rush last night. We've been very actively working to get as many as possible through to you. So,
Yes.
Dean, can we just confirm that that's been tabled?
Yes. So that's SQ 25 000 845.
And the answer to that?
So, Senator, from the 1st of July 2022 up through to the 30th of September this year, 2025, and I'll go through them by category if that works. So, Code of Conduct matters that proceeded to investigation, we had 52 cases. 51 bullying and harassment complaints. In terms of performance management, so disputes, reviews, questions around performance management processes, 172. We had 2 public interest disclosure investigations. Probation review matters, 66. And a review of actions, so that's where a staff member, there's a management decision made and the staff member seeks to challenge or query that. 22 review of actions, so collectively that's 365 disputes and complaints.
Thank you. Has DUA had any legal claims lodged against it by employees in relation to wages, entitlements, harassment or superannuation contributions?
So we've had one matter go to the Fair Work Commission, which I believe was dismissed. I might just see if Ms Keefe has any additional information.
Thank you. Charlotte Keefe, Acting Assistant Secretary, People Branch. So yes, we had one dispute that did go to the Fair Work Commission based on an employee's entitlements, but that matter was dismissed.
Thank you. How many incidents of improper workplace behaviour has the department had to act on since 2022? And is that included in that? Would that be the 52 Code of Conduct and the 51 bullying? Is that the total for improper conduct?
That's right, Senator. It would be a subset of those numbers.
Yeah, if you could provide that actual number on notice, that would be great.
Yeah, we might need to just dig into the matters related to the Code of Conduct.
Since 2022, how many terminations of employment has the department processed?
Get that information on current year, but if you just give me a moment, unless you've...
Current year.
Sorry, Senator, just take
That's
a moment to find the right figure.
That's fine. And with the last question on notice, in relation to the improper workplace behaviour, if you could also provide on notice how many terminations resulted from those complaints or incidents.
Certainly. In relation to separation, so in the current financial year, so 1 July through to 30 September, we've had 167 employees separate from the department. That compares to 684 over the 24-25 years. But I don't have figures that sit underneath that, but that was employees exiting the department.
Sure, thank you. I have some questions in relation to asbestos in wind farms for cross-portfolio, but I want to check if that's something that you would suggest I ask to Safe Work, but I did have an incident last time where questions that you guys had directed me to Safe Work then said it was for the department.
Yeah, Senator, with respect to that, I reviewed the transcript. I think I heard some of that evidence, and I apologise. I think there was some confusion about the nature of your query in that case. Yeah. When it comes to the asbestos frame, absolutely Safe Work will have things to say about that, but so can our people in the workplace relations outcome, who I think are on next from my memory of the program. So I would encourage you to perhaps start with them, and then you can move to Safe Work as well. Okay,
thank you. I will do that. Thank you. So I also believe I have a document that is to be tabled in relation to fee-free TAFE. If we could do that. Which is the annual report 2024-2025. Thank you. Thank you. So could I refer the department to page 95 of its annual report? And I think there's also the document 3.7. Yes, that's just been tabled. Thank you, Clerk. Payments to advertising agencies. Can I refer the department to page 95 of its annual report? Could the department outline what was involved in Clemenger BBDO Melbourne Proprietary Limited Services development of a campaign creative and materials for the fee-free TAFE Phase 2 campaign? $659,138.30.
Senator, we
can't be caught slumping up by the photographers. You know, even a good photo for me is a bad photo, let alone a bad photo.
So moving to communications, we will. So, Senator, Deputy Chair, as you were starting, I thought fee-free TAFE, and we might need to ask our skills people to respond. But with respect to the communications campaign, we will have communications people in the room. I'm just going to spin around and work out who's best placed to come to the table to talk to that.
You're not jumping out there skiing. Come on, no one's going to bite you.
Yeah, I know. Chair, it's true.
This is a lovely committee, this one.
Very nice.
I've only been here half hour. I love this committee. Sorry, Senator Smith.
You come from the Wild West for the last 2 days.
We've missed you, Chair.
Oh, mate, I've had it all.
We let people stop
This
and
is
smile
wonderful.
for camera.
This committee wasn't always like that.
Indeed.
But there's been a bit of a change of personnel, and I can think of something that's changed, but I won't...
Lovely to hear.
There's been some big battles in this committee over the years.
They never let me near this committee in the early days.
And Chair, you let me know when you need to rotate as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need me to ask the question again, or is that okay?
Yes, please, Senator.
So I just wanted to get an idea, if you could outline what was involved in the Clemenger BBDO Melbourne Proprietary Limited Services development of campaign creatives and materials for the fee-free TAFE Phase 2 campaign.
Senator Leah Tuckwell, Assistant Secretary, Communication. What Clemenger would have provided was to develop the creative assets for the campaign, for the advertising, and they would have presented those to the department and gone ahead and developed those for the campaign.
Thank you. Can the department outline what was involved in where to research based consulting, fee-free TAFE Phase 2 campaign concept testing research at a cost of $54,084?
So Where To are a market research company. They would have provided some developmental research for the campaign for the Phase 2 element, yes.
Right. And is that based on the development of the campaign creatives and the assets that you referred to earlier?
That's correct. So the creative agency would use the results of the development market research to develop the creative assets, yes.
Yeah. And the creative assets, they're just like ads and things like that? Or,
that's right, yes.
Yeah, just collateral materials.
Correct, yes.
Can the department outline what was involved in Hall and Partners Phase 2 campaign benchmark tracking and evaluation research, and that was at a cost of $115,596?
So most government campaigns will have tracking and evaluation at the end of the campaign to work out the success of the advertising. So that's what Hall and Partners would have provided.
Okay. And the Universal McCann advertising for that same Phase 2 campaign at a cost of $2,984,097. Can you sort of give us a run through of what advertising was done at that cost and over what period of time? So when did the advertising begin and when did the advertising for that cost bundle end?
I don't have that level of detail with me, but I'd be happy to take that on notice.
Okay. Are you able to provide a sense of what was included?
And
then obviously take the rest on notice.
Yeah, of course. Universal McCann provides the media buying services for government advertising, so they would have placed the adverts in appropriate places depending on the strategy for the campaign.
Okay, all right. Do you have an idea of the length of that campaign, just generally, without the start and end date, which is on notice, but just roughly how long it went for?
There were 2 phases. I won't take a guess because it's not in front of me, but I'll come back to you on that.
Yeah. Would you then also just be able to, on notice, provide what dates the different materials were advertised throughout that campaign?
If we had that available,
I'm sure they would have that. They would have had to schedule it.
We can take that on notice.
Thank you. For the costs incurred, particularly for the Universal McCann on notice, just to ensure that the dates when the public-facing material became available, like the first date to be included in that as well. So can the department confirm that between these 4 activities or 4 costs that I've outlined, that there was around $3.8 million spent on the promotion of fee-free TAFE, or if there are additional amounts that I haven't highlighted there?
What's being reported in the annual report would be the total cost.
Okay, thank you. The department has frequently referred to the fact that fee-free TAFE is operationalised at a state and territory level. So I'm curious as to why the Commonwealth made the decision to spend almost $4 million on the promotion of what the department says is operationalised at state and territory level.
That would be a question for government, I think, Senator.
Okay, I'll wait for Senator Watt to come back. Is there any tools by which or mechanism by which the effectiveness of the Universal McCann campaign was measured?
The benchmark tracking and evaluation research we referred to earlier would cover the metrics of success of the campaign, and the department would take that advice and use that to apply to future campaigns.
Okay. Would you be able to provide the success data on notice?
I can take that on notice.
Wonderful. Minister, if you're okay, I had a quick question for you in relation to the Commonwealth spend on the promotion of the fee-free TAFE at $3.8 million. The department themselves have often talked about the fact that fee-free TAFE is operationalised at a state and territory level. I was interested in your insights as to why the Commonwealth thought it was appropriate to invest those funds.
Well, as you know, Senator, while vocational education and training is largely, I think your word was operationalised at the state and territory level, the Commonwealth is a big funder of VET education and training, so vocational education and training, and our government had a very clear commitment to lift the participation in VET programs. You understand as well as I do about the skill shortages that Australia has and had coming out of COVID in particular, and we were determined to make vet programs available to as many Australians as possible. I'm sure when we get to the skills and training part of the program later today, the officials will be able to talk to you about the number of Australians who've taken up those programs, and I think promoting the programs through that sort of advertising was an important way of making sure people took up those opportunities.
Thank you. And just for the department, very quickly, were there any other marketing costs on vet participation more broadly outside of the fee-free TAFE undertaken?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Senator.
So there is an investment in the marketing costs on this fee-free TAFE, and the Minister has outlined, why that was done. So I was just curious whether there are other instances where the department has expended or approved expenditure on vet participation programs outside of fee-free TAFE.
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Senator Kavasik, I don't want to interrupt you, but while you're on this same topic, please keep going. But can we share the call around and give you a chance to have a break?
And I've actually finished this topic, so yeah,
is that perfect timing?
Perfect timing. I've got another one, of course, but
I'll come back to you. Thanks, Senator Kavasik. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone for being here. I've got a few lines of questioning, but can I start with Deloitte? Yes. This has the story of what has occurred with Deloitte's misuse of AI in its consulting work for you has become an international story, a key example being held up around the world of what not to do. Not an isolated incident. We've heard recently that Deloitte also has done a very similar thing in Canada for a government report on healthcare. I'm really concerned that the use of AI will result in and affect the nature of public policy outcomes and their quality. On the DUIS report specifically, since the previous estimates session, FOIs have revealed that the AI-tainted report was worse than previously thought. An article in the AFR on the 6th of November stated that FOIs showed that DUIS staff identified, and I'm quoting here, 59 potential errors in a quick review of the report. These errors were compiled into a 16-page spreadsheet and sent to the firm. Is that correct? Is that reporting correct?
Senator Tanya Rishnu, Deputy Secretary for Employment and Workforce. Senator, you've referenced the FOI documents and without kind of reviewing in detail, that sounds correct in terms of, once again, our concern around the quality assurance, particularly of the citations and footnotes. And so that details the work that we did. I think at the previous Estimates Committee hearing, I said we'd done some cross-checking after the first kind of instances of mistakes and the use of AI in citations and footnotes had been identified.
And that checking surfaced further errors?
The checking surfaced some further errors and we'd had media reports that surfaced a few other errors from academics coming through. Yeah. As previously outlined in the estimates hearings, they've all been concentrated in the citations and footnotes in particular.
Yeah, thank you. And Secretary, you previously said your staff should not be double checking. Clearly it's a waste of public money for you to have to be doing this, but you're checking, and the checking by academics and the media has brought this to the public attention. Is there anything further you would like to say about this matter and what it means for us?
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. And so it's noteworthy at the last hearing we did talk about the checking, and I must say I hadn't appreciated the extent of it and the number of times we went through checking processes until some of the FOIs came through. My team had talked about it, but there were a number of points where there were rounds of checking on the part of my staff, because there were a couple of rounds of things that came up through the media. So there were the initial concerns about citations on the 22nd of August, and then about a week later there were further concerns, including the more substantive question around the reference to a legal case that was mischaracterised. And then further, I think later. And so, as you say, Senator, it has made news around the world for reasons we'd prefer not to be making news. Since the last hearing, you might recall I talked about some principles that I thought should be applied with respect to suppliers' use of AI, transparency, agreement, clear express agreement, and AI-aware QA and validation. These principles have now been operationalised within this department. I emailed my then Chief Operating Officer, Deb Jenkins. I should have really said from the outset, Deb Jenkins has finished up in that role and we wish her well, and now Ms Rule, we welcome her to the role. It was remiss of me from the outset. So I asked Ms Jenkins and the team to progress changes within our department, which they have, and they've implemented, launched principles around use of AI earlier in November. And in addition, you heard from Finance yesterday some changes rolled out at the whole of government side of things. I should also say that after the last hearing, we had further discussions with Deloitte. I had a meeting with the CEO of Deloitte in which she formally and profusely apologised, not just for the inconvenience caused, which was the nature of previous apologies made right at the outset when the first round of incorrect citations were identified, but she emphasised that that the quality that we might rightly expect hadn't been met, and that further reviews were required, that their usual review and oversight process had not been followed. She followed that up with a formal letter, which I'm happy to table today, noting last time, Senator, we offered to table some things and then I don't think that eventuated. So I have asked the team to have a pack of things here to table for you. Some have been released under FOI and they might already be out in the world, but we have continued to engage with Deloitte on the report, but we are also very conscious that the Supplier Code of Conduct question, which Finance is pursuing and you asked me about last time, is still underway. And so while last time we traversed the question of the reduced payment that was negotiated by Ms Vishnu and her team, we note that there is a review by Department of Finance underway with respect to the conduct of the firm since the first errors were identified, the conduct of the firm and its performance with respect to other parts of government. They are underway, and so we're very conscious that should that surface findings or other information, then we may find ourselves coming back to the question of the final payment and the report itself.
And Senator, you'll remember that we asked for the final instalment to be repaid, given that the quality of the product was not what we expected. We are working actively with the Department of Finance, particularly around their review under the Supplier Code of Conduct of Deloitte's performance under this contract, but more broadly under the MAS panel arrangements. So they're doing a broader questioning. Should that reveal that there were breaches of the Supplier Code of Conduct, we'll take appropriate action at that time.
Can I just clarify then a couple of things? Thank you for offering to put on into the public realm the apology and a related documentation, which I hear you do. The numbers were a contract of $448,000, I think, and the final repayment which you sought return of was, I think, $98,000. Have I got that in the ballpark? I just want to check. You've said there is a review of the conduct of the firm and its performance by Finance in relation to the body of its work to the public sector. Have I understood that properly?
So, Senator, obviously the detail of that is one for the Department of Finance, but they have contacted portfolios across the Commonwealth to review whether there's any other instances, particularly in contracting with Deloitte, that would raise concerns.
Well, there clearly are internationally. When you say the final payment may be a matter for review. I'm paraphrasing there. Are you saying is there a chance, let me ask that clearly, is there a chance that you will make that payment to Deloitte, or are you looking... No, you're shaking your
Senator.
head.
Let me clarify. So a couple of questions there. The original contract value was $439,142.
Yeah.
The final payment under that contract was $97,587.11, and that was the amount repaid.
Yep.
So the total
request.
amount, that's right, the total amount currently expended under the contract then totals $341,554.89. Excuse me. There is no suggestion that we would be repaying that amount to Deloitte. That was the final payment that we reclaimed given the quality. My comments were more in line of, should finance find that there were breaches of the supplier code of conduct, then we would review any other repayment that we would pursue with Deloitte.
In relation to this contract or any other contract, correct? Is that what you mean? Thank you. And you said a review of their participation on the mass panel. Is there the possibility where some misdemeanour is discovered that their participation in the MAS panel may be up for review?
Senator, that's a question for finance as the owners of the MAS panel.
Thank you. It is ironic that a firm that advises companies internationally and widely across our country and earns a great deal of money from that advice about reputational management finds itself in this situation where it was slow. You've indicated an apology's been made, but it wasn't made instantly. It took some time to emerge that errors had occurred and then action in response, and you had to request that final payment for return. Deloitte's eventual media statement said that they would, quote, discipline personnel for failing to vet the material properly. To your knowledge, Secretary, has this happened?
Senator, I believe that has happened. Yes.
And do you know how many people have been disciplined?
I'm not aware of that, Senator, and I'm conscious that the CEO of the firm discussed some actions that were underway in the firm that related to personnel in the meeting that we had on the 14th of October. And so I'm conscious that that's information that was disclosed in a particular context. And so I think it's only appropriate here that I say that at that time it was clear that the firm was taking steps. I should note, Senator, just to be fair and comprehensive with respect to the question of apologising, the firm did apologise in writing on the 22nd of August, and there has been some commentary to suggest my evidence at the last estimates when I said they haven't even apologised to us or the academics or the government for the impact of this. It was motivated by what I'd seen since in terms of correspondence between Deloitte and Finance where, for example, the firm had been more expansive with the Department of Finance than they had been with us about their use of AI, and they had advised the Department of Finance that they had disclosed the root cause of the footnotes errors to us when at that point they hadn't. Now, the firm did then write to Finance and correct the record, so they were exchanges on the 2nd and the 12th of September. But
not to you.
Well, that's right. And I have to say that the CEO of the firm, I mean, noting, and for the full disclosure, this is a firm I was at a partner at for a period of time before taking on this role. The CEO of the firm said those previous apologies were not sufficient. She acknowledged that. And it was clear to me in that meeting that she was taking the matter very seriously within the firm and that consequences were flowing and that the Department of Finance is now engaging with the firm about their practices, their quality assurance generally and their approach.
I just want to make sure, Ms James, that you and I don't spend too much time talking about the apology of a firm that was contracted for over $440,000 for a piece of work that it made serious errors on. You know, apologies and its timing and so on. Most Australians watching this who know, you know, this is, what, 5-6 times what a nurse earns in a year. It's a massive contract and it was stuffed up and it raises questions about the business model in these firms, which we know we have public documentation about what it's like to be a worker in these firms, and we see now there are going to be consequences for people quite possibly, but it's about the business model, it's about the ethics and about the way in which it publicises its apology, but really what we need is much less use of overpriced work which is shoddy, and a contraction in the government's use of these very big consultants. How will this experience affect you and your department's contractions in the future with Deloitte?
Senator, you've asked similar questions to the Department of Finance, and there is a process underway there with respect to this incident and their contracting more generally. What I would say is that the Supplier Code of Conduct and the ethical side of things is, as you heard from the Department of Finance yesterday, something that is relevant when assessing value for money, and we will be considering that with respect to engaging with all firms, including this firm, noting this particular incident. I would also like to note, noting I did just, in full disclosure, put on the record my previous role within the firm, and I think we've put this on the record before as well. I was not involved in the procurement decision-making around this matter. And by and large, I'm not involved in any procurement matters. Those decisions, the delegations are held by others.
Is the current head of Deloitte a person who was known to you in your employment there?
She is, yes.
How long have you known her for?
Look, I couldn't tell you for sure, but I joined the firm in late 2018, and I probably met the CEO, perhaps not that year, but the following year. It's a big firm, obviously, with a number of people. So, yeah. Okay,
thank you, and thanks for the information you have provided. I wanted to go on to another issue, and that is the inquiry that has been established through the Standing Committee on Employment, Workplace Relations, Skills and Training in the House of Reps, and just wanted to ask whether are you familiar with the date on which this will report?
This is the inquiry focused on the National Employment Standards.
National Employment Standards.
Senator, that is something that the next outcome our workplace relations folk can talk to. But yes, we are aware of the inquiry. I don't have off the top of my head its reporting date, but Minister Rishworth referred that quite recently.
Okay, so I should ask about that in the next one, not
yes.
Here. Okay, thank you for that. I wondered what work your department has underway in relation to Minister Gallagher's plan for a 5% reduction in non-priority services.
Okay.
Well, I would obviously dispute that characterisation, but happy for
Well, I didn't use the word CUT,
I know, that's
which apparently is verbatim, but I did ask. It's clearly, I think I've used the appropriate language, Minister.
Well,
reduction in priority programs.
Well, I'll let the Secretary explain what's actually happening.
Thank you.
So, Senator, we don't have active work underway in relation to that process. So with respect to that process, as I think you heard from the Department of Finance yesterday, it is a normal part of our operating model, aligned with budget cycles, to be looking at the work across the department and the spend, departmental and administered, and asking ourselves the question, what work, what programs is having the most impact on the community now, and what are the priorities? And so that is something that we do as a matter of course in every budget cycle. And with respect to the nature of the recent requests, it was similar. So we, in a very conscious way and at a point in time, looked across our activities and supported the Minister and had conversations with the Minister about the expansive and great work across this department and which of the programs of activities and areas of work were having the most impact and which perhaps were of lower priority or the lowest priorities, I think is what we were asked to focus on.
So can you give me, what's the ballpark budget for the department? Total budget.
Senator, I don't have that number to hand, but I think that our Chief Operating Officer can probably source that number.
Yep. I can.
In fact, I can.
Got my expenses in front of me. I'm just trying to find
I remember from my days in this portfolio, Senator, that a large part of the department's budget is also goes to, you know, payments to providers for employment services. So I guess
sure.
it sort of depends how you cut it as well.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm assuming you're not interested in that. You're more focusing on the core budget.
Yeah, I'm interested in the size of the 5% reduction in programs for which other priorities will be funded, as I understand it.
For
Can I sorry.
It's a shift.
I was in a different estimate session yesterday, so I didn't see what evidence was given in the finance estimates. But what we're talking about here is, I'm just picking up on, I think you used the word reduction in services or something like that, and that is not what's happening here. Every single year, ministers, departments have got great ideas about new things that we should do. And you know, one way of funding that is by getting new money out of the budget, and sometimes that happens. Another way of funding that is to identify, amongst the things that we're already doing, what could we stop doing to use those public servants, those funds, to do the new whiz-bang things that we want to do. So it's not about, you know, reducing things or reducing funding. It's about choosing what you use the existing funding for.
Thank you. You are singing from the same song sheet as the Minister last night.
I love it. Oh, I'm wrapped.
And Senator,
Using money wisely.
it's a usual part of our budget process and the
understand.
budget rules to identify, you know, options for things that can be stopped or slowed down. And we do this as a matter of course within the department as well. When it comes to our departmental expenses, I think this rule has got figures.
Our departmental operating appropriation in 25-26 is $776.9 million.
Great, thanks for that. I wanted two other areas, if I can keep going. Thanks, Chair. I'm interested in, I'm looking at your organisational map, wondering where any work on AI is being undertaken in relation to changes for employers, for workplaces and so on. Obviously a massive issue that many workers are thinking about. I've had delegations in my office from the finance industry, for example, very concerned about potential job losses and protection of the human capital that workers want to defend and make sure the employer doesn't make money out of unfairly.
Senator, I was just saying to the Secretary that I've got no doubt that some general remarks could be made here, but I think that's probably particularly an outcome 2 matter as well, in the sense that if you're thinking about the application of AI and its workplace relations, but obviously AI is being used across the department. Yeah.
I'm not asking about that so much,
Yeah.
so that is interesting. I'm actually asking where in your department structure, where are the resources that are shifting to a massive new issue?
Yeah, Senator, so the answer to your question, where is it done, is it is being done everywhere across the department. So each of our areas, each of our domains, skills, workplace relations, employment, and in our corporate area, all have an interest in different aspects of the National AI Capability Plan and, of course, the APS plan as well. So the way we have been managing this work, and we've been a big contributor to the Department of Industry's National AI Plan and the APS work, is having an officer lead the work, drawing on the expertise across the department, because particularly the skills dimensions are really critical. And so that's how we've done it up to this point. There are a number of very clever people sitting in this room who could talk to the different dimensions with respect to the workplace, the issues around employment and the worker voice in how AI is used with people in work and the less so than the reskilling part. The workplace relations area can talk in more detail to that.
Okay, thank you. Great, thank you. I wanted also then to ask about some detail we received from WGEA when they appeared on Monday morning, and they talked about the fact that we've gone backwards on gender segregation in the Australian workforce, I think from memory, in the last 2 years. and I wondered what how the programs in relation to apprenticeships, women's access to the massive electricians' jobs that we're told are coming down the pipe. They told me to come and ask you about that, so I'm keen to hear.
Yeah, Senator, look, there's a lot we might say about the work of this department with respect to gender equality and gender segregation. A little like the artificial intelligence issue, all parts of the department are involved in contributing. And so at a high level, the government has taken a number of steps within frameworks such as the Fair Work Act to put gender equality as an object, and we see a number of processes flowing from that, supported bargaining, delivering wages of 15%, wage increases of 15% over 2 years to early childhood workers. We also see the gender undervaluation review delivering wage increases to areas of the workforce that are very gender skewed. We see the work of Jobs and Skills Australia and their report on gender segregation, identifying a number of initiatives that might be done to address this, noting that gender segregation and skill shortages go hand in hand. So this is something I gave a speech about in 2024 to the Australian Industry Group, focusing on construction. The other thing JSA has noted in their report is that the gender segregation within industries hasn't been moving much. So when I spoke in 2024, and forgive me, these are probably out-of-date figures, I was using old JSA data at the time, but in construction, the proportion of women, noting that includes people doing the payroll, was 13.6%, and it had gone up less than 2% in 20 years. So letting things just continue is not going to address gender segregation from an equality and a fairness point of view, or an economic labour market point of view. And so then we move to targeted interventions, and on that front there's a couple I'll mention. The Building Women's Careers program, $60 million in grants to drive structural and cultural change. There's 20 projects that are partnerships focusing on construction, clean energy, digital and advanced manufacturing that are underway. We can talk with you more about that in skills. And in addition, I would mention the Advancing Gender Equality in Gender Segregated Industries program, which is trialling a number of initiatives focused on inclusive culture, flexibility and facilities and amenities. So when we ask ourselves the question, where do women feel comfortable working, having somewhere to we is quite important, and other things which I won't talk about because it'll make people feel uncomfortable.
I'm from the trucking industry. This is exactly up our alley.
Well, I think there was some media about the trucking industry quite recently, and that is a gender-skewed sector, and it is an area of labour shortage. And I've had a number of conversations with relevant organisations, employer and union, on those matters. And one of the things the Jobs and Skills Australia, their recently released report said is, among their recommendations, we need to assess and evaluate interventions. I know that's something very near to your heart, Senator. And so understanding what works and then scaling them up. So we have these 2 grant programs, for example, are part of what we're doing to move the dial on culture, and we're doing it through working with industry, unions, employers, and so they're small interventions, but they're important. And the other thing that I will mention is we also need to make interventions in our day-to-day programs. So a couple of years ago, some data work focusing on gender in our employment services area showed up something really concerning, which was women weren't getting as good outcomes out of Workforce Australia. The spend from the Employment Pathway Fund, which is used to help support people build their skills, was less. Wage subsidies were being used less for women. And so at a conference of providers, I shared this data, and the providers were actually quite shocked. So data is really important. And I know it's not just about, then it's about what you do with it, but the work of Jobs and Skills Australia and the working group that's been set up with our employment service providers, it's like you've got to get the data and shine a light on it. You also need to hear the stories of the people in the industries about what will make a difference. Because we can make assumptions like it's important to need somewhere to go to the bathroom. That sort of seems obvious. But without talking to women and employers in the industry about what it takes, then we're not going to move the dial. I will just mention one more thing. The Australian Skills Guarantee sets national targets for women in construction and ICT Commonwealth-funded projects. So this work is spread across our department, and in relation to any one of those, relevant officers can tell you more. And I know there's more work to do, but I think it would be remiss to not emphasise, in spite of that data, Senator, the gender pay gap is at a record low at 11.5%, and women's participation is at near record highs at 63%, and women's employment has increased by nearly 150,000 people I think it's just the last quarter. I didn't quite write that down, but it's 2.1%. So we are seeing women moving into the labour market. What we want to see is women moving into the electrical trades and other areas where there are skill shortages, they're well-paid jobs, they're jobs where you acquire and build skills, and they are, many of them are currently gender skewed, and we haven't talked about gender skewed the other way, but that's obviously relevant as well.
This is very important. Sorry, Senator Pocock, do you have any more along these lines? Because I know...
No, this is my last issue, but
cool,
I just want to say,
Yep.
I completely agree with you about the collection of the data. I wrote my first book on women's access to these jobs many years ago. I worked in Newcastle for years in 1981 through 83, getting women into apprenticeships in Araring as they built it. Now, as we replace it, we have to be monitoring women's access. And when we give $20 million to an industry to do this, we don't need more pilots. We don't, it was toilets in 1981. Here we are, 50 years later, still talking about toilets. Those women who came into the Parliament a few weeks ago, no toilets on their trains, hours without access to physical comfort, real effect, UTIs, which were unacceptable to workers. We are still back talking about pilots and, we need to move on. We need to actually make sure the money we give to employers results in real change.
We are very focused on ensuring that these initiatives deliver results and that we're in a position to make decisions about upscaling. And you asked earlier, Senator, about priorities. We're starting small, and if we want to scale up these sorts of initiatives, we need to think about priorities across the board, which is what the government's asking us to do. And this is an area where, since the inception of this department, we've looked for opportunities, and some of it's starting smaller than I would like as well. I remember us talking about the Australian Skills Guarantee targets that feel really small. You've got to start somewhere, and I know that when Jobs and Skills Australia appear, that Deputy Commissioner Megan Lilly will happily talk to you more about this if you're able to be here.
Thank you. I have to go. Thanks so much for all the work that people are doing to try and make a difference here. It's a long struggle. It shouldn't be this hard. Thank you, Chair. Thanks,
Senator Pocock. Love your passion, Ms Jones. I really do. I could listen to you all morning. But, I'm probably going to listen to you all morning anyway. So, Senator Delega. There you go. Senator Delega.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming along today, guys. Throughout the day, myself and I know my colleague, Senator Mulholland, will have quite a few questions about First Nations people and skills and closing the gap. But particularly, I'd like to ask for this section about the shared decision-making within the department. When you were last here, just what feels like a couple of weeks ago, you spoke about two governance mechanisms, the First Nations Executive Board and the National Indigenous Employment and Training Alliance, and they sounded like relatively new mechanisms. Can you tell me more about them and how they were established?
I've actually got the evidence from last time right here, Senator. So with respect to, you mentioned two things, the First Nations Executive Board, and what was the second one?
Yes, and the National Indigenous Employment and Training Alliance.
Yes. With respect to the First Nations Executive Board, My Closing the Gap advisor, Chris Castro, and I had been talking for some time about how to implement shared decision-making within the department and working with our First Nations network and others, looking at different models to make that happen. I was in part inspired by Secretary Jim Betts, who established a similar forum in his department, and I spoke with him about how that worked. Within our department, over time we looked at different models. I will say that my First Nations advisor, Chris Castro, and he very much engaged with the First Nations Network and others to develop the model. And my memory is he brought a paper to the executive board, which we discussed in quite a bit of detail about how it would work. So the First Nations Executive Board is effectively the executive board, along with First Nations representatives, equal numbers, that meets, I think we're aiming for once a quarter. I think we've had 3 so far, and we're still working out the best way to do this in a way that is different and appropriate for these sorts of discussions. And so looking at whether I should chair it or an independent facilitator, taking a yarning approach. I'm learning a lot from our First Nations people about the difference between landing a decision and making room for a discussion. Yep. I'm quite an impatient person. And so I would, that's a little, would you like to, is that enough? Would you like to know more about that? I mean,
I'm just curious, like when you said you were talking to the First Nations Network, is that build up of just worker reps or like workers who have who identify as First Nations people? That is
First Nations people in our department who come together as part of a network to support one another and to advocate and work within the department. I will say we had our very first face-to-face bringing together of that network a couple of weeks ago. And so they came together for a 2-day symposium, and one of my First Nations employees from Townsville, which is where I am from, a Torres Strait Islander man, gave me this at that session. He brought it down for me. This is a Torres Strait Islander designed by his sister, a piece of artwork, and he spoke to me about the importance of emphasising the Torres Strait part of the equation as much as the Aboriginal part of the equation, and having grown up in Townsville, it's something I also feel really passionate about. So big and small conversations, we don't get everything right, and we've been told that very directly on occasion by our First Nations network, and I thank them for it and for the ongoing journey that our department is working our way through to try and get this balance right. In addition, we have a series of next tier committees, and each of them has taken on responsibility for each of the priority reforms under the Closing the Gap agreement to focus on how this department is delivering those commitments. And so it's a different way of ensuring that everyone, all of our executive and all of our people, are part of embedding the priority reforms in what we do every day.
That's amazing to hear, and as a former CPSU official, I'm very glad to hear that First Nations workers are giving frank and fearless advice to you, and and letting you know when you're not getting things right, so you can make some steps. And I might just ask about the National Indigenous Employment and Training Alliance, if you know.
Yes, and Ms Rishnu's come to the table because this has been another journey where we've supported the establishment of this important peak.
So, thanks, Senator. The Alliance, as we refer to it with their authority, it was a national employment and training alliance, which actually the government funded in the 24-25 budget as a really landmark piece of establishing a peak body for First Nations organisations in employment services in particular, and training services. So the government funded it $1.5 million over 3 years to establish. We've worked with them as well around secondments in and out of NAIDA, just to make sure that we're setting them up for success, but they have been instrumental in increasing the number and capability of First Nations-owned organisations and engagement with the community-controlled sector as well. We're seeing huge benefits from the work with the Alliance, particularly in establishing new programs like the Reconnecting to Employment and Learning program, which was funded, that really is taking a different approach to working with First Nations people who have been involved in the justice system. And when we get to outcome one, happy to have my team wax lyrical about that. But they have made such a difference in terms of building capability and actually getting better representation of First Nations organisations in our services. As I said at the last estimates hearing, it's the start of our journey in terms of strengthening the sector, but the Alliance is such a key part of it.
Thanks very much, and I look forward to hearing more later on. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. That's really interesting. Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I've just got a few questions before we move to the next outcome. My questions relate to ministerial appointments. Would you be able to let me know how many appointments the Minister has made since May 2025? So since the federal election?
Senator, I don't think I have information on that to hand.
Sure.
So I'd prefer to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could provide a list on notice, that would be great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Just to clarify, the Minister appoints members of the Safe Work Australia Board, doesn't she?
Look, I believe so, but I'm not as familiar with the legislation there, the extent to which some of those roles are by virtue of having particular roles. So with respect to appointments to Safe Work Australia, I'd prefer that we talk to that in the workplace relations outcome with the relevant staff at the table.
Okay, all right. Okay, I can do that. The rest of my questions relate to Safe Work, so we will leave that and go to the next outcome, sure. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Senator Kovacic. So that now finishes cross-portfolio corporate enabling services. I'm not just misreading this. We go from this to outcome 3?
I think that's right.
It could only be this.
You're in charge, Chair.
I thought we started at 1, then went to 2, then went to 3.
There are lots of things about this department that are different, and the program, as agreed to by your colleagues, is that we're moving to outcome 3, workplace relations, and we are well and truly ready for that.
Sure.
Chair?
Yeah. Just thought I'd check.
Can I just say that the first time I asked that same question?
Oh, did you? Okay, well, there you go. We're joined at the hip.
Yeah.
Just, Miss James, sorry, just while the transition's on. No, look, I'll wait. Do what you need to do, then I'm just going to make a little quick announcement. Why did you smile like that, Jerry?
That was a lovely profile, isn't it?
You think it took me so long to work that out, did you? So while the officers are making, the officers are here, making their way to the table, Ms Jones, just let you know that the committee has decided to release Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Funding Corporation. Okay.
We will ensure that they are made aware of that, Senator.
Sure, and I'd encourage any other senators, if you want to drop anyone else off, just feel free. Okay. All right. Okay, outcome 3, workplace relations questions. Senator Kovacic.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. Wonderful. So my questions relate to the CFMEU. At the recent Commission of Inquiry in Queensland, Geoffrey Watson SC advised he would soon be providing a report into the Victorian Division. He said, "I don't care what anybody says, I'm going to finish it by then because I want the rest of the year off on the position in Victoria." Is the department aware of this report, and has the department received a copy of this report?
Yeah. Senator Greg Manning, Deputy Secretary, Workplace Relations Group. The report Mr Watson was referring to, as I understand it, in his evidence before that Queensland inquiry, is a report commissioned by the administration, by the administrator. So that's a report he, according to his evidence, he was aiming to provide to the administration by that date. So we're aware of it in the sense of, for example, it's made public in the evidence. We don't have a copy of the report. That's something that he'd be giving to the administration.
So the department doesn't perceive that they would be given a copy of that report?
The administration's practice in relation to reports has been it's released a number of them publicly. Of course, it's got its public reporting obligations under the establishing legislation, but certainly on its webpage it's released some publicly, and if and when that happens in relation to this one, then we'll be able to see it then, just as members of the public could as well.
I know, but I'm asking, do you expect to receive a copy of the report before it becomes public? And if you were to receive a copy of that report, would you make it public?
Well, we wouldn't necessarily receive a copy before it's become public. Again, that would be something in the decision of the administrator. So what I think is happened with these reports is the administrator forms a view about areas of operation of the union he would like looked into. He's commissioned people to do it. Mr Watson, as you say in that case, that's a report to him. So in a way he's engaged Mr Watson. Then the administration would form a view about what it wants to do in relation to the report, what the outcome should be from the administration's perspective. And that all goes to the administration deciding when it would make it public, or indeed who it might share it with. So that's something I think the administration would turn its mind to.
Of course,
yeah.
I understand.
I suppose what I'm saying is there's not a necessarily one-size-fits-all approach.
I get that. My questions relate to the department, not to the administration.
Yeah,
so you don't have any awareness, the department hasn't been made aware through any avenue why that report hasn't been provided?
Well, firstly, I'm not sure it hasn't been provided, so I'm not aware of developments since the evidence given by Mr Watson you refer to.
Have you asked for a copy of it?
No, I haven't asked for a copy of it. As I say, I expect that the administration will receive it and finalise it, and then, as part of their normal operations, decide what, if any, the outcomes are, and possibly put in place moves towards those outcomes, and it'd be taking a wide range of those type of factors into account in deciding if and when to publish it.
Do you know whether the Minister has received a copy?
I don't believe she has.
Okay. And so, just so for my understanding, you haven't asked for a copy, you haven't received a copy, and you don't know if the Minister has a copy?
Yeah, as I say, in normal course of events, I think Mr Watson's evidence was he was aiming to have it done by the 1st of December, so it'd be very unlikely.
He said he was going to get it done by the 1st of December.
Yeah, I think, I think the normal course of events would be if and when he does that, and he may have done that, then the administration and the administrator would receive the report and consider what to do coming out of it.
I'm just curious, call me over-inquisitive, but if I were in your position, I would be seeking a copy of that report. I'm curious that you haven't asked for it.
As I've said, I think when was the first Monday? So his evidence was that he was aiming to have it to the administration by Monday. The administrator has roles under the legislation and scheme of administration, and it's for his...
I understand what the administrator does. I'm saying as the department, and I'm not saying I know that, Monday was the 1st of December, but even when you heard about it, was like, hello, phone call, email. When that report's finished, could I have a copy, please? I just find that unusual that the department hasn't gone, that is something that we might be interested in having a look at.
Well, I think many people, including the department, would be interested to see it, but as I said, the administrator's got a role under the scheme of administration, and it's a matter for his judgment as to both analyse the report and decide what comes out of it, and that's the normal course of events, but that's not to say we won't be interested to see what's in it at an appropriate time.
Okay, but my question relates to proactively saying we are interested in seeing that. That hasn't occurred. It'll be subject to whether the administrator decides to share it with you, and that's it.
So I think the administrator has shown through the life of the administration, a pretty high degree of effectiveness in terms of how he utilises these reports. So we're trusting his judgment in that regard.
I'm asking questions about the department. So just to clarify, so I've got it right, you've said to me that you're pretty sure the minister doesn't have a copy. Have you asked the minister? How are you pretty sure that the minister doesn't have a copy?
Well, in the sense that if it had been provided to us, for example, if the administrator had made it public, then we would know about it. So,
no, but I'm not asking about
and I haven't heard from the minister's office that they have a copy, and so given the subject matter, it wouldn't surprise me if they had received it that I did have it. But
so
my
your
understanding is they don't have a copy.
Had the minister received it, that you would be aware of that. It would not be unknown to you.
And it goes to my earlier answer in that it's really a matter for the judgment of the administrator when he receives that report, what use he makes of it, given his role under the legislation.
And just to clarify again, have you asked the minister's office whether they have received a copy of the report?
No, I haven't asked the minister whether she's received a copy of the report. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Moving on, at the last hearing, it was revealed that the department was unaware of several federally funded projects that had corruption concerns. Has the department taken any further action since our previous hearings?
I'll pass to Ms Anderson, who can talk you through some developments.
Senator Jodie Anderson, First Assistant Secretary, Workplace Relations Group. Senator, in line with the response that we made at the last Senate estimates, the department isn't a regulator in this space, so there are regulators obviously responsible for looking into such matters. The department does have regular conversations with the Fair Work Ombudsman, the Fair Work Commission, the AFP about the matters that they are investigating, and we meet quite regularly with those regulators, and they are taking various actions. I've got probably a total figure of the investigations that they're undertaking, but I'd have to refer particular matters to those particular agencies.
Okay, thank you. The Minister has said that the administration is the strongest possible response. Since our last hearing, has the Minister taken any action at any level or to any agency outside of the administration? And I note there is a letter here that was tabled, I believe, but outside of that, and I have some letters here that I can table as well. I think, yes. The Secretariat has those. Letters from Minister Rishworth to the Fair Work Commission and to myself. Are you aware of any other actions?
We might have a look at these letters, because when you ask if we refer to any other,
yep. Perfect.
Just make sure we're...
Yes, please. Thank you. And I refer to the final sentence of the Minister's letter, which says, I've also written to the Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police and the Fair Work Ombudsman.
And sorry, thanks. Senator, I think is your question whether, given that we know the Minister's made that referral, is your question, have there been any additional referrals?
Any additional referrals. Right. So just so we have a sense of how many investigations are underway and that you perhaps have been asked to provide input into.
Yeah, certainly Ms Anderson can speak to... sorry, there's a number of things coming.
Senator, I might note that in relation to the Fair Work, the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission, my understanding is about a range of actions that he has taken over the last couple of months is that he has, my understanding is he has written to all state and territory jurisdictions around the various referrals and matters that he has received on various building and construction sites. In terms of specifics, and again, probably for more detail, I would suggest that these questions get referred to the Fair Work Commission.
I understand that, but I'd like to get a sense of how many investigations are underway that you've been asked to provide input into.
So we don't have a role in terms of providing input into investigations. So investigations are undertaken by the regulators themselves. We have information sharing, I suppose, roles across government. We have recently established a committee of all relevant regulators that are responsible for regulating the industry in some way. As well as policy agencies to share the information about what investigations are underway. But I would strongly caveat that in terms of specific details of investigations, we're not always privy to the details of those investigations.
And to your sorry, before you this might assist with your answer. So to your knowledge, since the last estimates, we have the investigations now underway from the Administrator, the Fair Work Commission and the Department of Infrastructure. But the answer was there were a number of investigations. So I just want to get a sense of...
So there's a broad range of investigations and it's not just limited. So there's, again, not speaking on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure, but again, they're not a regulator as such.
Correct, I'm aware the departments aren't regulators. I just want to get an understanding of your awareness of what is going on.
Yeah, that's...
Can I give you some information that may not be exactly what you're after, but it might help? So there've obviously been a number of referrals from the current minister, from me when I was in the role, from other sources, and we believe there are about 88 active investigations, cases, audits and reviews ongoing into the construction sector, and that's from a combination of the AFP, the Fair Work Commission, the Fair Work Ombudsman, and those authorities have commenced, we believe, 36 proceedings in the Fair Work Commission and the courts. Separate to that, state and territory police forces have a number of investigations on foot as well. Now, they wouldn't obviously all be in relation to, infrastructure projects or Victoria, but that might give you a sense of the overall number.
The scale of it.
And in addition, if you're interested, we've got some information on the steps that the Infrastructure Minister has taken with her colleagues to ensure that high standards are met.
Are you able to table that, Minister?
Why don't I take it on notice and provide you something? And I suspect that was probably raised in the infrastructure estimates the other day as well. But happy to come back to you on notice.
My understanding also, Deputy Chair, is that the Australian Taxation Office has managing cases that have been referred to it by the working group Ms Anderson referred to. Also, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission has commenced civil cartel proceedings against various industry players as well. So in addition to those matters the Minister referred to, there's some other regulators involved. I wanted to come back, Minister, to your question about action since last estimates as well, because following that discussion as well, I know the Fair Work Commission General Manager, as the regulator for registered organisations, wrote to the Administrator on a number of matters, particularly relating to Victoria, to come back to your earlier questions about the report. And I know he's appearing later on and we'll be able to speak in more depth to that, but I understand the Administrator wrote to him last week outlining a number of matters, including, for example, 26 staff exiting the Victorian branch in the last couple of weeks as well, and commencement of disciplinary proceedings that could result in the expulsion of previous office holders in both Victoria and other jurisdictions as well. I think from memory it brings to the total, according to the Administrator, of over 60 staff who have exited from Victoria since he commenced in that role, and also spoke to a restructure that's underway in relation to Victoria as well. In addition to those broader reforms that the administration's putting in, there's a whole range of policies, for example, that he's reported on in his couple of reports to date, that are occurring on a national basis as well.
Are you able to provide a copy of that document? Are you able to...
no, the letter to the Fair Work Commission General Manager, he'll be able to table that tonight.
Yeah, OK. Do you have a copy of that, though?
No, I don't have a copy I can table.
Does the department hold a copy of that?
Sorry, I've seen a copy of that letter, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you able to provide that on notice, just in case they don't have that tonight?
if they're unable to provide it tonight, then I'll take the notice and
I would probably
provide a copy.
prefer that you provide it as soon as you're able, and then we have it, and then we can ask them as well if you're not able to provide it beforehand. But I wouldn't caveat it on if they can't provide it tonight.
Yeah, I'm just conscious it's a letter from the Administrator to the Fair Work Commission General Manager.
I understand, but I'm asking for
yeah.
the letter. So if you could please.
I think Mr Manning has said he'll take it on notice. Yes. Obviously, he would need to do the usual checks around immunities, but I think it would be our expectation that will be provided tonight. But either way, it's been taken on notice.
Thank you very much. Just to finish on that piece, have you conducted a review or audit of departmental funding or connections to the CFMEU?
You said, I think we touched on this last time in relation to workplace relations grants, where there's been no money provided to the CFMEU either directly or, as we understand it from the reports of those who did receive the funds, indirectly in terms of their ability to subcontract out.
Senator, I was just checking. There were some questions on notice about the department and the extent to which payments might have been made to the CFMEU or in different capacities that we took on notice. I'm just trying to ascertain whether we tabled those. And so we have been very active in ensuring that our engagement with the union is appropriate, and the extent to which there is that kind of engagement, it's under grants programs like... or it's likely to be under those sorts of programs.
And there may be a small amount under travel allowance.
That's right.
For various committees that they're on. That'd be a very, very small amount, I think, in the scheme of things.
The other one hasn't been named.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So I want to ask about reports from David Marin Guzman that Zach Smith was offering redundancies to members of the CFMEU who knew or engaged in corrupt conduct. Is the department aware of or monitoring the voluntary redundancy program that has reportedly been reopened as a means of purging organisers?
We're certainly aware. I mean, like all people in the position of employers, the Administrator has powers in relation of dismissal, for example, or redundancies if the preconditions are met. Additionally, as Administrator, he has powers under the scheme of administration in relation to removing people as well. So again, we're aware of those reports. I don't have personal knowledge of some of the factual bases you're saying that these people have engaged in particular behaviour. As I said earlier, there's a number who've been removed from the different parts of the union, including Victoria recently. Generally speaking, it's a matter of judgment for the Administrator as to the circumstances in which people exit the union, and he'd do that in conjunction with the people managing the relevant area. And I'm certainly aware, and again, I think the Fair Work Commission General Manager can speak to this better than we can, that some of those people have deemed to be removed persons and so subject to certain restrictions under the scheme of administration and the legislation as well.
Okay. And so does the department consider this as an appropriate or lawful mechanism under the administration if that is occurring?
Yeah, again, I think it's a matter of judgment for the Administrator as to...
I'm asking the departments, as the expert, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, whether you believe that that is appropriate or lawful.
I certainly think it's appropriate that the employer of those people decides, based on all of the knowledge before them, how best to deal with those people, up to and including removing, which is available under the scheme of administration.
Even if those individuals are engaged in corrupt conduct?
As I say, if the Administrator has removed people who've alleged to be engaged in corrupt conduct and he has deemed them to be removed people, so dismissed them, deemed them to be removed and provided details to the Fair Work Commission on
But should they be given voluntary redundancy? That's the question that I'm asking.
In the case I'm thinking of, I'm not aware the person was given voluntary redundancy. There's other cases where they have been, where there may be allegations, but again, the administrator, like all...
That's the question that I'm asking. If there are allegations of corrupt conduct, do you think it's appropriate or lawful for those individuals to be offered voluntary redundancies? I think my question is pretty clear.
But in a way, without trying to avoid the question, the department's unable to answer it, and I'm personally unable to answer it, because to answer it, you would need all of the knowledge. So you're mentioning allegations, so you'd need all of that knowledge, and that's really a matter that the administration has. And as the employer of those people, it's quite proper that they're forming decisions about the best course of action.
Right, but if advice was sought from you in relation to the appropriateness of that or the lawfulness of that, where there is an allegation of that conduct, you would say it's up to you.
Senator Sarah Godden, Chief Counsel, First Assistant Secretary, Workplace Relations, Legal Division. The administrator has certain obligations under the scheme of administration and also has certain powers.
I'm aware of that. I'm specifically asking about what the department's response or the department's position or view as the department on this matter would be.
I think Ms Godden was trying to set out what recourse there may be and what the options are through the administration scheme.
And certainly under both the legislation and the scheme, the administrator has certain obligations to ensure that the division is returned to operating lawfully. What the department can observe, and for example I believe was tabled in the Queensland Commission of Inquiry, is that the administrator is taking a range of actions, and so we're not observing that the administrator is solely using one mechanism. It appears that the administrator is using a range of mechanisms, including termination, including redundancies, and we're observing that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach being taken, which, as Mr Manning has indicated, is what we would expect of an employer, using a range of levers or mechanisms or powers available to them in response to those circumstances.
Okay, I understand that. My questions relate to the appropriateness of, or the lawfulness of, using a voluntary redundancy program to remove individuals where, or to exit individuals where there are these allegations. So that's my concern. So I'll reframe it perhaps.
I think the issue is, Senator, that the department is the policy arm. Or this is the policy arm of the department. They're not regulators. There will be regulators.
I understand that.
There will be regulators appearing later who may be more able to give you a position on that. But also, I don't think it's really appropriate to be expecting officials to give legal opinions.
No, but it's an understanding of what their position is. So I understand that completely. And I guess that leads to my next question is whether the department has assessed whether offering these pay packages to effectively encourage departures under a voluntary redundancy scheme could in fact be used to avoid formal misconduct findings or avoid individuals becoming removed persons under the administration laws.
I'm happy for the officials to answer the questions, but I don't think it would be really their role to do that. It may be the role of some of the regulators who would be appearing later, but there wouldn't normally be the role of a department to consider those sort of matters. But I'm happy for the officials to.
I'd come back to a point I was making earlier, Senator, that we're certainly aware of circumstances where, when it's available to the administrator, he has taken the course of action you're talking about. So certainly we think the administrator is doing that where he believes it's a course of action open to him, and then in the case I'm thinking of, inform the Fair Work Commission of it. So whether or not he feels able to do that in every case, again, I go back to my other point, is a matter for him as standing in the shoes of the employer of those people, basing his decisions on the evidence that he's got available to him and what he thinks he can do based on that evidence. So certainly we're confident that he's doing it where he can, That's not to say that we're sitting back and assessing every decision he makes for the reasons the Minister outlined, and we don't, and for those same reasons, we don't have all of the information available to the Administrator. So he's exercising that judgment. I guess I'm ventilating the concerns of the members of the CFMEU, the rank and file members, and obviously Australian taxpayers in particular who are concerned around the issues that we see here and the cost of the administration as well. And I guess then, Minister, perhaps I'll ask you the question, do you think it's appropriate if that is occurring, that, effectively people are being given a pathway via voluntary redundancies to leave before a formal investigation takes place and then they actually become a removed person? They're self-selecting out to avoid that outcome.
Well, I'm not going to sit in judgment of the decisions of the Administrator. I've got confidence and the government's got confidence in the decisions of the Administrator. He's in, he has all the facts before him in a way that I don't. So I don't think I'm really in a position to express an opinion on that.
But would you consider it to be appropriate if that in fact were occurring?
Well, the government certainly expects the Administrator to make good decisions in general and including about how members' money is used. And I've seen nothing that makes me concerned about the quality of the decisions that he's making.
Okay, so if in fact...
Can I just pick up on one thing, because you did make a reference to taxpayers there. You probably didn't mean this, but I don't think anyone is suggesting that taxpayers' money has been used to fund any of these redundancies. And I don't think you meant
I didn't
that, but we should
suggest
just
that.
make that clear. Yeah.
So I was just going to say exactly what the Minister said, Senator, just to clarify that the Registered Organisations Act provides that the costs of the administration are borne by the CFMEU.
Thank you. My next question relates to the NCIF. Has the department provided any advice to the Minister regarding the membership of the forum since the last hearings in October?
Yes, Senator, in the sense that there's been a change in membership, and so we've assisted the Minister with that change. Okay. And so what is that change? So, Ms Anderson can answer that, Senator.
Senator, there's been a number of changes to the membership since we last met, and I can take you through all of those changes.
That would be great.
So in terms of the administrative arrangement orders, when there was the second term of government commenced, there was also a change in obviously portfolio responsibilities of various ministers as well. So we have briefed the Minister in respect to ensuring that the Minister with housing responsibilities, the Honourable Claire O'Neill, Minister for Housing, is now a member of the NCIF, so that was provided a briefing on that. We've also, on the 3rd of September, Miss Naomi Brooks, she was the former Director of the Public Affairs and Communications for the CFMEU, tendered her formal resignation from the NCIF. And therefore we briefed the Minister to provide a replacement, Miss Lucy Webber from the CFMEU, to replace Miss Brooks for a period of 3 months. And then on the 18th of November, Mr Smith tendered his formal resignation from the NCIF. So
Mr Smith tendered the resignation, the Minister didn't seek his resignation?
No, Mr Smith tendered his resignation. And then on the 2nd of December, Mr Irving was appointed for a 3-month period to the NCIF by the Minister.
Thank you. Has the department prepared a response to a letter from the Shadow Minister for Industrial Relations on the 24th of November? And I have those to table as well, I believe. We don't have those. Actually, don't have it here. I thought it was brought over to you. No.
Let's get the letter.
That's okay. I'll reference. There's a number of letters from the Shadow Minister for Industrial Relations on the 24th of November and the 10th of November 23rd of October and 13th of October. Are you able to tell me whether the department has prepared a response to any of those letters? And I can come back to this if you're not aware of the letters.
Senator, I think we're aware of the letters, but I think we'd have to just take on notice the exact details of which letters and whether.
Are you able, in
in
general terms, to tell us whether you've prepared responses to any of those letters?
My preference would be to confirm which letters we've.
If we can look at the letters, then we can check the reference number in the system and confirm what if anything's happened in relation to them. I don't have personal knowledge of it, Senator, but we can check that.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll come back to that and have those tabled for you shortly. And just thinking about copies of letters now, can I also ask you to table a copy of the resignation letter from Mr Zach Smith from the NCIF?
Yeah, don't have it with us.
Oh no, that's
Senator,
okay, but somebody I'm sure can send it across, and
take
if
that on
we
notice,
table that
Senator.
today, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so has the department received any advice in relation to Mr Zach Smith meeting with Mr John Setka?
Yes, Senator. We certainly had discussions with the administration as part of our regular discussions with them about those issues. And again, I'm aware that the administrator has written to the Fair Work Commission General Manager about it in follow-up to that correspondence I mentioned earlier. And I mean, the crux of the discussions that we had, and which I think has been confirmed in the letter to the Fair Work Commission General Manager, was that the administration understood the context in which those meetings occurred and retained confidence in Mr Smith in relation to his role, and didn't feel that he'd done anything wrong on that occasion in relation to those meetings with Mr Setka.
So does that mean that the administrator had known of those in advance and had endorsed those meetings, given it was a requirement of the...
That's our understanding.
Okay.
Senator, our understanding is that in terms of the meetings, that the administrator did approve those meetings to occur because they were for specific reasons relating to Mr Setka's prior engagement with the CFMEU.
Mm. So, based on all of those meetings, there would not be a requirement for any investigation from the department because they were all authorised meetings by the administrator. So the administrator authorised the meetings between Mr Zach Smith and Mr John Setka.
That's our understanding, is that the administrator had full knowledge of those meetings and approved those meetings.
And from what the department has briefed me ahead of this meeting, my understanding is that Mr Irving, the administrator, approved those meetings occurring on the basis of what was understood to be discussed. So it wasn't just a random meeting. My understanding is that Mr Smith was aware of the issues that or it was known what issues Mr Setka wanted to discuss. Given it was those issues, the administrator was prepared to approve those meetings occurring, and that my understanding was that Mr Smith reported back on those issues and what was discussed to the administrator. Is that a fair way of putting it?
That's our understanding as well, Mr.
Yeah. So it wasn't just a random go and have a beer in a pub and chat about whatever you want. It was about particular issues. Yeah.
Yeah, a special mission.
Well, call it what you want, but a meeting about particular issues that, as I understand it, related to Mr Setka's employment or something like that.
That's right. Yeah, issues arising from his previous employment with the CFMEU.
Okay. But to confirm, though, or to clarify, perhaps is more important, the department is aware of an investigation being conducted in relation to Mr Smith and his relationship with Mr Setka outside of these meetings?
What we're aware of is, I suppose I'll come back to my earlier evidence, that I'm aware that the Fair Work Commission General Manager wrote to the administration about a range of issues, including those issues, and the administration replied to it. So, and in that letter expressed confidence in the work Mr Smith's doing in his role, and also clarified that they understood the circumstances in which those particular meetings had occurred.
Okay, so there's no investigation outside of of those meetings that were confirmed to be accurate?
I think
not accurate, authorised.
I think the sequence, and again, feel free to correct me. I think the sequence was that the Fair Work Commission contacted, not sure how it happened, the administrator, wrote to the administrator seeking information about a number of issues, including the reported meetings between Mr. Zack and Mr. Smith and Mr. Setka. As you've been informed, the administrator has now written back to the Fair Work Commission, having conducted his own investigation into those issues, and I guess it's now a matter for the Fair Work Commission to determine what they want to do about that.
Sure. Okay. And just one final quick one before we break. Is Mr. Setka still a member of the CFMEU?
I don't know. So let me take that on notice. I mentioned earlier that in the letter or letters to the Fair Work Commission General Manager that the administration highlighted some disciplinary proceedings that are underway. I would have to check whether or not that includes Mr. Setka. Certainly, I think those proceedings concern potential expulsion from the union for a number of former officials. I'm not aware if he's in that list, but again,
same letter that we're going to get tabled. It's not
potentially, yeah. So that's, as I say, the questions that could be directed to the Fair Work Commission General Manager. But we can take on notice and check if we have that information about his membership. But I'm not sure if we will.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. It being 11 a.m, we shall now suspend for 15 minutes and resume at 11:15 a.m. in outcome 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm a couple of things from the last session, is the department able to give me a sense of how many organisers have been removed from the Victorian branch since the administration? I think there was a note that there were 26 staff exiting in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, as
but
part of, I think,
number.
I referred to the letter from the administration to the Fair Work Commission General Manager that said there'd been 61 that had gone since the start of it. I don't have a breakdown as to their roles. I'll just check if Ms Anderson does.
No, I don't have the details of those, but 61 is our understanding.
Would you have the access to that information, and would you be able to provide that on notice?
No, well, to answer the first part of the question, we don't have the information now, so we'd be unable to provide it on notice. We could, we'd have to seek it separately. It's the type of information. I think the stats in relation to New South Wales and Queensland, and we discussed it last estimates, were in the Administrator's second biannual report, so it's the type of information he'd put in his 6 monthly reports normally.
Okay. And I'm just now looking at the letter from Mr Smith to the Minister on the 18th of November regarding his resignation from the National Construction Industry Forum. Could you tell me whether the Minister met with or discussed with Mr Smith his role prior to his resignation from the NCIF, noting that I did ask previously whether it was the Minister that sought his resignation or whether he resigned independently?
Not that I'm aware, Senator. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah. So to your knowledge, there was no discussion or meeting with the Minister and Mr Smith?
There's no discussion I'm aware of. Can I just confirm that I think that was a letter you asked us to table by the end of the day. You've got it independently.
It's just been tabled. I don't know who by.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Is that tabled by you?
No. Oh. I don't have a copy with me, so no. I don't. No. I've read it. So if we're going to ask questions about the specifics of it, I'll need a copy. But if it's about it generally, then I may not.
Okay. Sure. Perfect.
There's one on its way now.
Okay.
So are you able to just give me? I'm interested in the timeline.
Thank you.
So you've confirmed that this was all independent. There was nothing from the Minister. So there's no directive from the Minister, no request, no discussion, just Mr Smith has resigned from the Labor Party National Executive and then from the NCIF, but there was no direction from the Minister.
So did you mention that Labor Party National Executive?
Yes.
It's not a matter of any knowledge
comment.
of?
I'm not a question, I made the comment.
Yeah.
It's part of my statement. I understand that is not part of the department's role.
Yeah, so
the balance of the question is, however.
As far as I'm aware, there's this letter in which Mr Smith puts forward that he's leaving due to the size of a task he's got in rebuilding and the branch which he's now responsible undertaking cultural change. And in a way, we spoke earlier about Mr Irving being appointed to the National Construction Industry Forum. And I think it's actually quite timely in the sense that that forum is turning its mind to culture of the industry across the country. He's undertaking work on an industry charter that's focused on that. And given that Mr Irving has that responsibility for the union across the country, it's quite a timely appointment in that aspect. He was attending, he had a standing invitation to attend anyway, but I think it's probably certainly worthwhile, and as I say, timely that he's been approved now. He's got a strong interest in the industry, in the charter, the industry charter, and has attended a workshop on that already, but I've no other information about Mr Smith's resignation other than what he states in the letter. Yeah,
that's fine. I would suggest that it would have been timely at the inception of the administration, but I take your point. Given the scrutiny around Mr Smith's presence on the NCIF, why didn't the Minister announce the change? Like, why wasn't there an awareness of this resignation prior to today in my questions to you?
I'm not aware of the Minister's thinking in relation to it. It's, as Ms Anderson outlined earlier, there's been a range of changes.
None have been as contentious as this one, I would suggest.
No, but I think the point Mr Manning's making is that there have been numerous changes to the membership of this, and I'm not aware of the Minister announcing any of them. So,
But none of them...
I don't mean this in the way it's probably going to sound, but just because certain people have got an interest in one member of that doesn't mean that a minister has to jump to that and put out a press release. Like, memberships of bodies change from time to time without announcements being made.
Yeah, I guess the question is that this is contentious and there's quite a high degree of public interest in it, which might be different to the appointments and the changes of other members. So I was just curious as to, whether that was even a consideration.
I might just note though as well, and I understand that the letter may be tabled from Mr Irving to the Fair Work Commission though, but my understanding of that letter too outlines as we sort of indicated before, the confidence and support that Mr Irving has for Mr Smith, and I think the letter goes to, and again it would be outlined in that letter, but also noting that there are a range of players in the industry too that are sort of, I suppose, seeking to sort of undermine the role of the administrator and the people that are key to the success of the administration as well. And Mr Irving has highlighted that point in his letter, as well as that the fact that Mr Smith is there to, as he indicates in his resignation letter, to effectively drive change within the Victorian branch as well. So I'll just note that.
And you'll see, Senator, and you may have mentioned this already, that it's not just the NCIF that Mr Smith has resigned his membership of. He's also resigned his membership of the Asbestos and Silica Safety and Eradication Council. And, based on what he's saying here, it's a workload issue because of the main task he has in his words, rebuilding and the culture change that is required in the union.
I note that Mr Smith is still noted on the website as a member of the NCIF. How long does it take to make that change? I'm just curious that it's remained silent until today.
Is that the department's website are you referring to, Senator?
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Senator, it may be, I'd have to probably take it on notice, but we would seek to be updating the website.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because the other changes have been made in relation to Minister O'Neill and Lucy Webber, but the change in relation to Mr Smith hasn't been made.
Mr Smith and Mr Irving.
Yeah, and Mr Irving was only appointed yesterday.
Yes, well, I'm not asking about that one. Yeah. I'm asking about Mr Smith. The resignation was on the 18th of November. Was there any request to keep that quiet for a period of time from anyone?
No, Senator, no.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm just thinking about the self-removals from the CFMEU and the fact that Mr Smith was offering redundancies to members who knew of or were engaged in inappropriate or corrupt conduct. Does the minister think it's appropriate for him to remain in that role, given those circumstances?
In which role?
In his role at the CFMEU, given he's now, no longer on the NCIF, he's been removed from the Labor Party State Executive. I
think I'd say generally that the minister's view and the government's view is that staffing decisions of the CFMEU are matters for the administrator, and we've got full confidence in his decision making.
So you don't hold a view as to the appropriateness of an individual where that information has come to light?
I don't think we have a habit of going around telling organisations who they can and can't employ. It's a matter for the employer, and in this case, that's the administrator. And I think you can look at the very large number of people who the administrator has removed as a demonstration that where there are good grounds for someone to be removed, then he takes action.
Thank you. I do know that one of those people was removed after he was promoted by the administrator as well, despite those allegations allegedly being live at the time.
Well, I think there's different versions of that, but he has, in the last 2 weeks alone, the administrator has removed, I think it's upwards of 20 people?
26 people in Victoria.
26 people just from the Victorian branch, and that's in addition to the dozens who he's removed from the New South Wales and Queensland branch and other branches as well.
And it is worth perhaps, Senator, repeating the evidence we gave earlier that there were specific questions put to the Administrator by the Fair Work Commission General Manager, which he addressed, and in that, having looked at all of these factors, expressed very strong confidence in Mr Smith and his support for the proper operation of the administration as well.
Okay. I asked a question before the break about Mr Setka's union membership. The Administrator told the Commission of Inquiry that he intended to terminate Mr Setka's membership. Is it a bit unusual that he still holds that membership in your view, or do we have any understanding about why it's taken the Administrator so long to terminate his membership?
I know a little bit about the Administrator, and I know a little bit about the administration. I know about the fact that the Administrator has been subject to death threats, has sacked dozens of people from the CFMEU, has done more to clean up the CFMEU than the ABCC ever did in its decade of operation. I think it's a little bit rich, and I know you're being asked to ask some of these questions, Senator, but I think it's a little bit rich to expect the Administrator, in the time that he's been there, to attend to every single detail. He has done a power of work to stand up to the corrupt elements of this union, and I might add, he's doing everything he can to stand up to the corrupt elements within the employers of Australia, which no one in the Liberal Party ever seems to want to ask questions about, and that where there is a huge amount to be done. So if people want to be critical of the Administrator for the sequence in which he's doing things, then they have no appreciation of the incredible pressure and workload that those people have been undertaking since they started.
Minister, I acknowledge the scale of the work that the Administrator has at hand, and it is significant. And
they've literally put their lives on the line.
Yeah, I note your comments in relation to the death threats, and they are absolutely unacceptable, and nobody should be subject to that in the carriage of their work. And I don't think anyone is suggesting that that is right or reasonable, or that anybody should put up with that. I guess, like, just from a very basic level, the question is, it is one singular act to remove Mr Setka from the CFMEU, so it was just to gather an insight as to why that's something that hasn't occurred yet. And
I think the point I'm making, I guess, is that I think the Administrator and his team have made good judgments about what are the most urgent matters to deal with. And in their judgment, one of the most urgent matters to deal with was to sack dozens of bad elements within this union, and they've clearly then moved on to considering the expulsion of particular people, and no doubt there'll be other things that they do down the track as well. So, you know, they have really emerged from a crisis situation, and they are now dealing with additional matters. So I suspect that the reason they didn't move on the expulsions earlier was because they were very focused on actually removing people from the organisation, and all of the other things they've done up until now.
Yeah, I guess for the lay observer of this, individuals that don't have a lot of knowledge as to the operations of the union system, is that he's probably the most singular figure of the problems within the CFMEU, and perhaps it would send a very strong signal for him to be expelled from the CFMEU. So the question comes from that lens.
Sure. And as we understand, that is now occurring, that steps are being taken to expel a number of former officials from the union. And I can understand that for, as you say, the lay observer, you know, Mr Setka has got a lot more attention in the media than most others, but the problems went a lot deeper than Mr Setka, and they involve people that no one has ever heard of before and who are no longer officials of that union, and that's a good thing. Yeah, rightly or wrongly, he's the public figurehead perhaps, and that perception that sends that he's still there. But thank you for your answer, Minister. Has the department provided any advice to ASIC or the Minister regarding Incolink and similar funds, and whether they should now fall under Commonwealth regulation due to their scale, their governance concerns, or the risks to worker entitlements?
I'm aware that ASIC has recently completed or done some work on that in relation to the exemption. Mr Keynes is just joining us, might be able to help you with the question about whether or not we've given advice on that yet. Or...
I can confirm, Senator, that we haven't provided advice directly to ASIC around Incolink. Is that, sorry, Senator?
Yeah, so in relation to have you provided advice to ASIC or the Minister in relation to Incolink and similar funds and whether they should now fall under Commonwealth regulation because of the scale of those funds, the size of them, and obviously there are governance concerns in relation to that, and obviously potential risk to worker entitlements, that they are effectively self-managed.
Senator, to my understanding, ASIC has recently finished its review into worker entitlement funds. On the 26th of November, ASIC outlined its approach to the regulation of employee redundancy funds, which Incolink is one of. So there is currently a relief to worker entitlement funds under the Corporations Act, and that expires on the 1st of April 2026. From that date, though, the changes that ASIC have outlined, I can take you through those, that operators of employee redundancy funds and long service leave funds will be required to apply for an Australian Financial Services licence and comply with some of the managed investment provisions of the Corporations Act. ASIC has stated that their approach will introduce additional transparency and governance requirements for these funds that reflect the significant increase in funds under management and a broadening of the scope of activities undertaken by some funds. And to assist fund operators in early 2026, ASIC will release further information on the transitional arrangements, the licence application process and requirements that will apply once a licence is granted. That's my understanding in terms of where they're up to.
Right. So do you know or do you have information as to whether Incolink has in fact applied for a financial services licence?
So these arrangements commenced, my understanding, is from April 2026?
Yes, I'm aware, but do you have any awareness of whether...
No,
they haven't. So if they do not apply for a licence by that time, they will no longer be able to manage those funds. Is that correct?
I think they benefit from an exemption, as Ms Anderson outlined, and presumably that exemption wouldn't apply anymore. Given it's not an area I know what the particular consequence of that is.
No,
so
yeah, I'm just trying to understand from what was read out. I don't have the benefit of reading it.
Questions are probably better placed to ASIC or Treasury in terms of the
consequence.
The consequence, yeah.
Right. Are you able to table that information that you have there?
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a media release.
I'm sure there is,
that was attached to this, and we could probably try and find that for you.
Thank you. Has the department been briefed by the CFMEU administrator or Gordon Legal or former Victorian Treasurer Tim Pallas regarding the ongoing investigation into the Incolink grants and the significant valuation write-down of the $27 million wellness centre?
No, certainly I haven't had discussions with the administration about the detail of that. I'm aware it's happening, seen the media reports around it. I can't recall off the top of my head even if the engagement has been raised of us. So no.
Okay. Does the department have any concerns regarding the appointment of Tim Pallas, a former State Labor Treasurer, to conduct the review, given there's potential conflicts?
So our position on that would be similar to the position I outlined earlier, in the sense that we don't have concerns based on what we've seen about the judgment of the administrator to decide who to appoint to these things. So we're not aware of any particular issues with it, and again would leave that to the judgment of the administrator in relation to his work to get to understand the finances of that branch and the union as a whole.
Okay. I want to quote from an AFR article that was published yesterday. It says, that's the same Pallas who was guest of honour at a CFMEU organised private lunch in 2022, which then union boss John Setka and outgoing Incolink boss Eric Locke also attended. That same year, Pallas was also the guest of honour at a cosy dinner event hosted by Incolink and posed for photos there alongside Locke. I mean, are we right to be worried as to whether this really is an independent review, and does the department have any concerns in relation to this?
So, again, Senator, what we've seen...
I know we're repeating ourselves.
No, but what we've seen from the Administrator General, like if we go back to the Watson reports, he seems able, in our experience, to engage people who properly understand integrity issues and I'm a lot of confidence the Administrator understands conflict of interest issues. I think I'd be surprised if he hadn't satisfied himself that Mr Pallas was a suitable person to do it, but I have no knowledge about those events that you're citing in the article. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess
beyond them being reported, I don't have any knowledge.
I guess I'm not asking you to give statements in relation to the veracity or the accurateness of the reports. What I'm trying to get an understanding of is we have an independent review that's being led by somebody who is well known clearly to the individuals that he will be reviewing, given that he attended on 2 separate occasions, at least allegedly, a dinner. So if that were the case, is it normal in the department's view, or is it acceptable in the department's view, that an independent reviewer would be somebody that is actually connected to those that they are reviewing?
Yeah, again, from the department's perspective, based on what we've seen the administration do, we've got confidence that the administrator would properly consider these issues and act accordingly.
Okay, well, my assessment of independent is different, perhaps. Given the department's responsibility for workplace relations policy, what assessment has the department made about the risks to worker entitlements when funds mandated by union EBA clauses are used for union projects rather than for worker benefits, as I've described in that wellness centre, especially when the valuations diverge so sharply from grant amounts? The valuation came to, I believe, a third of that $27 million expenditure.
Senator, there's a lot in the question that you just asked. Is there a specific matter or allegation you want us to address? Because I think that the breadth of the frame of that question and some of the assumptions embedded in it just make it difficult for us to provide an answer, and the officers aren't indicating they have anything specific to offer up in response to your question.
Do you think, so we'll go to that one individual circumstance first, but my question is broader than that, as you've noted. Effectively, you've got a pool of funds that union members must make contributions to, right? And then those funds are then being used for union projects rather than for worker benefits. Does the department see that as a problem?
Again, Senator, embedded in your question are a number of assumptions about who's running projects and who benefits. And I think if there's a specific thing you'd like us to address, we'd be happy to.
Okay.
I'm noting that it's not an area of the department's responsibility in relation to those funds. It's something that ASIC has taken action about. Again,
but the area of entitlements is a matter for the department.
Obviously the department would believe that people should comply with the law, and that the department's very concerned to see that employees get their entitlements under those portable funds. Because we're not involved in that work, we don't know or have any, and so are unable to form a view about whether or not it's put at risk, but I take it hasn't. I haven't seen that in the reporting, notwithstanding I've seen the reporting about the write-down that you're referring to.
Right. Okay. So effectively we have a scenario where we have $23 million worth of worker entitlements that were used to create a wellness centre. They were not used and the money did not go back to the workers. And now that wellness centre valuation has come in at around a third. So effectively 2/3 of that $23 million worth of worker entitlements are now lost. Yeah. So from an entitlement perspective, does the department have a problem with that?
Senator, I appreciate the information you're recounting is serious. It's not a matter that we have direct knowledge of. And so we're not in a position to add any evidence about it. I gather, I don't have the article in front of me, that you've referenced that that there are some allegations that have been made and that they're being looked at. We're just not in a position to add in a meaningful or helpful way to the public record on this because it's not our role and it's not something that we have particular knowledge of.
I also suspect there's a slight difference between entitlements and money in the fund, in the sense that it can obtain funds based on its investments as well. So I'm not aware of reporting that says, for example, members of CFMEU are not getting their entitlements as a result of that action. I think it's an important distinction in between. You're saying people aren't getting their entitlements. I'm not sure the article said that.
No, I didn't say they weren't getting their entitlements. What I was saying is that those monies that they've put in have actually gone to the construction of something that has then been significantly devalued, which then impacts their entitlements. If you lose 2/3 of $23 million, I would suggest that is going to have an impact on someone's entitlements.
But that isn't the point here. That's exactly what the administrator is now having investigated. That is exactly the concern. And I might take the opportunity to remind you, Senator, that this is only happening because it was a Labor government that enabled this union to go into administration. We are uncovering scandal after scandal involving this union, and action is now being taken. Now, to go back to the point you were asking about earlier about, should people have expelled certain union officials sooner than they have, John Setka was in power for the entire time the coalition government was in power. For the entire time the ABCC existed, nothing happened. He's now gone. Michael Rabbar, gone. The Greenfields, gone and in jail for corruption. None of that happened under a coalition government. And Mr Wilson, who I know is supplying you these questions, might like to be an armchair critic of what's going on now, but none of this happened under a coalition government or an ABCC that existed for 10 years. It's a good thing that this is being investigated, and that's exactly what the administrator is doing because of what a Labor government did.
I think that the rest of the individuals here probably don't want to be exposed to a debate between you and I on this matter, Minister, but I take your note. Could I also ask if there's a report date for the Palace report? An expected reporting date?
I don't know.
Do we know? We don't know? Okay. All right. My next questions relate to some questions around the UWU. There was a recent report from Claire Armstrong from the ABC published on the 20th of November about connections between the United Workers Union, its secretary Tim Kennedy, and a fundraising company called 1R21 Limited. Is the department aware of this issue?
Senator, I'm not aware of it, and I'd welcome the opportunity to take a look at the article so that the officers may be familiar with the article, but I haven't personally looked at it. So if you could get that tabled.
Yeah, sure, we can get that tabled for you, not a problem. And then I'll come back to those questions afterwards.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
I'm now going to ask some questions in relation to the Victorian Government working from home proposal.
Senator, we might just change up the bench while you frame your question.
No questions about employer corruption in the construction industry?
I'm not finished yet, Minister.
Sorry?
I'm not finished yet.
Oh, so you do.
Where I might go
you
next.
do have some questions about employer corruption in the construction industry.
Don't want you to enjoy yourself all at once.
Well, as you know, I'm a guy who likes balance.
Are we waiting for...
Yes, we are.
And Ismatic to come to the table.
It appears they were sitting right at the back of the room, Senator.
So it's my fault. I should have indicated so required. Sorry, Chair.
We do our best to anticipate your running order.
I was going to call it German. Welcome.
Oh, do you need to rotate the chair?
Do we have any questions going on?
I do have one, but...
Well, why don't we give you... No, well, you've called the witnesses.
Yeah,
so
sorry, yeah. And then after this,
let's go, yeah.
let me know when and then
we'll give you
rotate.
a break.
Perfect.
Not much of a break, sorry.
Does the department have a work from home policy?
Oh, sorry. A work from home policy?
Yes, yeah.
Are we on our work
Yes,
from
with
home
the department.
policies
Yes,
now?
we do.
Senator, so we have moved on from our cross-portfolio where we would usually and have historically answer these questions, but yes, we do have flexible work policies, and I actually think we've tabled them as part of questions on notice just in the last round. Yes.
Excellent. Has the department prepared any advice for the Minister on the Victorian Government's proposal for a minimum 2 days of working from home?
Senator, D.A. Parr, First Assistant Secretary of Employment Conditions Division. We have not.
You haven't? So no advice has been sought in relation to that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Was any advice provided to government on the risk of constitutional challenge arising from this? Or was it sought in any way?
I think we step back, Senator. I'm not aware of the detail of the proposal. I don't think Victoria's come to formally consult us, for example. So we're aware generally of the constitutional issues in relation that arise in industrial relations space, but haven't, for the reasons myself and Mr Hubb have outlined, haven't had to brief specifically on them.
But has any advice been provided to the federal government in relation to potential risks from the Victorian government making those decisions?
No, I haven't sought advice.
None? Okay. Has the department sought or received legal advice from the Attorney General's Department or the Australian Government Solicitor on the constitutional validity of the Victorian government's proposal?
No, Senator. It would be tied work to the Australian Government Solicitor given it's constitutional, but as I said, given we haven't been formally received, formally consulted ourselves, we haven't got a specific proposal that we've sought advice on.
Thank you. Has the department considered advice on whether the Commonwealth could override or harmonise such a law through federal legislation?
Oh, sorry, Senator. I was just going to, because we're of the course of the questions, I was going to get Ms Godden to come back from our legal area and get perhaps Mr Harb to step aside, just so we've got people who can cover the full range of questions you're asking. I'll get you to repeat that last question, please.
Of course. Has the department considered advice on whether the Commonwealth could override or harmonise such a law through federal legislation?
So because we haven't sought advice, we haven't considered advice. As I said earlier, we're aware of the issues generally, but we haven't gone and sought specific advice based on a proposal put to us from Victoria.
Right. So there's been no work done on this or no thought put to it in terms of the implications from a Commonwealth perspective, or even if perhaps, there was a potential High Court challenge if the Victorian government were to legislate a proposal like this?
Certainly not to that level of detail, Senator, but we are aware of the media reports. We have read the media reports. We have considered those a very high level internally, but as Mr Manning said, without a proposal to consider, it would be premature to take steps such as seeking advice from the Australian Government Solicitor, because we're not sure what we would be seeking advice on in terms of what the proposal is.
Okay. Then if I go from an operational perspective rather than a legal perspective, and given that they are reports without any, as you say, particular detail that you are aware of, have you considered, or will the department then be required to put their minds to any potential economic impacts of mandating 2 days a week working from home? And what would be the normal course of events with something like that?
I'm Anshu De Silva Wijaratna, Assistant Secretary, Equity, Entitlements and International Branch. Senator, these reforms are ultimately a matter for the Victorian Government and the Victorian Parliament. Clearly, the Commonwealth has an interest in terms of the interactions with the Fair Work Act framework.
Well, correct, yeah.
But those would be matters that we would be sort of considering from both a legal perspective and, to the extent necessary, a broader policy perspective. If and when the Victorian government decides to proceed on the basis of those consultations and depending on what the outline of that is, bearing in mind, of course, that there are also arrangements in place that do go to the referral of powers and to what extent Victoria can legislate in this space and to what extent the Commonwealth can legislate in this space.
And would it be usual for them to have consulted with you before this time, particularly in relation to any implications in relation to Commonwealth requirements, or is that not usual for them to do that, or for any state to do that when considering some kind of legislation of this scale?
I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all approach. I suspect once if and when they form a view about the approach they want to take, they might do it. When it's going back a little bit now, but when it was first reported, there were reports from memory of different options for different ways they might seek to do it. For example, using their anti-discrimination legislation was one, standalone legislation was another. So I suspect they'll think about it and undertake some consultation and then potentially come with a more specific proposal. That's what I'd expect. So yeah. So there's I don't think it's a matter where you could say what would be normal or usual.
Okay, all right. If you're happy to rotate now, Chair, before I go to my next set.
Thank you, Senator.
I do, Chair. Mine are about same job, same pay, so I'll give it to
I've got to make a declaration here. I love it. No, seriously, I was organised when we didn't have a name for it.
Yeah, absolutely, in the trucking industry.
In the transport industry.
Indeed.
Well, now you got them. Well, that's woken me up. There you go. Fire away. Well, nothing personal. I don't mean anything personal.
Okay. To start with, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations issued a press release on the 21st of November, and in that release, Minister Rishworth talked about some 7,600 workers across a range of industries who are benefiting from substantial pay rises following the Albanese government's same job, same pay legislation. In particular, the release highlights pay rises for flight attendants. So I just want to come to that particular workforce. Can the department please update the committee on the estimated pay rises coming to flight attendants following the agreement struck following the legislation's passage?
Senator David Kane's Assistant Secretary, Bargaining and Industry Policy. So we are aware that there have been a number of regulated labour hire arrangement orders made in relation to Qantas entities. There's also been some agreements made outside of those arrangements, for example, through amendments to agreements where they've had the benefit, I guess, of increased wages to essentially match those of the primary workers in those roles. So we're aware that 400 domestic flight attendants of in-house labour hire company Qantas Domestic Limited receive pay rises of up to $20,000 a year.
Nice.
So 400 flight attendants have received a pay rise of up to $20,000 per year?
That's correct.
Okay.
About 90 domestic flight attendants of Morris Alexander Management Proprietary Limited receive pay rises of up to 43% per year. And about 260 domestic flight attendants of Altara Resources QF Proprietary Limited receiving pay rises of up to 43% a year also.
Sorry, can I just had to chip in on you. 43% means what? Sorry, how much?
Do we have a dollar value for the 43?
I'm sorry, I don't have a dollar value in front of me, but...
hopefully we'll find it because it's good to know.
I think...
Yes, of course you can.
The other way of thinking about that, of course, is that is the amount people were underpaid.
Underpaid, that was my next point. So.
Yeah. So
words right out of
it's
my
not
mouth.
windfall gains, it's actually just bringing people in line with what the person next to them is earning.
Well, that's the point, I think, with the Minister, is that, the converse is that these flight attendants working under labour hire arrangements from Qantas were being underpaid $20,000. So I do want to particularly just touch on exactly what the legislation was designed to address, which is those underpayments, but also improving job security, not just the wages, but the job security as well for these workers. Can the department provide some examples of what the changes in legislation were designed to fix?
Essentially, Senator, the government was concerned that labour hire was being used to undercut enterprise agreements. They allow entities to apply to the Commission for a regulated labour hire arrangement order, which essentially would mean that those workers, the labour hire workers, would be paid the same as if they were employed by the host employer. So they need to be able to be covered by the host employer's enterprise agreement. So the focus there really is on the undercutting of enterprise agreement rates of pay. And I do have some updated statistics. So we're aware now that the Commission's made 100 regulated labour hire arrangement orders so far, and the department's estimates is more than 8,000 workers have benefited from these provisions, and that's through either orders being made or agreements being reached outside of that framework that have benefited labour hire workers.
So sorry, they're not just airline workers, there's other industries.
There is.
Can you share it?
And other amounts. I think based on the publicly available information we have, the largest increases are up to $60,000 per year, and Mr. Keynes can run you through the range of industries in which those 100 or so orders have been made.
60 grand. What were these crooks getting away with?
So we are...
I don't mean the workers, I mean the employers.
The orders have been made across a range of industries, so they've been in mining, aviation, railway, meatwork, automotive, water treatment, production and distribution, warehousing and distribution, public administration, construction, aged care and pharmaceutical industries. So they have been made across a wide range of industries.
And are you aware of any recent applications to the Fair Work Commission? This might let me know if this is a question I should be directing to the Fair Work Commission later. But are you aware of any applications, recent applications to the Fair Work Commission seeking orders in relation to same job, same pay? I did see some reports that there were some orders being sought last month in, I believe, warehousing in South Australia. There was, I think, some IGA warehouses, some Drakes and some other warehouses. Are you aware of any other orders that are being sought at the moment?
I don't have any specifics in relation to the case that you've mentioned there, Senator. We're aware that the Commission's received 164 applications so far, so it's made 100 orders, so there's another presumably around 60 applications on foot at the moment.
Right.
But I'm not aware of the particular case you've referred to there.
And just in that in that example of 100 applications in and 64 to come, that is where usually a union will bring forward an application to the Commission, am I right, to say we believe a particular section of the workforce is being underpaid or being paid alternative to the enterprise agreement. So that's where unions have identified workers or industries where this is happening, takes an application to seek an order under the legislation. Is that right?
Senator, I might note there's a range of players that can seek an order, including unions obviously play a key role in seeking those regulated orders, as well as employees themselves. I think we had some examples that we've provided on at previous estimates around a range of, transport operators that have sought quite significant pay increases in their own right as well, and obviously an employee organisation, unions, and the regulated hosts themselves can also make an application.
Thank you. This legislation is changing lives. After our last estimate session, where I asked some questions particularly around Central Queensland and the mine workers in Central Queensland, I was contacted by a lady called Chris. She drives large trucks in a mine in Moranbah. She contacted me after seeing what I put on social media and let me know that she had received information later on from her workplace to say that she was now going to be receiving a $1,000 a week pay rise. She's a single mum, 3 boys, and that was that's life-changing amounts of money for her. And to your point, Minister, she was being underpaid $1,000 a week. So I will just come to you, Minister, for my final question. How is examples like this legislation, the government is delivering on its commitment to get wages moving for Aussie workers here in our country?
Yeah, well, that example you just gave, Senator, was it Christine?
Chris.
Yeah. That Chris's example is a really good one that, I presume now she can, more comfortably afford her rent or her mortgage payments. She might be able to take her family on holidays in a way that she was never able to do. Just those things that many people take for granted that labour hire workers weren't able to do because they were being so grossly underpaid. We've always said that we acknowledge that there is a role for labour hire and short-term contracting in the economy, but it should not be used as a way simply to cut people's pay, and that's what we were starting to see happen. Like you, I first encountered this issue myself in the mining industry in central Queensland and have met with lots of workers in a similar situation to Chris. But as you just heard, it turns out this cancer has been operating across many, many industries across the economy in a way that none of us really knew until the law was changed. So these changes, the same job, same pay changes, have been a really good example of the approach of the Albanese government around getting wages moving again. We know that for 10 years wages were going backwards under the coalition. They were falling in real terms. They're now rising in real terms, which means that people are able to stay ahead of rising costs. And it will be very interesting to see in the months ahead, now that the opposition leader has identified industrial relations reform as a priority for her, whether the coalition continue to oppose these sorts of changes in the way they did when we put them through the parliament. Because if they do talk about taking these changes away, what they are saying is that workers like Chris will get a pay cut again by $60,000 a year. So good luck, Susan Lee, if that's your policy.
Thanks, Minister.
No better time to join your union, I say.
Indeed.
Thanks. Mr Keynes, before I go back to Senator Kovacic, and look, if it's been answered before in previous, don't worry about it, but the $60,000 underpayment per annum that you've uncovered, what industry was that in? Can you tell me?
So that was 60,000. That was mining, I believe. Yes. So we have an example here of orders covering about 90 workers at Stanmore's Payroll mine in Queensland, and workers receiving up to $60,000 a year in additional wages as a result of the orders.
Wow. Okay, and the miners come to tell me how wonderful employers they are. Yeah, great. Anyway, before I get wound up by the Minister, don't start me on the miners. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I will go back to the ABC questions in a few minutes. I believe the articles have been tabled. But I did want to, Ms James, just ask a couple of questions in relation to the information that you've tabled and your letter to me this morning. In my letter on the 25th of November, my first request for information sought the number and the levels of staff currently employed by DUA and all independent agencies within the portfolio, including organisational structures, and any changes to these levels since the 1st of July this year. However, in the letter today, the department has provided a link to the org chart, but it doesn't answer the specific question about the staffing numbers and the levels, so just the org chart. Could you clarify for me sort of why that information wasn't provided, and then the current number and classification levels of staff employed by DUA and each independent agency in the portfolio as outlined in my letter since the 1st of July 2025?
So, Senator, in responding to your letter, as we talked about last time, need to consider, and in deciding an approach, I need to consider how I can be comfortable, confident giving the Senate information that's going to be accurate within the timeframes. And so I have provided, in responding to your letter, the information that was available. So we've provided the link to the organisational chart because that's been verified, and I think that went to part of your question. I think I was very upfront in my response that I'm not in a position in the time frame to give comprehensive, accurate responses to your letter, and so with respect to the particular details you mentioned there, that's why it wasn't covered. We have now our corporate, the cross-portfolio part of our hearing has ended, and so while we might have some information that goes to the detail of the staffing that you've asked for, the officers aren't here now, so I'm happy to take that on notice. Noting that when we take matters on notice, there's a period of time and a formal process we undergo to ensure that the clearance, quality assurance of that information is appropriate for providing information to the Parliament.
So just so that I'm clear, when this letter was written to me, the department didn't have clear information that was appropriate to provide to this Senate committee in relation to the number of staff it has. And note, this is the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations was unable to tell me how many employees it had.
Senator, in responding to the nature of your letter, I made decisions about our resources and the accuracy of the information we were able to provide. And so, as you've noted there, the question had a number of facets. I also note that with respect to portfolio agencies, that is not information we hold. And as I've consistently stated in responding to these letters, matters that go to the portfolio agencies' responsibilities need to be directed to those agencies. And so you have identified one aspect of the letter. I took your two letters and the letter from Senator Allman-Payne as a whole, and I had to make decisions as the Secretary and as the accountable authority about the appropriate way to respond, noting that you wanted a response by this hearing, and I have done my best to be helpful to the extent that I've been able to, and the officers who are able to talk to our staffing and who were available earlier would have potentially been able to give you some sort of answer to those questions, but I wasn't. I'm comfortable and confident with what I was able to give you, and that's the approach I've taken in responding to these requests from senators, noting the official guide to witnesses appearing before parliamentary committees about the nature of these sorts of requests.
And that official guide, which I don't have in front of me, but I would say that it notes that if you do have information that's been requested, you should provide it. And it's my view, while you make the comment in relation to other agencies within the portfolio, you would know how many employees there are within your own department. And it's just curious to me why such a basic question wasn't answered when it simply could be, and that could have been something that I just tick off and go, yep, we have that information now. So we've written seeking it. It's information that you do have, and in the letter that was written back to me, a decision was made not to include information that you actually do have. Senator,
in responding to everything that comes to me and all of the requests and pieces of work being carried out by this great department, we need to balance the desired timeframes with our role and obligations, and in particular to be satisfied as to the accuracy and appropriateness of the information being provided in the form that it's being provided. We had a number of requests. We were also working very hard to settle as many of the questions on notice, formal requests from the committee through that clearance process that I mentioned within the time frame. And if I have disappointed in some of the choices that I've made in responding to this letter or any other requests from the Senate, I apologise. We, as a team, go to our best endeavours to respond to the requests in a timely way, but most importantly in a way that we can be confident about the accuracy of that information.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question, and I acknowledge the comments that you've made, and I make no suggestion that your team does not work hard. For me, it's just frustrating to ask a basic question and not get an answer to that question, and to get a link to an org chart which answers part of the question. But I accept the comments that you've made. At point 6 in my letter, I sought a copy of any correspondence between the department and representatives of the CFMEU between 2025 and 2026, supplementary budget estimates. And the response that was tabled today states, and I quote, "The department interacts with the CFMEU and its representatives in a range of contexts." That doesn't answer my question in relation to letters. So what I want to understand, does correspondence between the department and the CFMEU since the 8th of October 2025 not exist, or does it exist and the department has declined to provide this information to this committee?
Senator, with respect to that question, I made a judgment. I made a judgment that across this department there might be a number of areas where we might be engaging with correspondence with the CFMEU, noting it's the CFMEU and administration. For example, the National Construction Industry Forum and the members of the CFMEU on that forum. We've covered some territory about that already. The Jobs and Skills Councils and Build Skills, which has representatives from the union on it. Any number of other activities through the tripartite forums that this department engages with, through which we engage with industry on a number of initiatives. I was not confident that we would be able to do the proper searches that we would need to do to identify the kind of correspondence you were seeking. And when we get requests, for example, freedom of information requests, we have a quite lengthy period of time in which we conduct formal searches. We ask ourselves what's within scope here, and that is not something that I was able to be comfortable about or prioritise in the time available, or ask my staff to prioritise that request at that time. The way we've answered that question, I believe, is consistent with the way we've done it in the past. I note you've pointed out that the window between these two estimates periods is a shorter one, and so I understand you're saying how much could there be. I don't know the answer to that, and the nature of the searches that we would need to conduct. At the same time, we were really pushing hard, best endeavours, to get the questions on notice tabled. It's not something I chose to prioritise because I was certain we wouldn't be able to achieve that to a level that was appropriate and accurate in the timeframe.
Now, are you able to take that on notice then?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Also, would it be possible to be a little bit more specific about the type of correspondence you're looking for? Because that would then mean the search is a bit more confined and might actually produce a better and quicker answer.
Yeah. To be open, Minister, given it was such a small period of time, I didn't believe that I needed to drill down into specific topics. It's literally, a period of 8 weeks, or thereabouts.
Yep.
So, thank you, though, for your answer. I appreciate it. I'll go back to the questions in relation to the ABC that I alluded to earlier in the UWU and the documents that you have tabled there. My question previously was around the reporting from Claire Armstrong at the ABC, published on the 20th of November, and the connections between the UWU, its Secretary Tim Kennedy, and a fundraising company, 1R21 Limited. And my question was, is the department aware of this issue?
I wasn't aware of these issues, but in terms of any alleged sort of misconduct in this regard would normally be reported to the Fair Work Commission and the General Manager, who has regulatory responsibilities for registered organisations. Okay, so effectively there's been no awareness of it, so there's been no any brief commissioning of information that this is new to the department. So, Senator, just as per our previous evidence, the department doesn't have a regulatory function, so it would be most appropriate for these issues to be reported to the Fair Work Commission.
I agree.
I don't have an update on whether the Commission has received the report or whether the Fair Work Commission is investigating the matters, but I'm sure Mr Furlong would be able to answer those questions.
I understand that, and I understand, and as has been articulated to me many times, and I do know that the department does not have a regulatory function. What I'm trying to understand is whether you have concerns and whether those concerns have been raised, and on the basis of those concerns, if any briefings have been conducted. That's what I'm trying to understand.
We haven't conducted any briefings in relation to this matter, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right.
Plowing through it here, aren't we?
We are,
Let's
indeed.
go.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good chairing, Chair.
At least I said the more gets done.
And
I think I'm doing a good job asking questions too, Minister.
Indeed. Not a reflection on any previous chairs or questioners.
No, that's right.
Just an observation.
All right, on the basis of the absence of any briefings on that, I will go back to some questions in relation to multi-employer bargaining.
To come to the table as well.
No, not much clothes, you know. I don't know how to do it. I seriously don't. Why have they? Food orders for idiots.
Excellent. Okay. So, in relation to multi-employer bargaining, actually, Minister, I might go to you first, if you don't mind.
I'd love that.
Do you recall comments by the previous Minister Burke, who praised the deal in relation to ventilation and the installation industry and their multi-employer bargaining deals? Do you recall that?
In broad terms, I remember that,
yes.
Yeah.
He said that in the other place on the 27th of March last year that the businesses involved in this deal were the best employers. He said that the best employers don't get punished for being the best employers. Is it still the government's view that these businesses are the best employers?
I'm not sure I'd really be in a position to comment on that, Senator.
Okay, all right. Are you aware that there was a story published in the Sydney Morning Herald on August 7th this year entitled "The Rogues Gallery Behind Labor's Flagship Top Deal for Workers"? Have you seen that article or have you read that?
I think I remember seeing it at the time.
Okay, all right. I'd like to ask some questions about information in that story about these so-called best employers. Can I start with one of them, a Mr Darren Beecroft, who has unpaid debts of $530,000 to the ATO, multiple failed payment plans with the ATO, and has made some rather offensive comments on social media about a range of matters. Minister, does the government consider an individual like Darren Beecroft to be an example of best employers?
Look, I'm not familiar with the details of that particular employer. Obviously, the relevant regulators will need to investigate and take action on those sorts of matters.
Okay. I'll draw your attention to a Facebook post that you may or may not have been, and it was reproduced in that same story, which had a picture of migrant workers handcuffed to a fence by immigration authorities in the US, and a comment by Mr Beecroft, and I quote, "Maybe we need to do this in Australian work sites." Did you see that, Minister?
No, I don't remember seeing that.
Okay. If accurate, would you consider, in the light of these comments, that the government would still consider Mr Beecroft to be one of the best employers?
Well, I certainly don't support that kind of comment.
I'd also like to ask you about Sergio Gonzalez, one of the instigators of this deal that was also highly praised by the government. He's said to owe creditors and the ATO more than $2 million. His businesses have gone through 3 liquidations, and yet he has risen again, Phoenix style, without paying these creditors. Would the government still believe that individuals like Sergio Gonzalez to be one of the best employers?
Well, I certainly think that all employers should follow the law.
The report also states that creditors cannot recover their debts because Mr Gonzalez does not have any assets in his name, yet he lives in what's described as a giant 6-bedroom mansion. It has an artificial soccer pitch, and this is all in his wife's name. He's also accused by liquidators of trading while insolvent. Do you think it's appropriate conduct for a business owner with unpaid debts of $2 million to then be to behave in this way and then to be lauded as one of the best employers?
If those allegations are correct, then that sounds very serious to me, and I'd be encouraging regulators to do whatever they can to address it. I'd also note that our government has taken a range of actions since coming to office to reduce the amount of phoenixing that we see, more in the Treasury portfolio than this one. But yeah, we're certainly doing everything we can to limit that kind of behaviour.
What concerns me is the same story also state that Mr Gonzalez had won major contracts to work on the development of the University of Technology Sydney and Parramatta Square, which are large projects, while developing or building his links with New South Wales Labor. So there are some concerns in relation to, the footprint of this individual into larger scale projects as well.
Okay. Have you got a question there?
No, my question is in relation, do you have any concerns in relation to the broader infiltration of individuals like that? So Minister Burke in the other place, called this individual, one of the best employers.
Well, I'm not sure that he went through and named them one by one. But look, I mean, I don't know about the particular allegations against particular individuals, but of course our government believes very strongly that employers should follow all laws, whether they be workplace relations, tax or anything else. But I am pleased that you are raising the fact that there are some employers around the country who don't follow the law, and they need to. And that's why we've got regulators to crack down on people who don't follow the law.
Would you be concerned about their links with New South Wales Labor, if accurate?
Well, I'd kind of like to understand what those alleged links are before I make any comment on that.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the department some questions about an organisation known as HVAC Manufacturing and Installation Association. Is the department aware of this association?
I believe we are, Senator. I believe they were consulted as part of the development of some of the secure jobs, better pay reforms.
Are you aware if this association is a registered organisation of employers under the registered organisations legislation?
My understanding is that they are not. I'd need to check that though.
And has the department had any other dealings outside those that you've just outlined with this association?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay. Is the department aware of the comments in the Sydney Morning Herald story I referred to earlier, which says of this association, and I quote, "More than a year after signing the agreement, the association has no office, no phone line, no functioning website, and as its members face growing scrutiny," like there is no actual, it appears that there is no actual association?
We're broadly aware of reporting around the association. I don't recall the specific article, Senator.
Okay. is the department concerned that it's possible that this could actually be a bogus industry association, you know, a phantom association that doesn't actually exist, where there is no office, no phone, no website, nothing?
I think, Senator, the approach the department took in relation to Secure Jobs Better Pay was to undertake very broad and open consultations with interested parties, including employer associations, unions, academics, individuals and so on. From memory, that the HVAC organisation you're referring to was one of the parties who expressed interest in consulting with the department, and so I recall there were discussions with that entity.
Would the department normally scrutinise the legitimacy of those associations and whether they actually do what they claim to do?
I guess, Senator, I mean, most of the people who seek to consult with us are known to us broadly. I'm not responsible for that side of the work of the department, but as I said, from memory, we took a very broad approach to consultations in the development of those reforms.
The so-called president of this association is a Mr. Mimo Scavera. Is Mr. Scavera the individual that the department had the consultations with, or were there other individuals?
I believe that's correct, Senator.
So it was Mr. Scavera alone?
To my memory, yes.
Okay. This Mr. Scavera's claimed to be the brains behind the multi-employer agreement, the one covering the best employers. Do we know if the minister has had any dealings, Minister Watt, with Mimo Scavera, and are you able to take that on notice?
The question is about Minister Rishworth?
Yes.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Is it Minister Rishworth, given the timing? I just wanted to confirm which minister you're referring to then.
Minister Rishworth.
Sure. Okay,
thank you. And also Mr. Burke, Minister Burke previously as well.
Well, I'm not sure that I can take on notice whether the activities of former ministers, can I? We might just get a ruling on that from the clerks and the secretary at some point.
Yeah. What I want to particularly clarify, so it provides some assistance for you, I think that might be useful, is that there was a comment made that Mr. Mimo Scavera, the president of HVAC Manufacturing and Installation Association, gave evidence to a Senate inquiry, and that he represents nine major employers collectively, employing approximately 900 people. So I just want to understand where that information came from and whether that was an assertion that Mr. Scavera made to the department in relation to who he was representing. So if you could provide some clarification on that, and perhaps if the record needs to be corrected in relation to that.
Senator, can I just clarify? You said, so with respect to this last question, you said there was a comment made before a Senate committee inquiry?
So there was so the comment was from the minister on the 22nd of November 2022, and the minister said, Mr. Mimo Scavera, the president of the HVAC Manufacturing and Installation Association, also gave evidence to the Senate inquiry. He represents 9 major employers collectively, employing approximately 900 people. That was the quote that the minister made. So I was trying to understand where the information came that HVAC and Mr. Scavera represented those 9 major employers and 900 people.
Noting, Senator, that it seems like embedded in the comment was a reference to evidence given before this committee and a committee inquiry. We're happy to take a look at that if there are any other sources of the information that the then minister was relying on, we might not be in a position
Of course,
to
I
identify that.
understand
But we can certainly look to what evidence the individual provided this committee, and I don't have in front of me what you have in front of me. It sounds like it's a report of comments that reference evidence before this committee, so it might be third hand. So it might assist us if you were to, and I know Mr Kane said he was broadly aware of the reporting, if you could table what you're reading from, just so we can be really clear about
I can provide that information, sure.
That would be great.
Wonderful. So that can assist us both. So I very much want to get an understanding of where that information came from as to who Mr Scavera was representing. So that's what I want to understand.
My guess would be that that's probably what the gentleman concerned said at the Senate inquiry, but we can have a look at it.
Yeah, it wasn't the individual that made that comment.
Right.
Yeah. So I want to ask if, Minister, you're aware of a decision of the Fair Work Commission in 2016 in relation to the matter of Jackson v Thermal Mechanical Suppliers?
My memory does not extend that far.
Well, it's interesting because the director of the business involved in this case at Thermal Mechanical Supplies was in fact Mr Scavera. So again, this is sort of this link in relation to people who are being described as best employers, who are involved in the creation of agreements, or who are being consulted in relation to agreements, and problems with their past conduct. In this case, a former employer of this business accused Mr Scavera of, amongst other things, wage underpayment, bullying, intimidatory behaviour and unfair termination of his employment. Given these very serious allegations about Mr Scavera, does the Minister and the Department consider that he should have been somebody that was consulted on a matter such as this?
Well, I'm not sure what consultation you're referring to.
In relation to the multi-employer bargaining.
Well, you're saying that the department consulted this person about
so he
the
was
legislation?
under the HVAC consulted, and he is the individual that claims to be, like a industry association when he's really not. There's no website, there's no office. I shouldn't say he's really not, he doesn't appear to be. There's no structure behind it apart from the fact that he says that this is who he is, and we don't seem to have any information in relation to how, this was verified, yet the department engaged him in consultation in relation to multi-employer bargaining.
Senator, with respect to the 2016 decision that you've referenced, none of us have that in front of us, so you have us at a slight disadvantage, and while we could comment in something on notice, we can't make a judgment about anything flowing from that. With respect to the consultations, at the time of the consultations for the Secure Jobs, Better Pay and Closing the Loopholes legislation, the approach that the government took was very much we will talk with and hear from whoever wants to be engaged with our consultations. And so at the time, we weren't putting filters or barriers in place. We were inviting submissions from and engaging very, very broadly. There were at the time criticisms, including perhaps in this committee, suggesting there was insufficient consultation. So our approach was not to put thresholds or gateways or criteria in the way of engaging. With respect, and that means also that we weren't doing due diligence on people before we accepted their submissions. With respect to the weight given to all of the submissions, there was a lot of information provided to us, and of course in advising the government, weight was given to framing that advice based on what was said and the nature of the representative role and what have you. So while I note we're spending a bit of time on this individual and this organisation, it certainly would have been the case that our experts were, it's not like we took unfiltered advice from any party, and that became the basis for what ended up in the legislation. Our experts very much engaged with their expertise and with the parties to frame advice to government, and of course government took its own decisions about the legislation, and the legislation that has now supported a number of bargaining outcomes. And so we're happy to provide more information on notice about this individual. I do want to emphasise that it's not like we sought this individual or this organisation out specifically. We were all comers, and their opinions and their evidence were welcome in our consultation process on the legislation.
I guess the concern, and I'll finish on this, is the fact that there seem to be a lot of problems related to this individual, not the least of which is whether the actual organisation itself is legitimate or bogus, and that individual is then suggesting that they were a key player or, the father of this agreement, in the consultations with the department. That's where the concern lies, and whether you can provide some information on notice that either refutes or confirms that, or something in between.
Yeah, the only other point I'd add, Senator, is that, of course, notwithstanding those claims which I have no personal knowledge of, that the agreements go through a process in the Commission as well in relation to the agreement themselves. So there is that process as well that's relevant here.
Sure.
Can I just add, Senator, we've had some people go back and look at Minister Burke's comments, and it appears that that was in an answer to a question in question time. And it's pretty clear when you look at what Minister Burke said that when he's referring to best employers, he's referring to the wages and conditions they'd agreed to pay under the multi-employer agreement. And he specifically makes the point that this approach of multi-employer agreements prevents one employer reaching an agreement individually with its workforce, and then to use Minister Burke's words, and then a dodgy operator would be able to come in and undercut the rates of pay, and there was a race to the bottom. So I think it's important to understand the context in which Minister Burke was making those comments. I don't think he was referring to every single thing a particular employer has ever done.
Thank you. Do you need to retain?
Yeah.
I'm finished on this.
Okay, thanks very much. Look, we've only got a few minutes before the lunch break. Appreciate that. Senator Delega.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask about closing the loopholes and gig workers, please.
We'll just change the witnesses. Yeah, you can stay. We'll get Mr James to come as well.
Just while the officers are changing, I have a declaration here.
Are you excited?
I've been excited for the last 5 years that I am a current member of the Transport Workers Union. You go down that line. I'm a life member of the Transport Workers Union. I still work with the Transport Workers Union, and I continue to. So I just thought I'd better get that out. And great work the TWU have done with the Labor government.
Thank you very much.
For gig workers.
Thanks, guys, for coming along today. I refer to an ABC article published on the 25th of November 2025 titled "Historic Pay Deal with Uber Eats and DoorDash Could Set a Minimum Pay for Gig Economy and Delivery Workers." The article details an agreement between platforms and the TWU which could see workers across the gig economy have a minimum floor of pay which would reflect a life-changing increase in current pay, dispute resolution, accident insurance processes and greater rights for representation. Can the department outline to the committee how the Albanese Labor government's closing loopholes reforms have led to this historic agreement?
Sure. So of course. I'm Henry Jones. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Strategy and Protections Branch. Apologies, Senator. So the agreement, I suppose, or the draft order that you're referring to there is under the minimum standards framework for regulated workers. So that allows the Fair Work Commission to set minimum standards for gig workers and certain road transport contractors. And so this particular order is as a result of an application the Transport Workers Union made in 2024 and around August. And the order that they, or the draft order they submitted, is, I suppose, a combination of negotiation before things like before the Commission in the Road Transport Advisory Group and in other forums. And so what this order represents and the framework provides is this, not just for the Fair Work Commission to come forward, but also for the parties to come together and develop together kind of standards. So the standard in particular is for employee-like, which is the parlance for gig workers in the legislation, food and beverage delivery workers, and it represents a consent position between Uber, DoorDash and the Transport Workers Union. It sets out those minimum standards that you spoke about. So there's pay, there's transparency in terms of what's offered, in terms of when a gig worker is offered a job on the platform as well, or a gig at each delivery. It provides dispute resolution, it provides for accident insurance, and also a role for consultation and delegates' rights. So that particular standard is it's been submitted by those parties to the Commission. The point at the process that is at the moment is the Commission then has the ability to decide whether it wants to make that standard, and there's a process that it follows from there in terms of publishing it as a draft order from the Commission at that point, and then going through and letting other parties make comments on it, because obviously there are other food delivery platforms out there, although those two probably has the lion's share of the market in this particular situation. And so the next step really on it is there's a directions hearing before the Commission on the 19th of December, where it will kind of set out its next steps in relation to it. And there's sort of potentially a number of ways that can go, but it's probably up to the Commission at that point in their hands. But certainly the fact that this has come forward as a consent position from the parties puts it in a really good footing in terms of how that might be dealt with and how that kind of might expedite the process to setting a minimum standard for these workers as well.
Consent agreement, but I do believe, according to the article, that the tech companies come to the table kicking and screaming originally, might be fair to say, and now they've sort of signed up to the to the deal, which is great. And if approved by the Commission, these would be world-leading reforms that workers and drivers in Australia will have if they are doing food delivery. Would you say?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that one of the reasons it's world leading for Australia is that it accepts I suppose, a contractor model, and that's something that I suppose that approach has meant that we've had better engagement potentially from those platforms than might otherwise be the case in some jurisdictions around the world as well.
Senator, I might add, and in so doing disclose my own conflict of interest, that I was engaged by the Victorian Government to chair an inquiry into the on-demand workforce in 2018. And as part of that work with the Victorian Government, we looked very closely at a range of regulatory options and the prevalence of gig work, particularly in food delivery and road transport. And these are unique. This is a unique framework, unique for Australia's system and world leading, because the tension has tended to be with these employee-like workers, and that was a term that was developed for the purpose of this legislation, that they should either be considered contractors who fall off the bottom of a cliff or roll down the ramp. I can't quite remember the analogy that was being used at the time, but are effectively not regulated at all in terms of how they're paid, their entitlements, their hours of work, their safety, their insurance, as opposed to employment regulation, of which there's long-standing frameworks in this country. And so resisting the temptation to convert these workers or deem them to be employees, this model was carefully framed to get the balance right between and acknowledging the nature of the work and the nature of the relationship with the platforms, and the vulnerable work being done by particularly digital platform workers in these sectors. And so it is unique and tailored to our system, and it has quite quickly been delivering real reform, wages and conditions for these workers in this country.
Thank you. And Minister, why did the Albanese Labor government pursue these reforms?
To put forward a different set of words, there were workers who were falling through the cracks of the system. And, you know, I guess it's always important for governments to make sure laws keep pace with what's happening in the real world. And we were seeing the emergence of this form of work, which wasn't regulated under our current workplace relations laws and hasn't been around the world. Different countries have tried different approaches. This is the approach that we thought would work best after undertaking that kind of consultation. And again, it's another example of that approach more broadly about getting wages moving again and ensuring that people are decently paid for their work. You know, we were starting to see too often that workers in these sort of platforms were relying on tips to survive, and that's not the Australian way. So it is good that these changes to the law have delivered minimum standards for workers. And again, I think the question now is for the coalition about whether they'll take these rights away as they start preparing their own industrial relations policies.
There's never been a workplace right that they haven't been willing to cut, I don't think. But and I'd like to also, you know, just acknowledge and thank the TWU for bringing in Uber drivers to meet with us in the last sitting fortnight and hearing their stories about them when they have been deactivated from the platform and having no recourse through human resources and having to deal with AI and algorithms. I think it's these reforms and through closing the loopholes have been fantastic. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And we eagerly await the fine work of the Commission. Okay, Mr Jones, thanks very much for that. Look, it is 12:45. We'll take an hour break and we will be back here at 1:45, still in outcome 3.
get an understanding whether DUA has taken any internal analysis or commissioned any external research into the rise of general protections claims over the last 3 years?
Senator, we'll ask some relevant people to come to the table. We are, of course, aware of the numbers of applications going to the Fair Work Commission and on a number of points, and we have been speaking with our colleagues at the Fair Work Commission about the nature of that load of the Commission, and they're also taking a number of steps when it comes to their process to manage it efficiently and effectively. And so the team can talk a little more to that. I do note that although there's been a spike, I understand, in recent times when we take into account the COVID period and other changes, that it's not an unprecedented load overall, I think, when we consider population increase and what have you. Also, the Commission's done a great job continuing to meet its KPIs with respect to the time taken to work through them. But nevertheless, it does look like there's a change in the makeup of the nature of the cases, and we're very keen to understand what is behind that and what that tells us about the way in which the remedy is being accessed and by whom.
To that point, do you mind if I just ask something else? So does that mean you guys have done some modelling then to get an understanding of what the causes are, and perhaps if there's any economic or administrative impact, whether that be, legal costs, time away for operations, settlement pressures, things like that?
I think we're not quite at that point. I mean, and noting also that the Commission is the custodian of all the data, but we are speaking with them, and so I'll hand over to Mr Hub to talk a little bit more about that.
Thanks, Secretary. Senator, we have been engaging with the Commission on the caseload and had a few conversations with them. We've also looked at simple things like how the caseload has changed over time, but there are quite a few indicators of potentially that, or factors, that could play into the reasons for that movement, and we know things, like whether it's redundancies in specific industries or the size of the labour market, and just the what you'd expect to happen over time. Economic conditions play a role as well. We're still sort of working through exactly what the drivers are, but it is important to note that the Commission are taking steps to address that. Maybe a question you might wish to ask the Commission later today, but President Hatcher released a statement really outlining a series of administrative steps that they're taking in order to respond to some of the trends that they're seeing in the caseload as well.
Have they sort of given you any guidance on what those trends are, or if there are perhaps any systemic issues contributing to the increase in those claims, and whether that's come from the Fair Work Commission or the Attorney General's Department? I was curious on that.
Yeah, there's a range of factors. I mean, certainly from their annual reports, you can see the increase, and there's I think more recently the Commission's, I suppose, shared some information around some of the factors they're seeing. For example, the roles of paid agents in the system. Stakeholders, I'm not sure if the Commission's raised this or other stakeholders have raised the potential for AI to be used to be writing applications in bulk and things like that. And so the Commission, for example, is looking at a range of measures to bring the real issues in a contest to a head sooner, to be able to deal with the cases more effectively. So looking at, like, for example, its application forms, etc., requiring reasons for why a paid agent or a representative should be involved, etc. They've provided some views on some other legislative fixes that could help, and we're considering them at the moment ahead of briefing government about them as well. I think they're probably going to keep having conversations with employer and employee peaks as well. They came to a recent stakeholder meeting that was, and there was a bit of a discussion about it, which I think is a precursor to other conversations about what could be done to make sure that what is an important jurisdiction is maintained and operates as effectively as it can, whereas those cases that are perhaps clogging up the system or may not have the same merit as other cases are brought to a head and disposed of as quickly as is possible. So there's a sort of range of ways that I think we're going to have to deal with the issue to ensure the Commission's able to keep those really good clearance rates that it has going.
So there's a view that some of those, or a concern perhaps that some of those might not actually be legitimate, that they are just sort of AI generated or whatever it is.
There's a concern, and again, I know I've referred a bit to the General Manager already, but I just don't want to verbally be able to speak about it later.
I understand that.
But there's a concern that there's a business model in some quarters emerging that needs to be dealt with before it starts to put those clearance rates at risk, and how best to do that. There's probably also a bit of a concern that in some cases the cases themselves, what's being complained of, isn't made out clearly, and that's why by using forms and the limits around how people lodge claims, you can get to the crux of those matters sooner than you might be able to otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Has the department identified whether recent legislative changes, particularly changes to the definition of adverse action, expanded rights to flexible work or psychological risk management, are contributing to that rise, and whether these emerging groups are perhaps leveraging those particular areas?
Yeah, there's a bit in that. I mean, certainly the Commission has had its jurisdiction expanded in a number of ways over recent years. It has received quite a bit of additional funding in response to that as well. To the specifics of your question about the general protections applications, that's the type of work Mr Harper's talking about we're sort of starting to look at now. So I think we've formed any settled views about whether or not it's impacting on it generally. Did you mention flexible work application? I think the numbers in that are pretty low overall. Really, general protections and unfair dismissals have been, by volume, the largest,
the biggest ones,
the largest jurisdiction for a while.
That's right, and I think it's important to also point out that the ability for people to make applications and the access to that justice is really important as well. So we obviously focus on, are there any barriers or issues that are creating an increase in applications, but at the same time that people have access, that they're able to use tools in order to better access that justice, I guess, is important as well. So we need to make sure we understand in quite some detail what the impact is and what's driving it, and therefore what are the different options that we could consider in that context as well, noting that obviously the Commission is taking their own action as well.
Gotcha. Have you got any view or any concerns, or is any work being done around whether the framework is being intentionally misused as a tactical tool? And I know that you talk about the emerging agents that are involved, including, to leverage settlements or circumvent unfair dismissal claims. Do you think that those parties are pushing that way, or is that not something that you're seeing?
I don't think that's something the department's formed a view on. I'm aware, I think it might have been the President again, I'll correct it if I've got that wrong, who's indicated that there's a certain cohort of agents who are bringing a number of matters and then not taking them on when they fail to court, which indicates that that's a problem. So it's certainly something the Commission is keeping an eye on. I don't think it's something the department's independently formed a view on, but it's something we'll work through with them as we consider those caseload issues more broadly. Yeah,
so something effectively that they're putting on the table with no intention of pursuing in order to leverage an outcome.
And one of the reforms the Commission's made, as I understand it, is that there was a concern that people were bringing a claim and sort of settling for an amount that was just about the average settlement claim. And so they've put in place a measure where the money gets paid directly to the claimant rather than someone representing the claimant, to try and counter any problem with people bringing claims and then taking the money and the complainant themselves not making that decision about where that money goes. So that is one thing they've done in relation to that, and we'll work, as we've said a couple of times now, we're working on the broader issue with them.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Has DUA done any work or undertaken any steps to improve guidance for employers, particularly small businesses who are impacted by this, on how to avoid general protections disputes?
Not sure DUA has. There's certainly been services established and built on in the Fair Work Ombudsman in relation to Employer Advisory Service, where people can come and get advice on Fair Work Act rights and obligations. So certainly part of that would be assisting small businesses to avoid any inadvertent contraventions of the Act. And likewise, FO's got a small business showcase and which provides a whole range of resources to small business to that end, and has a subcommittee, a small business subcommittee, I know, which helps it tailor the work it does. The Commission also has guidance around processes, but whether or not they go to the specifics of what you're talking about, I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has DUA examined whether delays in the Fair Work Commission conciliations or court proceedings have increased as a result of the higher volumes of these claims, and if there are any necessary steps being taken to manage that?
Yeah, I think, as Ms James said, I think the latest annual report of the Commission shows that it's maintained. This is the Commission I'm talking about. Managed to maintain a clearance rate of 98% and isn't experiencing a backlog. So in a way, the conversation we're having is about avoiding the potential for that outcome.
Yeah.
I think your question went in part to the courts. I don't think we have that information, but we can take that on notice and see if there is easily available information about that flow from the Commission into the courts.
Yeah, and noting the good work of the Commission in managing it.
Yeah.
Has DUA provided any advice to the Minister about any possible reforms to simplify or clarify the general protections regime in light of the escalating claim numbers?
That's what I was referring to before. We haven't given specific advice about reform options, but the work we're talking about would lead to that. That's the intention.
Yeah. And how far away is that work?
I think there's a bit of work still to be done to understand the exact scope of the problem and then frame up some alternatives. As I said, the Commission has already put forward some suggestions for some minor legislative reform that they believe could help in a number of ways. So I can't really put a timeline on it, but it's certainly something that we're seized of at the moment.
Yeah. Senator, it's important that we, and you started with this in your line of questioning, understand what's behind this current increase in applications. So it's a question of is the increase in applications because people are aware of their rights and making claims? That's the system working as it should. If there are unmeritorious claims coming forward or claims that aren't within scope that shouldn't be being brought forward, then obviously there is a desire to avoid things that shouldn't be in the jurisdiction coming into the jurisdiction. And so understanding what's behind the current numbers is really critical. And I think the key to that is the Commission itself, their data, but also, of course, the commissioners who are running these conciliations and hearings and able to form a view as to what's really going on here. I think it would be a mistake to assume that an increase in claims suggests there's something wrong with the legislative framework. As Mr Hard noted, there are important protections against being dismissed because you've made a complaint or because you're a union member. And aspects of these provisions go back to the first version of the Conciliation and Arbitration Act, which protected people from being sacked or adverse conduct for being a union member. And so the current provisions have grown quite a bit from then, but that they are based on the same principle, which is to protect workers with respect to being able to exercise their industrial rights, and employers as well in that respect, to be able to be entitled to the benefit of different instruments and make complaints should they need to.
Yeah, of course, I don't think anybody's suggesting that, we want to take away a mechanism that enables someone to have that justice that they rightly should have. Yeah. I think the concern is whether we're seeing something that is going outside of that and how we manage for that. And my last question then on this, before I go to my next round of questions, would be, are there any thoughts or suggestions in relation to sort of what a legislative amendment might look like or what areas that might be focused on?
Again, Senator, it goes back to what is is there a problem? What is the problem?
So it's too early to say.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think that the Commission has been very proactive, as they've often done in the last few years, looking at the process, like the throughput in and the way they're triaging them and using different aspects of the system. So I think we're some way off that kind of policy advising, but we are very keen to look with the Commission behind the data. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. My next set of questions talk about the Secure Jobs Better Pay Act, Senator Still's favourite topic on the record. One of them. Excellent. There was a statutory review required of the 2022 Secure Jobs Better Pay Act. Minister, this review was due to be given to the government by the 31st of March, is that correct?
I may need some help from the officials because my memory is failing me on that one.
Yeah, that's right. And if so, whether that was received by the government by that deadline of the 31st of March?
Was that the first?
Yeah, the
first review?
It was provided to the government 31 March and tabled in the Senate on 14 August of this year.
Perfect. The government described this as an independent review. Is that still the government's view, that it was independent?
Yes, it was undertaken, as I recall, by two leading employment and workplace relations academics independently of government.
Okay. Minister, are you aware of an academic paper co-authored by one of the reviewers, Mark Bray, entitled Industry Differences in the Neoliberal Transformation of Australian Industrial Relations, which was published in the Industrial Relations Journal in 2009?
16 years ago.
Yeah, it was on...
sometimes I feel for senators who are given questions to ask.
There's a special section on page 383 too, if you'd like to.
Is that right? You've read it closely by the sound of it. I am not aware of that individual article, but I do know that Professor Bray is a highly respected academic who has published very widely on employment and IR matters.
Okay.
And without wanting to interrupt your flow, you wouldn't be aware of this, but there has been a lot of questioning about these academics and the reviewers in previous estimate sessions as well.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Cash used to do a lot of it.
Yeah. Oh.
You do it differently.
So the concerns in the paper, or the concerns that have arisen out of the paper, are around Professor Bray's views around the ABCC and his views through the processes that he called both unique and draconian. So I guess the question is there a concern that he is actually independent if he's holding those specific views about something that he's effectively providing some oversight over as well?
I'm not sure whether those comments from Professor Bray, were they in the review that we commissioned, or were they in the paper from 16 years
journal,
ago?
Yeah.
From 16 years ago?
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
Page 383.
I said a lot of things 16 years ago.
I'm still saying the same.
Yeah, some of us are consistent, Senator Still. Look, again, I'm not familiar with the specific statements that Professor Bray has made, but, you know, I think in my experience, employment and industrial relations are topics where people have strong opinions. You know, if I don't know that it's possible to find an independent reviewer who doesn't have opinions, you know, so I don't think that disqualifies him from being a reviewer or an independent reviewer.
It's probably also worth noting that, the reviewers were anchored by the terms of reference which required them to consider whether or not particular amendments, so in that case it was the abolition of the ABCC, for example, was operating as it intended. So had the amendment done what was intended, were there any unintended consequences, etc. So I suppose that they might have had views going in, but the expectation was that they would anchor their work in the evidence that was presented by reviewers. There was quite a broad consultation process undertaken as well, where people were able to give their views on the effectiveness of the legislation in terms of meeting its aims and whether there are any consequences or whether there are any other changes that the reviewers should make as well.
Yeah, I guess the concern is just more of a basic one, as to someone who's described the ABCC as draconian and coercive and creating a climate of fear, then being tasked with bringing an independent mind to making a decision around its abolition.
I assume, the article you're referring to, sorry to say, was written in 2009. So again, in a way, I don't think the ABCC of 2022, it may have changed as well. But as I said, it wasn't asked for his view on the concept of an ABCC generally, but rather about the effectiveness of the legislation in achieving the stated aims of legislation.
Yeah. And I guess sort of to round this all out, just I guess I'm trying to get a sense of whether it's true that the department is actually struggling to get appropriate reviewers for your next tranche of legislation. Is that a challenge for you?
Put me in a difficult position, Senator. No, I would say. So the next review of the closing loopholes legislation, particularly closing loopholes number 1, is scheduled to start by 15 December, so fairly soon. So it's not for me to announce the circumstances or who will lead that review, but I can say I've got fairly confidence there'll be a reviewer in place by that time.
Okay.
Fair degree of confidence.
Okay, thank you. So I sort of think about the comments that the comments around that independence. So whatever reviewers you have coming on, the expectation is that they actually will be independent. They won't come with a particular association or a particular fixed view on what should happen with the legislation.
Again, I don't know who the reviewer is this time round, but I mean, if Mr Wilson would like us to choose one of his IPA friends to do the review, he can put forward some names if he chooses to.
I'll leave that for you to have a conversation
but seriously,
with Mr Wilson about that.
Surely you jest.
Yeah.
But I do jest. We're looking for credible organisations to do these reviews. But seriously, I mean, I don't know if it would be possible to find a single person in Australia who has expertise in employment and industrial relations matters who has no opinion.
Yeah.
So, I think we know what you're really being asked to say, Senator Kovacic, and it's that some people in the coalition don't like people who have views that support unions, support workers, but we've certainly got full confidence in the work of whichever reviewer we appoint. We take those decisions seriously.
I think they are important decisions to take seriously, but my questions relating to the independence are important, I feel.
Yeah. But equally, I mean, if we chose someone who was rabidly pro-employer, are they independent?
No.
And that's a challenging balance of government.
Right? And I don't know that many people exist who are researchers in this field who don't have opinions, but I don't think anyone can seriously dispute the expertise of the reviewers who were appointed, and I'm sure Minister Rishworth will come up with equally highly qualified people for the new review.
Thank you. And Chair, a few minutes early, I'm finished with my set.
The outcome
the next outcome, yes.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Kovacic. All right, we shall now proceed to outcome 1.
You beauty. Calling Senator Walsh. Senator Walsh to aisle 1.
Keep trying.
Want it to be somewhere else, Senator. Chair, we do need to change the bench up a bit. If we might adjourn just for a couple of minutes to facilitate the change of all of the sides of the bench.
Let's suspend so we have an orderly transition. Thank you very much. Okay, starting with outcome 1, Senator Kavasic.
Thank you. My next set of questions talks to labour market modelling on jobs. I wanted to get an idea of the current average wait time for a job seeker to be matched with employment.
Okay, sorry, Senator, when you started saying modelling, our Chief Economist started to come to the table, but I think Ms Schofield is probably the appropriate person to answer your questions. So your question is with respect to...
What is the current average wait time for a job seeker to be matched with employment?
From when they enter the employment services system to exiting to employment. And noting that we know when they exit, we don't always know if it's to employment, but
that's right.
Schofield will be able to frame that one for you.
Hi, Senator. Lisa Schofield, First Assistant Secretary, Evidence and Assurance Division. So I'm not sure that I have the exact answer to your question because we don't sort of measure things in that kind of way. And we did talk about this a little bit last time, I think. I can tell you that there were just over 40% of our Workforce Australia Services caseload who commenced and then exited services. They exited within 6 months. I think we gave you we've tabled some information further to our last appearance where we gave you a bit of a sense of the sort of 26-week outcome rate based on how much time they'd been in employment services.
Yeah. So that's the same data that you have available. You don't have any additional information in relation to that?
We don't calculate. There isn't anything like an average wait time. That isn't something that sort of exists in a job seeker sense. So we'll have people who will be on our caseload. They will be participating in activities. So they will be engaging in accredited training or non-accredited training. They'll be participating in other, they might do small job placements. They might be doing different work experiences. And at some point, they may leave their caseload into sort of a longer-term employment. But we don't sort of calculate... there isn't a wait time kind of number.
Yeah, there's no timing system, let's call it, rather than wait time.
No, because people will, because they'll remain on income support. So I think there's probably two categories that they would fall into. So one is someone will be on income support and they may remain on income support until such time as they enter sort of full-time employment or employment that's high enough to have them no longer need income support. But they may come in and off the load as they participate in different sorts of activities.
Sure.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
And so then would you have more information around exits? Like, would you know how many people exit? And I note the Secretary said you may not know this, but do you know how many of the exits are for gaining employment versus how many are not gaining employment? Or is that sort of, again, difficult to calculate depending on the reasons that they're exiting?
Yeah, so at a high level, we can say that about 40% of exits are primarily due to employment reasons.
Yeah, okay. And the other 60 could be anything from just exiting the process or the programs or maybe going to study or something else?
Yes.
Okay. That's right. Senator, it could also be their eligibility for social security support. So the people that we are effectively counting and measuring here, by and large, it's they're eligible for certain types of social security support, job seeker, for example, and so they may cease to be eligible.
Yeah.
And look, this is coming at the data from a different point of view. We can talk to the caseload and how long different people have been on the caseload. So, for example, it's worth noting 37.3% of the caseload have been there for 12 months or less. Mm-hmm. And if you like, we can give you more of that data.
Could you provide more of that data? That would be quite interesting.
12 to 23 months is 21.8%. 24 to 59 months, so that's and someone else do the maths, 19.9%. 60 plus months, so this is our longer term caseload, is 21%. And that data is at 31 October this year.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, can I also just make the distinction? Ms Schofield outlined Workforce Australia Services, Workforce Australia Online. So this is the cohort that is closer to the labour market, that we service within the department, nearly 65% of those people exit within 6 months. And that would be expected given that they are usually closer to the labour market. It's often kind of short-term support, and Workforce Australia Online has been designed around that.
Sure. Thank you. I'm wondering, is the department curious to learn more about exits? Is there any work underway to sort of accrue better data on this, or is that sort of something that you're not looking at? And the reason I'm asking is just to see whether or not, you know, programs can actually be improved to ensure better employment outcomes.
So, Senator, I might start. So, obviously, we are curious and working to look at what are the best interventions to get someone into employment or study and longer-term sustainable employment. There's a range of things that we're looking at in terms of better data. So I should say one of the things that we do routinely is a post-program monitoring survey. So after someone exits our services, they're surveyed to see where they are and what's going on. We have a relatively good survey response rate compared to kind of other surveys. So that's one of the areas that we're looking at. The other thing that we're doing is actually looking at how do we better integrate through PLIDA, which is, and Ms Schofield will articulate the abbreviation, but it's the data that ABS links with other outcomes and other data to give us a better sense of people's journey through social services, employment services and beyond. So we are actively looking at how do we develop better data. But Ms Schofield.
Yeah, so just a couple of things to come back to the, as Ms Vishnu was saying about the post-program monitoring piece that we do. So Senator, a few other sort of bits of information, some more numbers for you. We know that for the 24-25 financial year, in the Workforce Australia services, so the cohort that I was talking about before, we know that 60% of them reported being in work or study 3 months after exiting. And a really important stat, I think, is that 78% of those participants reported being really satisfied with the quality of service that they received. In Workforce Australia Online, so the caseload that Ms Vishnu was talking about, we had about 78% of participants who reported being in work or study 3 months after exit, and similarly about 65% reported being satisfied with the quality of service that they received. And we've got similar data for our transition to work, which is our youth program, where we've got 63% of participants reported being in work or study 3 months after exit, and about 84% reported being satisfied with the overall quality of services. And just to come back to the other piece that Ms Vishnu mentioned, so PLIDA is the person-level integrated data asset of the ABS, and UA has quite recently now engaged with that data asset and will be including our data to go along with those with the rest of that data that's in ABS, and will allow. It's not real-time monitoring, it's really getting a sense of how those, what happens to all of those people that are in our caseload, how do they progress through the system, what do they look like over time, and so I think that will really help to give us and other portfolios in the Commonwealth a really good sense of the types of policy settings that can really add up to getting the sorts of outcomes that we're after.
Sure, and just going back to that 40% that you mentioned, how does that compare to previous years, like since 2022? So is that 40% higher or lower?
So 40% exits related to employment, was that the number that you're looking for? So actually, Senator, that number, that 40% was from the beginning of the program. So from the beginning, from July 22 until now, that number is 40%. I don't have with me, but can take on notice those numbers.
Annualised changes, that would be lovely if you could. Thank you. And this one may also be on notice. Of the various employment programs, how many hit their targets and how many don't? And those that don't, if we have any information as to the reasons that perhaps they didn't hit those targets and what learnings we could take from that?
So, Senator, we can probably give you high-level indicators, and obviously the annual report reports the performance indicators for Workforce Australia, for example, and Workforce Australia Online, so we can go through those if you like. We've hit the majority of the targets, and the ones that we haven't met, we're kind of not far off meeting. In terms of individual programs, though, can I take that on notice?
Of course.
We have a fairly well-developed evaluation process that looks at kind of targets evaluation of programs and whether they're kind of meeting their objectives or not.
That would be great. I'm happy to take that on notice. And in addition to that, are you able to sort of provide a breakdown by age and gender as well of people participating in each of those programs?
We'll do what we can, Senator.
Yeah, if it's been running year after year, if you have the annualised numbers too, where you're able to.
Yeah. So obviously some of our programs are targeted at particular cohorts. In some cases we may not collect that breakdown, but we will do what we can.
And Senator, I do think, sorry, you had requested some of that on notice, and I think we've directed in our recently tabled responses, we've directed you to where that information is too.
Okay, well I'll check that, and if it's not there, then we may come back to you to request that on notice. Has the department produced any forecasting on the long-term impact of persistent negative real wages growth?
I think that is a question for our Chief Economist. Sorry, Senator.
That's
all
right.
Questions about
wages and economic outlook could be asked anywhere, Senator. Although we're more used to responding to them in the previous outcome, but our Chief Economist has come to the table.
You'll have to bear with me in the way that I move around.
Look, I think we're discovering this estimates more and more of the issues traverse across all of the great work of this department, so we do our best to have the people ready.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Matt Cowgill, Chief Economist of Workplace Relations Group. Senator, the DUA is not responsible for producing forecasts of wages growth or inflation, so those responsibilities lie with the Treasury. We don't produce our own separate forecasts or projections of those, so we rely on the forecast published in the budget or MyEFO.
Sure. I was more curious as to whether you do any of your own in relation to obviously the impacts in relation to the work of the department. So you will rely on the forecasting from Treasury and then work with that.
That's correct, Senator, and the department certainly has responsibilities in the area of wages policy, including through, for example, providing advice to government regarding the annual wage review of the Fair Work Commission, which adjusts minimum and award wages. But that is work that we do jointly with Treasury, so we work closely with Treasury in the preparation of that submission to the Fair Work Commission.
So does the department play any role then in providing government with forward projections on employment and living standards?
Any forward... with the exception of the occupational employment projections that are produced by my colleagues in Jobs and Skills Australia, forecasts or projections around the labour market are produced by Treasury and are contained in the budget or MyEFO.
Okay. Has the department considered in any of its work or has any information on the effect of job insecurity, casualisation and underemployment on household wellbeing? Is that any work that you've undertaken?
Certainly, Senator. Those are all issues that are of interest to this department. I would note, Senator, some of those indicators that you allude to have improved in recent times. So, for example, the share of employees who are casual, as at August of this year, was 21%. That's down from 24.5% 10 years ago, and it had averaged around 24 to 25% for a good couple of decades. So we have seen a decline there. We've also seen a decline in the underemployment rate, which you referred to, Senator. So the underemployment rate as at October of this year is the lowest level since 1991. So it has declined quite significantly. It's declined particularly for women. So the female underemployment rate at 6.5% is the lowest since July 1990.
Thank you. Has the department provided modelling on how technological change will affect living standards if job displacements aren't actually matched by new employment opportunities?
Thank you, Senator. The most significant piece of analysis within this portfolio on that topic has been Jobs and Skills Australia's generative AI study, which was released a few months ago. The department does intend to monitor the Australian labour market for any potential signs that there could be technology-related job loss, and we'll be building on that work by JSA and doing that ongoing monitoring.
Thank you. Has the department given the government any advice about any structural reforms that might be needed to lift productivity and living standards?
Thank you.
With a productivity lens on it.
Senator, it's a very broad question, Senator, so I'm just reflecting on that, and Mr Cowgill will be able to talk a little bit about it. I will say, so for us to sort of think about what might fall in that category, we actively supported the government with respect to the economic roundtable, and there are a number of areas of work that have flowed from that for us, and it's something that always features in our advice on any particular proposal. Mr Cowgill, I don't know if you wanted to add anything specific.
Maybe if you're able to give a couple of examples of any advice that you may have given in relation to that recently.
Senator, it's because it's such a broad question, I would rather take on notice the specifics of it, but it's certainly something when I think about, for example, the work we've done supporting and working with the Department of Industry on the AI capability study and pieces of work like that, work we've done with respect to the transitions, energy transitions, and other areas of our work. It's almost kind of BAU, I guess, for us. It's an everyday thing to be looking through our programs and giving advice about transitions and productivity and economic outcomes, and so it's hard for me to be specific. Nothing immediate that's very significant and large in the sense of a policy reform comes to mind, but it is part of what informs our advice with respect to everything, I would say, to government.
And the skills agenda as well, Senator.
Particularly with respect to the skills agenda, yes.
And this is another question on modelling, and again, it may be something that you rely on Treasury for, but I'm just interested in whether the department is doing anything in relation to whether the current pace of job creation is sufficient to absorb current population growth without impacting living standards.
Thank you, Senator. Certainly the recent pace of employment growth has moderated slightly but remains solid, I would say. So the proportion of the Australian population that is in work, the employment to population ratio, at 64%, that is quite high in historical terms, which indicates that employment growth has been sufficient to keep pace with population growth in recent years, yes.
Thank you. And I note the reference earlier to the generative AI study. Has there been any other work or modelling as to the impact of AI and automation on Australian jobs over the next 5 to 10 years, or has that been the core of the work that has been done?
So we are certainly planning to build on that work to do ongoing monitoring of any potential AI-related job loss in Australia. That work, I would say, is still at the scoping stage, so we have reasonably well-developed plans that we're consulting on internally, but that's not something that has yet been brought to fruition or completed, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, Chair, for this set. Has the department identified any fraud or misuse of employment program funds in the last 2 years? And how much, if so, how much has been lost and how much of that has been recovered?
Senator, this is one I think you asked us at the last hearing as well, so Ms Schofield will give you the numbers. I know it was also the subject of a number of the questions on notice that you put in terms of tip-offs and fraud.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'll ask Ms Schofield to give you the detail.
You. And if they've been provided this morning, if I could have the Quan references as well. And if I could have the Quan reference to the previous question as well, because I haven't been able to find that one.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Sorry, you're still waiting for an answer. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Senator, there were a number of questions that went to this issue that you placed on notice, some of which came out of the conversation that we had at those last hearings. Did you ask that I run through the numbers? Is that just the reference numbers?
Yeah, if you could just provide the reference numbers so we can cross-check those.
Yep, sure. So I've got SQ25 000867, and then SQ25 000869, 870. And 878.
Lovely.
In
Thank
this
you.
space.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cabassett. Senator Norman Payne.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not feeling as efficient as you are. My apologies. I note that we asked for a number of responses to questions or some information prior to the hearing, but we got a letter this morning saying that we asked similar questions on notice at the October 2025 hearings. Notwithstanding that, as of 10:40am this morning, a number of those questions are actually still outstanding, so we don't actually have that information. So I'm just wondering if I could go through some of those questions on notice that were taken last time to see if I can get some answers for them today. So one of them is SQ 25001745, number 86. We asked a question in relation to National Customer Service Line wait times. Do you have that information here now?
Senator, we'll just ask Miss Edwards to come to the table. Obviously, Senator, there was a lot of work that was done between the last estimates and this one, so we're happy to answer those questions.
Senator, could you, just for the benefit of the officers at the table, just repeat exactly what it is you're wanting us to address in the question?
Yep, so it was SQ 25001745 and it was in relation to National Customer Service Line wait times and we had 5 questions in relation to that.
Senator, thank you for your question. Juliet Edwards, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Workforce Australia for Individuals Division. SQ 25001745 has actually now been tabled. I am happy to give you the average speed of answer results for the questions that you've asked and can work through that data now if that's helpful.
Yes, that'd be great, thank you.
Okay, so in answer to your question, you asked for each month from the 1st of November to the 30th of September 2025, what was the average wait time for people contacting the National Customer Service Line to have their call answered. So, Senator, the department uses average speed to answer as the time a caller spends in the queue before their call is answered by an agent. It does not include data for those calls that are abandoned or unanswered. And I'll go through each month if that's helpful. So for November 24, the average speed to answer was 16 minutes and 39 seconds.
Yep.
For December 24, it was 6 minutes and 51 seconds. For January 25, it was 8 minutes and 34 seconds. For February 25, it was 24 minutes and 35 seconds. For March 25, it was 38 minutes and 11 seconds. For April 25, it was 33 minutes and 21 seconds. For May 25, it was 41 minutes and 45 seconds. For June 25, it was 52 minutes and 38 seconds. For July 25, it was 1 hour and 4 minutes and 56 seconds. For August 25, it was 1 hour and 27 seconds. And for September 25, it was 38 minutes and 9 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have data on how many calls were unanswered or abandoned?
I can answer that question for you, Senator. So in relation to that question, the department defines abandoned calls as the count of calls that disconnected either by the caller or the system before an agent answers the calls. And just for a little bit of context, the National Customer Service Line remains open for all incoming calls during its hours of operation, which are 9 a.m. till 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time, and does not implement call blocking regardless of call volumes. So we don't give any busy signals. Just for that little bit of context. Abandoned calls to the National Customer Service Line. For November 24, we had 9,222 abandoned calls. December 24 was 2,825 abandoned calls. January 25 was 5,354 abandoned calls. February 25 was 12,406 abandoned calls. March 25 was 14,102 abandoned calls. April 25 was 11,152 abandoned calls. May 25 was 15,652 abandoned calls. June 25 was 16,645 abandoned calls. July 25 was 20,792 abandoned calls. August 25 was 17,899 abandoned calls. And September 25 was 15,655 abandoned calls.
Okay, thank you. Do you have an answer to question 3, total number of complaints related to compliance actions?
Yes, Senator. So over the period from 1 April 2025 to 30 June 2025, the department received a total of 590 complaints related to compliance topics. As part of the complaint handling process, if the department finds that a complainant was affected by a decision made under Social Security law, the department will refer that complainant to Services Australia to request a formal review. This process is further outlined in our recent complaint service report that we published on the 25th of September 2025. All outcomes data relating to decisions requested for review under Social Security law are held by Services Australia.
Okay. Just in relation to that question 3, in relation to those 590 complaints, how many of those compliance actions were investigated to determine whether or not they were unlawful decisions? And how many of those were determined to be unlawful?
So let me just check and see if I've got that information. So, Senator, the number of complaints received by the NCSL between 1 November 24 and 30 September 2025 that triggered an investigation is 13. The status of those 13 complaints, as at the 30th of September, there were 3 complaints open, 10 complaints closed of those 13.
And did any of those find that the decisions were unlawful?
So, Senator, I think that goes to the final question in 1745. So I can tell you that for the investigations that were undertaken, for each investigation into an employment services provider, that were closed between 1 July 22 and 30 September 25, we recorded a number of breaches, which is different to whether or not something is unlawful. So apologies, Senator, but that question that you've asked at the table is different to the question that you've posed in your question on notice. So the question that was in the question on notice, I can run through findings where we've had since the beginning of Workforce Australia through until 30 September 25, we have issued 355 low impact breaches, 30 significant breaches, and there were 124 instances where no breach was issued.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just in relation to questions 4 and 5 on that particular quan. Question 4 was how many complaints triggered investigations into employment service providers, and what is the current status of those investigations? Do you have that to hand?
They were the answers that I just provided you, Senator. That I said the questions that you asked here at the table were different to the questions that you had put in your quan.
I was asking the rest of question 3, which was how many were unlawful. So I think in my question 3, which was in the quan, you've jumped to question 4 and 5. That's okay. I'll go back and look at the documents that have been tabled. So were they tabled this morning? Were they?
I believe so, Senator.
And we put a number through last night, some of which made the cut last night and some of which didn't. So but they should be with you now.
Okay. All right. So as I said, we checked at 10:40am and I've been next door in Community Affairs, so it's a bit hard to be in two places at once.
We were working our way through quite a number of them.
Yeah. Are you able to tell me then whether SQ 25 001722 has been responded to? That's in relation to numbers of individuals impacted by various unlawful sections of the TCF?
Senator, give us a moment just to check.
Okay. Senator, just while they're checking that, with respect to the data that the team have just given you, you would have been writing the numbers down It is worth noting that the trends with respect to our call wait times and our abandonment rates are up, is what you would have seen there.
Yes.
Juliet and others in the team are working really hard to get the balance right, to make sure we're giving people the help they need, using our online systems, etc. It's worth noting that the calls that are coming in to our hard-working team here, and I thank them for their work, include not just Workforce Australia, but what used to be the Disability Employment Service system and CDP. So those programs have been going through transitions to the Inclusive Support Australia and the Remote Australian Employment Service, and those transition calls are more complex. They would be, I think, represented in this data. If I may or may not have that right in terms of timing, but just to give you an indication, it's not just Workforce Australia calls that are coming through here. We support participants across a number of programs for other departments, and we are very conscious of making sure we give people the help they need, noting that they are waiting longer than we'd like to.
Yep. That is correct, Secretary. The National Customer Service Line does support a range of employment and pre-employment programs, including the new Inclusive Employment Australia, as well as the new Remote Australia Employment Services program, respectively administered by the Department of Social Services and the National Indigenous Australians Agency, which have just recently gone through large transitions, as the Secretary explained, which has both those transition lines did start from the 1st of August, which has increased call demand significantly to the National Customer Service Line.
Yep. Well, we've been hearing from participants that the call wait times have blown out, so that backs that up. I guess we've got evidence of that. Just in relation to question 68, I've just had one of my staff members go to the website where they're all put, and it says that one's still unanswered. Is that right?
Yes, Senator, that appears to be correct.
Okay. I guess my question is, given that we did put them on notice at the last estimates and we have a range that are still outstanding, is there an indicative time frame of when we will get the answers to those questions?
Senator, we've been working very actively on the body of work that is the 220-odd questions on notice. Someone has a number in this room. So they have been moving within the department and between ourselves and the Minister's office. So we are aiming to get them tabled for you as quickly as we can. The gap between this hearing and the last hearing was smaller than usual, and we had more questions on notice coming in after the deadline, and so we've been doing our best to work through them, noting that a number of them are connect with one another. So I've been very concerned to look at them in batches to make sure we're giving you accurate and consistent information.
I guess maybe just to make an observation, if I think about when I first started in 2022 and I would come to hearings around social services, DSS, DUA, we would put in very early the data that we needed, and then we would get a nice chunky folder from everyone with that consolidated data, and then we could come here and interrogate that data. And I guess one of the reasons maybe why there's so many questions being taken on notice is because what we used to do and ask for in advance to help us make better use of this time seems to have fallen away as something that's not happening. So maybe something to think about maybe for next year's estimates in ways that we could actually not waste so much of your time, but also maximise the time that we actually have here. Because it's hard to ask questions about data that we don't know about. So can I maybe just clarify then, because I don't have the computer in front of me, have we got an answer back yet for SQ 25001734?
Senator, I think that's one that hasn't been tabled yet. I'm sorry.
Okay. What about SQ 25001735?
Let me just check. Has been tabled.
That's been tabled. Great. Yep. All right. I won't make you go through all of that. We'll have a look at it. What about SQ 25001741?
That one hasn't been tabled yet, Senator.
Okay. All right. I might move on to some other questions then and await with bated breath on when we can receive those outstanding questions on notice. In the last estimates, I asked a number of questions about payment suspensions, and as I'm sure you're not surprised, I have ongoing concerns around the wellbeing of people accessing social security under the targeted compliance framework. I know you've heard me ask this question before, but I'm going to ask it again. Can I get an update on whether the department has moved to a position where they believe that payment suspensions are all lawful?
Senator, with respect to payment suspensions, our position, I don't think has materially changed since the last hearing. And so just because I want to make sure I'm being consistent, on the transcript at page 52 and 53 last time, I talked through the principles that I had applied and the information I had to hand when I took decisions to pause cancellations and payment reductions under some parts of the Social Security Administration Act. And what I said then was, with respect to suspensions for persistent breach or for breaches of mutual obligations, that the conditions that were present with respect to the other areas weren't met. So in other words, I don't have the same kind of information to suggest that there's a basis on which to suspend suspensions, so to speak, noting that suspensions is a shorthand, if you like, that we use for a case where if someone hasn't done something that we expected them to do under their mutual obligations, that they receive a notification asking them to re-engage. They have a 5-day period in which to do that. So at that point, it's a notification asking them to re-engage. There has been no hold put on their payment. So I'm comfortable that the way the system is operating with respect to suspensions is appropriate, and to put the inverse, I'm not comfortable, and I certainly wouldn't be in a position to administratively pause that part of the system based on the information I have to hand. And in fact, we've done a lot of work examining and mapping all of the provisions that lead to decisions that impact on somebody's payment. And so if anything, I think we're more satisfied of the processes and communications that occur around suspensions generally, that they are occurring, or that the mapping is suggesting that the decision-making has the appropriate kind of discretion and protections in it. And we're also actively reviewing decisions where appropriate, and if we find anything that suggests there's a problem, we do act on that.
Okay, so your evidence is that there is active investigation and review underway to make sure that suspensions are lawful?
As part of the body of work that we've referenced before, looking at the targeted compliance framework and the framework around mutual obligations and compliance outcomes for when people don't comply with their mutual obligations, I'd say we're becoming more satisfied, and if we're finding more issues, we're identifying them and we're acting on them.
Okay. Just when you said when you started answering my question, you said you don't have the same information to hand. Could you just elaborate on that a bit more?
So I possibly said it better on transcript last time. The process that has informed all the decisions to pause the operation of the framework. So noting I'm under an obligation to administer the framework under the law, and so where I've taken decisions to administratively pause aspects of that framework, it's been on the basis of advice, legal advice and detailed factual advice about how the system is operating and how decisions are made. And so we've been working through all of the provisions that result in decisions that can impact on a person's payment, and seeking advice where appropriate, legal advice and other advice, factual advice, working with our colleagues at Services Australia, because of course most of these decisions are enacted by their system. So we've been meticulously working through that framework, both from an IT or a systems perspective and the human decision-making aspect, because we've got providers, Services Australia and our own people also making decisions. So what I mean is, having interrogated the system in a very active way, I don't have the kind of advice and information that would support making any pause around suspensions for breaching mutual obligations.
Okay. I believe I've tabled a news article with the Secretariat. I think it's titled it's a Guardian article, Centrelink threatening payment suspensions at a rate of 5 a minute, new analysis suggests. Is the department aware of that analysis?
I think we have seen that article, and I think we are aware of the work that's informed it, although I'm not sure if we're aware of the details, Ms. Vishnu.
Yeah, Senator, if it's the article that I'm thinking of, and sorry, just waiting for it to appear. My understanding is that this was based on analysis by the Anti-Poverty Centre.
Yes.
So I can't verify, their analysis or the methods that they used. One of the things that is, when we went and had a look at the rate of suspensions and how many people are getting notified that they haven't met one of their mutual obligations and that they need to make contact with their provider or the digital contact centre. They have 5 days resolution time. Often people regard the notification that your payment may be put on hold versus actually 5 days resolution time. And we know that at least, over 50% of people actually resolve and make contact with their provider within those 5 days. That was based, you'll remember, on the Select Committee report and the measures that the government put into place in 24-25 budget to increase the resolution time. So I think, and without knowing the detail on which the Anti-Poverty Centre did their analysis, when we look at the numbers of suspensions, the number of people whose payment is actually put on hold is much less in terms of employment services. And the number of people, over 90% of people, even after their 5-day resolution period, as I said, 51% actually reconnect within those 5 days resolution, so there's no impact, no hold on their payment. If a hold is put on their payment, in 90% of cases, it is resolved without any impact on pay.
Just in terms of when you say no impact...
Sorry, no financial impact, I should say.
Because I was going to say, obviously there is a significant time impact on some people who are having to follow up. And, if they're having to ring the complaints line, for example, well, you've just told me that, 15,000 people's calls go unanswered. There's a significant amount of time and stress involved in trying to actually follow that up. But could I maybe just backtrack? The Anti-Poverty Centre, obviously, off their analysis, has said that their estimate was there was 2.6 million, roughly, payment suspension actions between June 2024 and July 2025. Is that a reasonably accurate number of suspensions, or is the figure different?
Senator, I would need to take on notice and have a look at the published data for the year. Certainly, when we look at data from the 1st of July this year to the 30th of September, there were 346,070 applications of payment suspensions for Workforce Australia participants online and in services. So that's for that time period. But as I said, in 90% of those, they are resolved within the pay period, and so there's no financial pay impact. There's also, and as I said, when we look at the number of people avoiding it, so the number of people engaging in that 5-day resolution period, when they get a notification that you've missed a mutual obligation, you need to make contact, please do so. We've seen that 5-day period actually mean that 51.6% of participants actually avoid any hold on their payment as a result of that 5-day resolution period.
Okay. So, are you suggesting you'd like to share the call, Chair? I'm happy to come back.
I'm just getting a feel. That's
okay.
That's your call. But
Yeah, all right.
Have you got many more?
A few.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. Cool. So, can you just give me the time frame that you said that 336,000?
So that was the 1st of July to the 30th of September.
All right, so that's just for this year. Okay, so of those, are they all instigated by a provider?
So, no, Senator, they are, they're instigated on a range of like they also include Workforce Australia Online.
Yeah.
And so that hold will be instigated either by a provider or for a range of activities or reasons why someone may not have met their mutual obligations. So it will either be a provider or the contact centre sending that information to Services Australia. Services Australia, after the 5-day resolution period, puts that payment on hold. And then you'll be aware that income support recipients are required to report to Services Australia as well on their income. So there are a number of ways that someone can reconnect and have that hold lifted.
Are you able to tell me the breakdown of what percentage of those are provider instigated suspensions, notifications, or initiated, maybe, is the way to talk about it, versus just what normally just ticks over online?
So, Senator, I can provide that data. So in terms of payment suspensions through Workforce Australia Online, and that might be for missing a PBAS requirement, not having a job plan in place, missing an activity or an appointment, 56,920 of those 346 that I mentioned earlier. And in terms of Workforce Australia services, 289,155.
Okay, so a large majority of them, almost 4/5, are provider instigated processes, yes? Is that the way to understand that?
If you've done the maths correctly, Senator.
It's probably a bit less.
But also, if you look at the caseload of Workforce Australia participants, that is approximately, the same divide between the caseload.
Okay, and of the provider-initiated suspensions, of that number that you gave me, the 200 and something thousand, what percentage of those resulted in payments actually being suspended?
I don't know that we can link specific instances with payment. So we can look at, they would have all created a notification and put someone's payment on hold. The link between that and then Services Australia lifting that suspension, I'd need to take that on notice. I don't think the data links in that way, but we'll see what we can do.
Okay, because we're trying to understand, I guess, in terms of the provider-initiated ones, how many of those are getting resolved.
But Senator, can I just take you back though to the data that we have from DSS in terms of income support payments? That's the number that we rely on in terms of that 90% not having a pay impact.
Yep, okay. Do you know how many reviews of provider decisions are annually reviewed?
I will need to. So we have an assurance program, Senator, as you know, where we do review a range of provider programs. We also do targeted assurance. I don't know whether we can give you exact numbers at the table. Ms Schofield?
Yeah. Sorry, Senator, I think we'll have to take that on notice. I don't think I've got that information with me.
If it's possible, I'm also interested then, so how many reviews of a provider decision are requested annually, so maybe in the last 12 months would be useful, and then how many reviews of a provider decision resulted in the compliance decision being overturned on review?
Certainly. And Senator, can I just clarify, when you ask requested by the user of the service or requested by the department in our assurance, because obviously we do an assurance. Okay.
If you've got both, can I have both, please?
We'll try and get you as detailed information as we can.
Okay. What actions and investigations has Services Australia... Actually, no, I'm not going to ask you that question because you're not Services Australia.
I was about to say
so
that's
I'll
a Services Australia question.
You got me excited, didn't you?
Pardon? You got it. Sorry, Chair. I've just got some questions around mutual obligations. Anglicare Australia recently released their jobs availability snapshot. Are you aware of that work that they've done?
I'm aware of it, Senator. I don't have a deep
I don't have it with me and I don't have a deep understanding of it, sorry.
I'll give you some context before I ask my questions. Their report outlines how current economic conditions, lower rates of unemployment and a 7.2% increase of those accessing JobSeeker has resulted in a number of ratios. And they are saying that whilst they don't fully represent the barriers for those with mutual obligations, because we know many people without barriers are also competing for entry-level jobs, in the Anglicare report, they state that the current mutual obligations targeted compliance framework, and I quote, Australia's policy framework remains grounded in the belief that all unemployment can be solved through better training, tougher compliance or greater personal effort. Could I maybe check, and Minister, feel free to take this if you don't think it's a question for the department, is that the view of the department or the government?
Senator, could you just reframe your actual question again?
Yeah. Well, I guess we have this targeted compliance framework where the idea is that by making people do these things, we're getting them all into jobs and we're solving unemployment, because otherwise we would not be putting them through all these hoops. But the point that Anglicare is making is there are not actually enough jobs for the number of people who are unemployed. So, for example, the ratio of people with barriers to work to entry-level jobs in the ACT is 23 to 1. So 23 people for every one job. So I guess this is a question for the Minister. If the policy framework is grounded in the belief that we can solve all this unemployment just by making tougher compliance actions, making people jump through these hoops, but there's not enough jobs available for them, then what actually is the point of the TCF and putting people through a process where they're essentially put through a bit of a grinder?
Thanks, Senator. So, first of all, it is true that unemployment is at historically low levels, and that's a good thing, with over 1.1 million jobs being created by this government. We've spoken about mutual obligations on this committee at the last estimates, and the government is committed to mutual obligations. We think it's important that we have settings in place that help create jobs and good, secure jobs, and we think it's important that we have settings in place that encourage people who are not in work to engage meaningfully in trying to find work or in trying to get the skills, the work skills, the life skills to be able to work and engage in the employment search. The Minister has made it clear that she does see opportunity for reform in employment services more generally. And you've gone a little bit, Senator, in some of your questioning to the fact that we do have a very strong labour market at the moment. And so therefore some of the people who are left trying to find work might have multiple challenges themselves. And so the Minister's given some direction about wanting to build an employment services system that really genuinely meets people where they are. And addresses their barriers to getting a job and genuinely connects them to employment, irrespective of how long they've been out of the workforce. And in particular, she's started a body of work and thinking around reform that really kind of maps out how far away from a job people are. Are they a person who's kind of in the centre of being able to be connected to the labour market, or are they further away? And that's one of the principles that she's taking forward in thinking about how to reform employment services. So, you know, unemployment is low, that is true. It means that some of the people who are looking for work are probably some of the more challenged people as well. And she sees opportunity to do work on reform of employment services and to make sure our employment services really are tailored to meeting people where they are in their position of proximity to the labour market and dealing with challenges that they have.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But just for formality, my apologies. Sorry, Minister, I didn't see you come in. I was reading until I heard those dulcet tones, and I thought that's not Minister Watt. So can I welcome Minister Walsh, Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth. Sorry about that.
Nice to see you too, Chair.
Sorry, Senator Norman Payne.
No, that's all right. Look, thanks for that response, Minister. If I could maybe just go through some of the ratios in the snapshot. In New South Wales, it's 40 people to one job. In the Northern Territory, it's 73 to 1. In Queensland, it's 31 to 1. South Australia, 43 to 1. Tasmania, 51 to 1. Victoria, 48 to 1. Western Australia, 36 to 1. And across the average across the country is 39 to 1 ratio of people with barriers to work to entry-level jobs. The report also finds, and I quote, that people in the deepest disadvantage spend an average of 5 years in employment services. This is far beyond the definition of long-term unemployment. And it calls for an overhaul of Australia's employment services, stating, and this is a quote from the report, after decades of constant reform, rebranding and outsourcing, the employment services system now functions mainly to monitor and punish those who are unemployed. For many people with barriers to work, it has become a system to be endured rather than a tool that helps them succeed. And I have to say, in the engagement that I have with people who have to deal with this system, that does reflect the comments that they make. So I guess my question is, Minister, is this system seriously a system that is designed to get people into work, or is it a tool for private providers to make a lot of money off the suffering of vulnerable people that have structural inequities stacked against them, but who are effectively, by the way this system is designed, treated as if they're lazy and unwilling to work?
The system is designed to help people engage and find work. That's fundamentally what it's about. We know that being employed is incredibly important for people. It's not just important for them in terms of supporting themselves and anyone who relies on them, but it's important for people's well-being and their sense of purpose. We as a government believe in the dignity of work, and we believe that it's important that we do have a system of mutual obligations that encourages people to engage with finding work and also, getting the skills for work and for life that help them to do that.
So how does
we've also started making changes to some of the programs that are in place, as you know, Senator, including replacing the Parents Next program, which we thought was not supportive of people. We heard the advice from people who were participating in the program and advocates as well, that Parents Next was punitive, that it was counterproductive, that it caused harm. And that's why we've replaced it with the voluntary parent pathways program. and it's a program that gives more choice, more flexibility, more tailored support, and that actually really, values the circumstances that people find themselves in, and, values the reality of people who are caring for children and the challenges that they face.
I guess my question would be, that was a welcome change, but one of the key things that I think has changed is that it is now a program that is voluntary, so that people who will gain a benefit from it can choose to sign up to it, and yet we have a completely different approach for the unemployed, where they are forced into a system of mutual obligations that certainly Anglicare Australia and others are telling us is not helping people into work. It's just creating a whole series of hoops that they need to jump through, so that and job service providers make a profit. I spoke to somebody who was caught up in robo-debt, but separate to that, used to work for the Commonwealth Employment Service. And she said that system worked. We had a relationship with people. They came in, there was no obligation on them. They'd come in, they'd look at the jobs board, they'd talk to them about what the barriers were, they'd help provide them and link them to services, but it was voluntary. And there's a big difference between a system that forces you into a series of actions that necessarily don't assist you, and as I said, particularly for people who are looking for entry-level work and they're competing with 43 others, that seems particularly cruel. But are you able to tell me, maybe this is a question for the department, how much in dollar value on average a provider receives for each person that they're assisting?
So, Senator, I don't know that we've got the dollar value for each provider per person and per caseload, but we've got kind of broad outcome payments and dollar values for providers.
So can I just
please
ask a clarifying question? When you say outcome payments, I mean, we know that there are instances where people are finding jobs themselves and then being asked to provide pay slips. We know that's still happening. Is that the only payment that a provider receives, or do they receive one bucket of money regardless and then they get a top-up based on outcomes?
So, Senator, we can go to the detail, and sorry, I use outcome payments because it's the basis of kind of the payments within the funding model. So we'll go to those. Whether I can give you per person, per placement, it will depend on the program. And some of the things that we've been changing, and you will see, I mean, Parent Pathways, the Minister outlined, we've changed some of the funding structure there to really test what's happening in the system. The other things that we've been piloting are things like work foundations. So work foundations and real jobs, real wages, both kind of programs that started on the 1st of July this year, to really start to try and target people who have been very long-term unemployed people and for whom working in social enterprise, for example, is a intermediary labour market, to really get the dignity of work and get the participation, but also get the wraparound support within a work-like environment. So we're starting to see some changes there that I think will inform the government's broader employment services reform piece. So I just wanted to flag there are some changes we're starting to make to really start to look at how do we better engage with service and meet people where they're at, and make sure that they still have a sense of engagement through that program. But my colleague, Mr. Gunawadena, is here, so hopefully he'll be able to give you some of the breakdown.
Naran Gunawardena, Assistant Secretary of Employment System Strategy. In terms of the types of payments, there is a range of payments that are available to providers, or that are paid to providers in servicing people. Do you want just the standard payment structure that providers receive?
That would be helpful.
So under Workforce Australia Services, there's both service payments and outcome payments.
Yep.
So participants, when entering the system or when they're first referred to a provider, attract a commencement payment for $1,600 per person. $1,600 per person that enters, that is referred to a provider. there's a different payment for people transferring between providers. So if
Yep.
they're already with one provider and move to a different provider, that is set at $640.80. There are also, in terms of service fees, there's a progress payment that providers are able to access once every 2 years, which they receive when they meet, or they achieve certain markers for progress, for supporting people within the system, and that's paid at a value of $801.
Is that per person or that's just
Per person,
okay.
so they'll be eligible to receive that for anybody on their caseload that meets the requirements for that progress payment. There are then a series of outcome payments that are applicable. It varies depending on the individual that's on the caseload. So we conduct an assessment of people and their circumstances before they enter the system using the Job Seeker Snapshot, which basically looks at the likelihood of someone remaining unemployed, I should say, for 12 or more months, and looking at the barriers that contribute to that. We assign a score called the JSCI score. People with a high JSCI score, so further from the labour market, will receive or attract higher outcome rates. So there are a range of payments. So we pay providers for outcomes that meet 4 weeks, so between job placement and hitting 4 weeks in a job, 12 weeks and 26 weeks. They vary between those with a moderate or a lower JSCI score and the high JSCI. They also can vary based on the hours worked, so depending on how much it reduces someone's income support payment. So there's a full outcome and a partial outcome. There's a full schedule of those. It's published in the deed of standing offer for Workforce Australia Services.
Is it possible to get that schedule on notice?
We will. We'll provide that schedule to you, Senator. So it gives you the complexity of the payment system, but you can see outcome payments are calibrated to the kind of distance from the labour market and the complexity of the client you're servicing, but also the length of time you can actually place them into work or into study.
Yeah, I guess when I look at that structure, what that says to me is if I'm a job service provider, it's in my best interest to have people cycling through the system because I'm going to keep getting payments. So if they just end up in a job that's 26 weeks and it's not really long-term employment and then they come back round through the system, well, that's going to keep my profits rolling. So it seems to me that it's quite a perverse incentive, really.
So, Senator,
ideally we'd want them to all to go out of business, wouldn't we? Because we'd have everyone in jobs.
Look, Senator, I hope one day that I am also out of work because our system is so well functioning that you no longer need a Deputy Secretary looking after workforce and employment. But 26... Sure where you're going with that. I don't know. No, we try and calibrate the payments to make the incentives such that it is better for you to get someone into work and actually look at the balance of kind of caseload coming in. We have fairly good evidence that 26-week outcomes translate to long-term sustainable jobs, and it's why the 26-week outcome kind of marker has been used as a performance indicator because in many ways it's the best proxy for someone getting into long-term sustainable work. So, I take your point. There's a range of complexity in payment, but it is designed to try and incentivise providers to get people into long-term sustainable work. I think it's fair to say that the complexity of our caseload, and particularly now that we service a range of people online who are closer to the labour market, means that, the complexity of the clients that providers are working with has increased over Workforce Australia since the introduction of online.
So am I correct in making the assumption then that if someone is in employment for 26 weeks in the system, that's considered they found long-term employment?
So when I say a
metric?
26-week outcome, it means that they've been placed into a job, so they are in employment, and that the provider gets an outcome for keeping them in work and supported in work.
For the 26
weeks.
And potentially longer, but once they hit that 26-week period,
that's the
they would receive that payment. Probably they're no longer on income support and unlikely to be in our system from that respect anymore. So, I mean, you're right, Senator. The question of incentives and churning, as you refer to it, is something that we're very attuned to. I would also say, when I talk with providers, that there's no doubt they're going to be motivated by the commercial arrangements they're operating under. The people who work for providers that I've spoken to, that they are very motivated about getting the best outcomes they can. And as you say, the nature of the jobs is changing. And so we are also, when we're advising the Minister with respect to employment reform going forward, very attuned to that as well, that the system needs to evolve with the labour market. And Jobs and Skills Australia has also done work about where the skill shortages are, and they're at skill level 3, a third of the caseload hasn't finished school. So we're very focused on, as we evolve the system, thinking about how to get the settings right there.
Yeah, I heard a gentleman on the radio, might have been yesterday, and it wasn't talking about employment services, but he was actually talking about, things that had been outsourced to corporations and businesses for profit. And he made the comment that, you can't blame the business or the corporation because it's designed to make profit. It's doing what it's designed to do. The issue is when you have transferred a service or care, for example, to a for-profit model, because you're then caught in this system where there's all this money getting slothed off the top that could otherwise be going to actually caring for or helping people into work. So my understanding is that job service provider contracts were up soon-ish. Can you bring me up to speed on where that's at and whether the government is taking this as an opportunity to reconsider whether we want an extensive for-profit model or whether they're just simply going to renew those contracts?
So, Senator, obviously I can't speak on behalf of the government's intention and policy direction, but I think, so Workforce Australia contracts currently, you'll remember we did an annual licence review at the start of this year. That resulted in some extensions, some not extensions, some changes in the market. I should say that in all of our employment programs, and I'll get you the numbers, but in all of our employment programs, the majority of our providers are actually not-for-profits rather than for-profit companies. Now, it's a mix and it varies depending on the program, but certainly in all of our services, the not-for-profit sector actually plays a large role.
Are you able to get me the percentage?
Yes, I have it. So, yeah, the team will...
For the Workforce Australia services contracts to date, so between July 22 and September 25, Workforce Australia services, 54.2% of all funding to providers has gone to not-for-profits versus 45.8% to for-profit providers. Transition to work, 73.2% of all funding has gone to not-for-profit providers versus 26.8% to for-profit providers. Parent Pathways, which commenced in November 2024, has 69.5% of funding going to not-for-profit providers and 29.9% going to for-profit providers. I should say with Parent Pathways there is some funding that relates to the APS-delivered trial site in South Australia as well.
Just in terms of providers, you gave me 3 categories of providers there. Are you able to tell me roughly what percentage of the overall provider numbers those categories make up?
What?
So, for example, what percentage of total providers are the parent pathways providers.
Can we take that on notice, Senator,
Yeah,
just
that'd be great.
to make sure that we've got the right data
Yeah.
and the right numbers? But you can see they're three of our biggest programs and you can see some of the splits. So I just wanted to make the point that we do have a large not-for-profit sector delivering services.
Maybe I would make the observation that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there, Minister, where you could actually transition 45.8% of for-profit providers to not-for-profits and save some money. I might just ask a couple of more questions and then I'll close out because I'm sure Chair wants to rotate the call.
Thank you.
In terms of people on JobSeeker, do you have numbers around how many people don't find long-term employment as a result of the help that they're given by their job services provider? So is there data on that?
So, Senator, if I understand your question correctly, the number of people on JobSeeker and that will go to the length of time they're in service, I think, rather than...
Maybe I need to ask that another way.
Can you reframe it for me?
Let me try again. So for people who are engaged in mutual obligations, how many of those people, what percentage of people don't find long-term employment following their engagement with the job service provider? So what's our success rate, I guess, and how are we measuring that?
So, and the reason why you'll see Ms Schofield and I kind of trying to digest the question, because it's a point in time measure at any point in time, because it'll depend on who's on JobSeeker at the time, and how long they've been on the caseload and getting support. So maybe if we could give you those.
And noting that our data is with respect to people on JobSeeker in Workforce Australia and parent payment, and not inclusive employment or the remote jobs
area
one. So they are also part of the entire caseload, but our data is Workforce Australia.
Do you have KPIs for that, like a success metric for what you want to see being achieved by those providers?
We have measures in our annual report that relate to a number of factors that Ms Schofield can talk to, including the 26-week placements. It is worth noting that we're not meeting our measures with respect to those outcomes. So it does tell us that we need to think about the settings in the system, but perhaps Ms Schofield can talk to those performance measures holistically.
Yeah, happy to, Secretary. So we have about this sort of 10 measures that we look at our sort of employment services against, and they're all in the annual report, Senator. They go to issues like the proportion of participants who are satisfied with their overall quality of service, and that's across online services and transition to work. So we have different measures for each of those. Each of those measures are being met, and in some cases, obviously, we're exceeding the targets that we have for those. Which is really great. We have another measure, as the Secretary was just flagging, which is around the proportion of Workforce Australia services participants who achieve a 26-week employment outcome. And as you were discussing before, that 26-week measure, as you've said, is a pretty good proxy for hanging on to a job once you've had it for that 6 months that you would hang on to it. The target that we have for that measure in our annual report is 15% or higher. In our latest annual report that was tabled recently, we're sitting at 11.7. That number is a little bit higher if we look over the life of the program. So since the beginning of Workforce Australia, that number sits at about 20%. But as has been discussed at the table, continuing to think about what is it that we need to do with our services to try and improve that number. We have some measures that are around the proportion of participants in work or study 3 months after exiting service, and again we have measures across online services and transition to work. We are meeting our targets for Workforce Australia services and meeting our targets for transition to work. Our targets on online have just dipped. They're a little bit below target, so we haven't met that one. We have a target around the proportion of Workforce Australia's services participants who believe that working with their provider has improved their chances of getting a job. We have met that target, so we've got a target of 66% or higher on that measure. In our latest annual report, we've come in at about 72%, so it's so higher. So it's good again that participants are feeling that they are that there's some value being added by the providers in their space. Then we have a measure that's around the proportion of employers who are satisfied with the assistance that they receive from Australian Government employment services. And we have met that target for in our latest annual report again. And then the last target that we have is around investment per employment outcome, and we have just missed our target for this latest year on that measure.
Okay, thank you. I will go and look at the annual report. Maybe I'll just make the observation, Minister, that I actually find that quite astonishing that the target for long-term employment is 15% or higher. We're at 11.7%. And it would seem to me that Anglicare's assessment that the way we're doing this is not actually achieving significant outcomes for large numbers of people would be reasonably accurate. And that's not a reflection on the department, that's a reflection on the system as it's designed. And so I hope that the Minister is looking at whether mutual obligations is really value for money. I might leave it there, Chair.
Oh, well, Senator, I'll just refer you to my previous answer.
Yep.
Thank you. Now, Senator Kavasik, I believe we're ready to move to outcome 2.
Unless Senator Mackenzie has any questions for this time. I don't have any more.
I've got questions about apprentices.
That's the next one.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, I thank the officers from outcome... What number? I've lost count what outcomes are out. Outcome 1. That's outcome 1 done. Thank you. All right.
Chair, if you don't mind, we do need to change up the bench again. They're going to get noisy. Do you mind just adjourning for a couple of moments?
Let's just suspend for 5 minutes, shall we, while we swap over. Broadcasting, thank you very much, Hansard. All right, now let's move into outcome 2, and I believe questions Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much, Chair. I've got some questions about apprenticeship programs. I've been holding roundtables into the housing sector with builders, developers, real estate agents, local councils, Wodonga, Bendigo, Taree with Alison Penfold and Dubbo with Jamie Chaffee. And in every single roundtable, skill shortages has been a significant concern from the local builders. So given research tells us that for every new qualified tradie, 2.4 new homes will be built each year, how does the government, and this is probably a question for you, Minister, justify reducing support for construction apprenticeships at the exact time Infrastructure Australia, Housing Industry Australia and Jobs and Skills Australia forecast that regional Australia will face the largest construction skills deficit in the country?
That's incorrect.
So Jobs and Skills Australia didn't say that?
We have not decreased apprenticeship incentives in construction. We have this week announced $5,000 incentive payments for employers will be extended for businesses under the Key Apprenticeship Program.
So sorry, that's exactly the program I've got a whole suite of questions for.
And that's for housing
So
trades.
when did that happen, Minister?
First
on
of December.
Monday of this
Monday.
week. Monday.
Well, I was doing my infrastructure estimate, so it has slipped through to the keeper. So that's for the Key Apprenticeship Program where the support was being reduced from the 1st of January?
So,
yes?
Key Apprenticeship Program has been in place since the last budget. That provides $10,000 for the apprentice in construction and also new energy industries. What was announced on Monday was that where priority occupations were due to step down from 5,000 to 4,000, but the government has made a decision to maintain the 5,000 for construction and new energy sector employers. So that means in total 15,000 for that apprenticeship across the life of the apprenticeship, in addition to all of the other supports that are available to apprentices like loans and living away from home allowances.
So the information I have, that the support being reduced of the 1st of January 2026 was the maximum payment would reduce from 5,000 to 2,500 over the first 2 years of an apprenticeship. Are you saying that's no longer happening?
Not for construction or new energy sectors.
Construction or new energy. Okay, and what about the priority hiring incentive? Has that changed?
So for occupations that fall within priority occupations that aren't in the construction sector or new energy sector, there will be a change from 5,000 to 2,500, and there'll be a change for the apprentice. So in total.
So when you say decrease from 5,000 to 2,500?
Yes. Yeah.
So that's still going to happen if you're not in construction and not in the energy?
Yes, but there are a range of occupations that may well have some exposure to those sectors and they will be able to access what is the Key Apprenticeship Program.
Okay. So just to assure, Infrastructure Australia, HIA and others that have had concerns about the reduction in the AATSP funding, that is not going to be reduced as it was planned to be on the 1st of January 2026. That's completely
correct.
Overturned.
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent. Well, my work here is done, Minister. Thank you. I'm glad I put it straight to you. Thank you.
Senator Mackenzie. Senator Kovacic.
Well, I have some questions that have come out as a result of those questions from Senator Mackenzie.
Damn you, Mac.
So I just want to get a sense of how many employers supporting how many apprentices and trainees are currently accessing the employer subsidy, and if you have that by sector type, because I note that you're saying for construction and clean energy there's no change, right? So if we have that information by sector type.
So I might hand over to Ms Campbell to take you through that.
Belinda Campbell, First Assistant Secretary. I don't have the breakdown by employers by sector type. What I can give you is our program data as at the 30th of September, the number of employers that were eligible to receive the priority hiring incentive, and that was 52,280.
That's under the priority?
The priority hiring incentive. Yep. So that's under the current arrangements.
Yeah, under the current arrangements. Are you able to provide the sector, the subsidies by sector type for me on notice, in line with what the questions that I've asked in relation to how many apprentices, trainees and employers?
So we can certainly take that on notice. We normally, most of our data which comes from NCVR talks about the traineeship, and we can certainly do a split by sector based on traineeship.
Okay, all right. So we talked about the incentive continuing for clean energy and construction. I'm interested to know what happens in relation to care sector apprentices. They are excluded from this measure, or this new measure that was announced as of Monday. So if you can run me through what incentive they will now receive from the 1st of January, and if we know how many apprentices are currently in that sector and how many we anticipate or how many you've modelled that will receive this incentive in 2026 or from the 1st of January 2026, given that there is no longer the full incentive being paid.
So any care apprentices or trainees in the system right now, their payments will continue.
Correct.
The current payments will be grandfathered. From 1 January, a care apprentice or trainee will go down to 2,500.
From 5,000?
From the 5,000, and the employer will also go from 5,000 to 2,500. So in total, the apprenticeship will receive 5,000. What I would note, and I'll hand to Ms Campbell just to take you through some of the detail in your question, but what I would note is that in the care sector, it's a very low uptake of apprenticeship traineeship pathways. Predominantly what we've seen is a very significant uptake of free TAFE. So with free TAFE, so far we've got 61,500 enrolments in care sector qualifications, and so we've seen that increase there, and that seems to be the predominant pathway for people moving through training into employment. But I'll ask Ms Campbell just to respond to your specific question around numbers.
So what I can provide is based on the key apprenticeship program, the commencements for the first quarter and the proportion that were eligible for the key apprenticeship program, which is transferable to 2026. So 29% of the commencements in the first 3 months of that program were eligible for the CAP program. 43% of those commencements received support as priority occupations, but not under the CAP. And then 28% of the commencements were not eligible for incentives, were not on the priority list.
Okay. And so has the department undertaken any modelling, particularly to see what impact it will have on the aged care, childcare and disability sectors? And I note the information in relation to TAFE, but in terms of these apprentices, how that will impact the availability of skilled workers in that area or the training of workers in that area?
So in order to support government's decision making, we did undertake analysis to prepare the costings for the program. We do from the actuals from the current program, so that's the data that Ms Campbell just reflected on. Probably what I would also note is that there's a range of factors that go to commencements and completions across the apprenticeship program. That's been very detailed through the strategic review into incentives. Really in terms of, to support that decision making, we really did look at what we had already seen from the introduction of the key apprenticeship program in the last budget and the impact that had had on the numbers, the commencement numbers.
So did your modelling or your analysis indicate to you that fewer people would take up placements as apprentices in these care sectors as a result of reducing the incentive?
So our modelling indicated that, yes, there'd been a softening in non-priority apprentice commencements. We could see that from the historical changes over the last few years, and that there had been an increase in construction and new energy apprentices as a result of the introduction of the key apprenticeship program. So that allowed us to kind of make some proxy assessments around what would occur for those apprenticeships that weren't going to be included in the key apprenticeship program.
So is there a concern, or was any concern relayed in relation to the impact to the shortages that already exist in the aged care, childcare and disability care sectors by reducing this incentive?
I think we took a lot of... So we very cognizant of the impact that free TAFE has had and the significant increase in students that we've seen through free TAFE in care. We're also very cognizant that for a range of reasons, apprenticeship and traineeships haven't been the pathway of choice, and we are working with Human Ability, the Jobs and Skills Council, to do some work on, well, how do we respond to those reasons, and what are the options around the apprenticeship traineeship model that make it more attractive to both students and employers.
Okay, I guess I understand all of that. What I'm trying to understand is if we have a particular shortage and we have an incentive to encourage because of that shortage, why we would then remove that incentive whilst a shortage still exists. And I acknowledge that noting about the free TAFE, but when someone is undertaking free TAFE, my understanding is they are not working in the sector, whereas an apprentice is working in the sector. Am I correct in my understanding of that?
Yes, as part of the nature of the apprenticeship, they are working in the sector. It is important, Senator, to consider the package of support while directed between the apprentice and the employer in total is higher than the level of support that was provided before the pre-COVID programs. But as well, there are a number of other supports that complement the incentive. So there's a recent increase to the living away from home allowance. There also another complementary program, the disability apprenticeship support, but also these apprentices that are undertaking apprenticeships in priority occupations will be able to continue to access the income contingent loan, the apprenticeship support loan as well, to assist with cost of living.
Senator, just going back to the crux of your question, I mean, you're right to be looking across these different levers, and that's what we've been doing as well, because we're very focused on ensuring that areas in shortage, that the interventions that we're making are effective. So noting that individual support and early childhood are the top two enrolments for fee-free TAFE, I wouldn't assume that... So apprenticeship and traineeship is a model designed to support and pay for people in the sector while they get their training in a very particular structured way. I wouldn't for a moment assume that people doing fee-free TAFE, in early childhood, nearly 45,000 from January 23 to September 25, aren't also working in the sector. My mother went and did TAFE for early childhood. I don't know why a 60-year-old woman would think that was an awesome career move when lifting small women, lifting large children, but nevertheless she was working in the sector at a time, because obviously you can start without the qual in some roles. Yes. And so I wouldn't assume that they're not working in the sector. And noting also that through the multi-employer bargaining provisions and the government's support of the bargaining happening in childcare that there's been a huge uptake of the increased wages, 15% over 2 years, I think I mentioned earlier in this hearing, which is also, I think, presented a good incentive for people to work in the sector. And noting the Minister's primary role, Minister, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
I guess I know it's a very blunt sort of analysis, but I still hold the view that if you have a shortage of skills in a particular area, and we talk about the different levers, that surely you wouldn't withdraw any of those levers until such a time as you're making inroads into that shortage. Wouldn't you keep all of those levers open? And I wonder whether that formed, part of the advice to government around that, because we do have significant shortages in childcare, aged care and disability care.
Senator, this week we celebrated the second instalment of a historic 15% pay rise for our nation's early childhood educators. The average pay rise for people who do this incredibly important work is $11,000 a year. And that is what will drive attracting educators back to the profession and retaining educators in the profession. And the officials have also explained that in relation to apprenticeship incentives which are being retained at a level, apprenticeship is not the main way by any means that people come into the sector.
I've garnered that from
45,000 people taking the opportunity to do free TAFE. I've met so many of them.
I'm asking about
and
this specific
it is
lever.
often older women, like apparently the Secretary's mum, who take up these opportunities to retrain in early childhood education and can work in the sector at the same time. So you shouldn't be concerned about these incentives in relation to early childhood education, where a $3.6 billion commitment has been made into wages to attract and retain the workforce, and where 45,000 people are doing
to
free
childcare,
TAFE.
aged care and disability care, and I do retain that concern. And my question was whether or not concerns about removing one of the levers, and I acknowledge the other levers, and I acknowledge the value of the other levers, whether there was any concern about removing this lever of the apprenticeship incentive in relation to ensuring that we are managing the skill shortage.
Just to follow up from the Minister, I think we were conscious of, based on the data we had from the introduction of the Key Apprenticeship Program, we were conscious of what the softening might be on those priority occupations that don't fall under the Key Apprenticeship Program eligibility. But we were very cognisant of that significant uptake of free TAFE, and to both the Secretary and the Minister's point, it's 82% of free TAFE students are studying part-time, which would indicate that they may also be working, and you can start working in the care. And then, but we are really conscious as well that we need to understand better why there's low use of this part of apprenticeship and traineeship pathways in care, both personal assistance care and early childhood care. And we're working with the relevant Jobs and Skills Council to understand what it is around the model that we might need to consider in order to make it more attractive to both employers and students.
Thank you. Chair, my next questions are on a different topic. Did you want to break? Yeah.
All right, look, we will. Just before we go, it's none of my business, Ms Jones, and you don't have to answer. Has your mum got grandkids to play with? Because once mine leave, we're knackered.
I'll be honest, Mum is actually now retired, and it's for the best, because the osteoporosis means if the kiddies knock her over, she's going to break. So she did have a great career second career in early childhood, and still volunteers.
Good on her. What a legend. And I mean that. I meant to say when my grandchildren leave, Fiona and I are rather exhausted. Anyway, thank you very much. Let's just go to an early break, a couple of minutes. I think let's get back for Is 4:15 okay? 4:15? Okay, let's suspend. Thanks very much, everyone. Question, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you so much. I just have some questions to begin with on the national planning level for international student numbers. The department's website says that government has announced a planning level of 295,000 for 2026. This is 25,000 more places than 2025. Could you tell me what categories of students are included in this national planning level referenced on the department's website?
Senator, the national planning level is essentially allocated across higher education and VET. So of the 2026 level, there will be, what's the total for VET?
Sorry, it's Chris Alich, Assistant Secretary, International Defence. The only sort of published number is the total allocation, because that's the only one that matters for the national planning level. That will include VET, higher ed and CRICOS and ELICOS providers, so the English language, so a collection of that.
Do you have a breakdown of those numbers, or are they global numbers?
They're global numbers. We have the headline number of 295,000, and then each provider gets its own allocation, which is also being published. All of the VET providers numbers have been published on the website, and the higher ed providers are published on the Department of Education's website.
Okay, so just so I have a clear understanding, is how did you determine, like, was there a ratio between higher ed and VET, or like how were the categories allotted their numbers of that 295,000?
Do you?
So I can provide a broad answer. Yeah. So that obviously the decision to set the amount was decision of government.
Of course. Yeah.
And they looked at the previous year, so the 2025 year, and government made a decision to apply a modest increase across.
I just meant the categories. How do we apply the numbers in the categories rather than the total number, if that makes sense?
So it was based on recognising the impact of COVID. It was partly based on the historic numbers across VET, CRICOS and higher ed. The other factors were public providers. So public providers have essentially don't have an allocation. They can go above their numbers. The other consideration was strategic RTO providers. So, for instance, in aviation, just thinking about what's the appropriate allocation where they really deliver a very strategic, focused course. And then we also have a mechanism for small to medium providers, so who have historically had quite small numbers, but making sure that that's reflected in the allocation. The allocation is really around priority processing, so it's not a guarantee of how many visas will be allocated and therefore how many students. It's about saying, that we're allocating essentially this many student applications for priority processing.
Got you. Would you know how many, do you have rough numbers on percentages of how many are for VET and how many are for higher ed?
We will. So I'm very conscious because you've written to us about this question, and we are liaising with the Department of Education, who's essentially the data custodian for this data. So we are working on that request, and we'll be able to take that on as part of that. Take that on notice and come back to you on it.
I would appreciate that. And just for my own understanding, can you sort of outline for me what is the department's responsibility for international education? Just what is in with your remit and what isn't?
Yes. So broadly, we support our ministers around both offshore provision of vocational education and training, and also international students coming onshore to study in the VET sector. So we do this in close collaboration with the Department of Education. We are also focused on skills assessment. So we have our own Trades Recognition Australia, which does skills assessment for international migrants, and we also auspice 39 other skills assessment authorities across the country who provide that skills assessment services for international migrants as well. And broadly also very engaged in the government's international diplomatic strategies and free trade strategies as well, and how we can support through the skills and broader skills and training sector.
Thank you. Could you tell me which part of the department or whose accountability it is for setting the national planning levels for the vet sector for 2026?
So Department of Education are essentially the lead for the international students broadly coming onshore. It's a decision of government, and it's a decision worked through both with Minister Clare as the Department of Education in concert with Minister Giles for Skills and Training, and also the Assistant Minister Hill for international students.
Got you. So they all work together in doing that, as opposed to one having the overarching.
And probably, sorry, apologies. I should also reference it's done very closely with Home Affairs, the Department of Home Affairs, because ultimately they're responsible for both assessing those visa applications and granting them, and also with the Treasurer and Treasury, who have responsibility for population policy more broadly.
Sure. And just again for my understanding, so does that mean that DUA makes recommendations, and then that group of ministers will make an ultimate decision, and I assume the Department of Education themselves will also make some kind of a recommendation as well?
Senator, what I'd say to that is that we are working very collaboratively together, so we wouldn't make recommendations by and large separate from our education colleagues, because it is a system.
So it would be the same set of recommendations coming from both departments?
We would work together to advise government and those decisions of government. And what I would also say is the current national planning level, I sort of see it as an extension, like the setting of this for the first time in August 2024 was a very important and complex endeavour at the time, and what's happened now is a year on, we, with our education colleagues and our colleagues in Home Affairs, have looked at how the system has gone, both with respect to universities, vet and the visa system and the ministerial directions in place with respect to visa processing, and the current planning levels are, I think I'm right in saying this, an adjustment based on how it's gone in that first year. And so over the last year, we've been working very closely with stakeholders and with our colleagues to monitor and refine and advise and now refine with the national planning level that was set recently, and the revised ministerial direction as well that goes along with that.
Thank you. The department's website says no active provider will receive a 2026 allocation that is lower than what they received in 2025. Is that correct?
Yes. That's correct, yes.
Yep. Excellent. Has the department received any complaints from providers in relation to the allocations?
I'll have to take on notice whether we've received any specific complaints, but so far, in broad terms, moving from 2025 to 2026, the sector's been supportive. They've appreciated the increase from 2025 to 2026. The small provider pool, which gives flexibility, as Ms Faithful said, for small providers having to manage very small allocations, that's been well received to give flexibility and opportunities for growth. So overall, I think the sector's been broadly welcoming, but I'm not sure whether we would have to check whether any individuals.
Senator, Mr. Alec and I both attended, I think it's called the International Council of Education meeting last week, maybe, with all three Ministers Clare, Giles and Hill, noting a number of divisions. There was a bit of coming and going, but the shall I say, the vibe in the room was very positive and very much engaging with the questions around ensuring the international education sector has integrity, that we're attracting across all areas the right sort of students, and that the settings are right. It was a very positive meeting, was my readout of it, and also very practical with stakeholders wanting to work with each other and with government on strategies and the program going forward. So I think that noting that this approach has only been in place for just over a year now, I very much see it as settling and maturing, and the stakeholders being pretty positive and engaged about it all. I'm not saying that doesn't mean no one is unhappy about something, sure. But I think they're grateful for the stability too, noting that principle around providers not getting less and just having the information about the settings, noting, as I think Ms Faithfull said, it's about visa processing and speed. They're not legislative caps per se.
Sure. What is the appeals process if a provider is not happy with their planning levels? What is sort of open to them? If there is one, yeah.
So they are. So I think it's a good question. There is capacity within the allocation. So there is previously in 2025 and in 2026 there has been some capacity essentially reserved for any particular issues, the unanticipated issues or areas of need. So I think, we would say in that kind of dialogue that we're constantly in with the sector and stakeholders, both at an individual level and then at a kind of collective representative level like the International Education Council, providers should raise that. That's in 2025 we had a lot of individual dialogue with individual RTOs and providers across the country. So raise that with us, and then we can work with ministers to consider their particular context and situation. But the allocation is a decision of ministers and of government under that ministerial direction.
Sure, okay.
Can I just add, and just to reiterate Ms James' point, these aren't hard caps. So if you go over your allocation, the later applications just go into a priority to visa processing. So in a sense, it's important but not definitive in terms of it's not a hard cap. So there is flexibility in the system.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question is, what is a consequence of exceeding that planning level? It's that you go into a slower queue. Is that what it is?
Yes.
You don't get that priority. So that's not actually the numbers, it is the priority numbers in terms of fast-track assessments.
Yes, it's a prioritisation of the assessments, that's it. In the context of appreciating that both the student and the provider seeking certainty as quickly as possible, particularly if you're starting classes in a calendar year or a semester, but recognising as well that Home Affairs do an assessment around risk, eligibility, a whole range of factors, and so if you've topped out in terms of your allocation, you move down to priority 2 processing, and as Mr Allage is saying, it's none of this, the actual provision of the actual international student visa is ultimately a decision for the home.
That's a different decision altogether. Yeah. Okay. And I did ask this question in advance, so you may have to take it on notice. But at a sector-wide level for vet providers, what are the actual numbers of international students commenced and enrolled against the planning levels as at 31 December last year, 2024, and then 2025 year to date, the data that you do have, so we can get an understanding of what the actual numbers are versus these planning levels.
We can, so as I said, we've got your letter with that request around the data, and we are working with Department
if you need to provide on notice,
so
that
we'll
is fine.
bring that on notice, but we definitely we are able to provide that.
Yeah. And then just again, so I have an understanding of how the process works. So if if providers go over these planning levels, they go into a slower lane, is there any sort of communication or discussion with them sort of going, hey, you know, you need to slow down, or that doesn't really matter because this is just a priority queue assessment? The numbers that come through are of no consequence effectively, it's just how you assess them. Is my understanding correct there?
So again, Department of Education manages all of the data, and they track through the PRISMS data set, they track almost live data applications, and because Home Affairs obviously need to know that quickly to make the decisions around prioritisation. That information is fed routinely back to providers, so they'll know again, this is a question for education, but my understanding is on a weekly basis or very frequently basis where they're at tracking against their allocation. So they'll have a very good sense of when they hit when they're approaching their allocation, and again, it'll be different for different providers. Some providers will go by semester, so a lot of the higher education providers take semester, so they'll have large enrolment blocks, and then they'll have a period of no enrolments, and then they'll have a second semester, whereas some other more vet providers will have more of a ongoing enrolment process. But each provider will have a different way of how they deliver their courses and their student intakes, but they'll get very frequent data in order to sort of manage their business and see how they're tracking.
So that's live data as opposed to you being, or the Department of Education being required to communicate things to them. They can see where they're up to.
Yeah, that's a question you'll have to put to Department of Education.
Put to the Department, but from your perspective, there's...
That's right.
Correct. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's very clear. So my next question relates to course level data for fee-free TAFE. Minister Giles's media release of 21st of November 2025 provides fee-free TAFE data relating to enrolments and says that the care sector is the most popular course category, which is interesting given the discussion we just had, then technology and digital courses, and then construction. Is that correct? Is that consistent with the data that you have?
Yes. So, Senator, thank you for the question, and I will hand over to Ms McDonald, but I might just... So, total enrolments for July 2023 to September 2025 show, and relative to our previous conversation, Certificate 3 in Individual Support, then Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care. Next is Diploma of Nursing. Next is Certificate 4 in Training and Assessment. So that's really key for us because that's about creating more trainers to train people. And then Certificate 3 in Information Technology is the next highest enrolment.
Do you have the top 10 there? Like what comes sort of around the digital courses? Obviously the IT is the digital course or technology, and around construction, what the other courses are?
So, Senator, I only have the top 5 courses here, but I do have the enrolments by sector, if that would be useful.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so agriculture, and these are the national priority sectors. Agriculture has had 25,700 enrolments to date. Care, which was referenced in the Minister's media release, 198,000 enrolments, so that's 27.4% of free TAFE overall. Construction has had 59,000 enrolments, which is 8.1%. Early childhood education and care, 56,000 enrolments, which is 7.8% overall. Hospitality and tourism, 27,494. So they're the main categories. The other one of note is technology and digital, which has had 69,245 enrolments.
Thank you. And would you have a breakdown of whether the courses are short courses? In particular, I'm quite interested whether the construction courses are like Cert 1, Cert 2, Cert 3, what they look like.
So, Senator, I have the overall figures, the breakdown, but not by sector here with me.
If you could provide that on notice, we're happy to hear what you have there.
So short courses to date have been 9.2% of enrolments overall. Certificate 1 and 2 have been pretty low. Certificate 2, 38,832 enrolments. Certificate 3, 263,000 enrolments, which is 36.3% of enrolments overall. Certificate 4, 234,000 enrolments, which is 32%. And diplomas, 119,040 enrolments, which is 16.4%. So most of the courses are Certificate 3 and above.
And above,
yeah.
Thank you. Can I take the department to a response to a question on notice? And they're available here to be tabled if needed, to Quan 1756. Which is SQ 25001756. In this, the department states that student level data is not shared with the Commonwealth as a part of state and territory reporting under fee-free TAFE. I'm just trying to understand how the department is able to derive the data at course level as outlined in the Minister's media release on the 21st of November. If that's not done.
So, Senator, we receive quarterly reports from states and territories. So they provide us with the number of enrolments and completions overall. They provide it by sector, by individual courses and by RTOs. However, it's not attributable to an individual student. So we can't say student A has had this pathway within free TAFE. So we get all of the data combined and provided to us.
Right. So then how do we actually know what the outcomes are from the fee-free TAFE if we can't connect it to the individual student?
Yeah, sure. So we look at a number of factors in terms of looking at the outcomes from free TAFE. We consider the impact of enrolments by priority cohorts and by sector, where also at the moment there is an independent evaluation of free TAFE underway, which is the midpoint of the existing free TAFE agreement. And so that evaluation is looking at the outcomes overall from free TAFE.
Okay. And so will future reporting be modified or changed to be able to see this?
Yes. So for ongoing free TAFE, which starts from 1 January 2027, we're working with NCVER, the National Data Custodian, and all states and territories to integrate free TAFE into the national data collection. And that will mean we'll be able to track more of these outcomes.
Great. So there'll be a requirement on states and territories to provide that data via that mechanism?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. Wonderful. And that's from January 2027?
Yes, that's what we're working towards.
Okay, thank you very much. So under the fee-free TAFE skills agreement, is a student counted as a fee-free TAFE enrolment each time they enrol in a course? So is it course-based? Or is it student-based? So if we have the same student enrolling in multiple courses, is that counted as one? Or if that person's enrolled in 5 short courses, is that 5 enrolments? Or is that counted as 5?
Yeah, it's done on a course basis, so that would be 5.
Right. Yes. So individuals enrolling for multiple courses will be counted multiple times.
And I think that's reflective as well of the VET system being a modular system. So for us, from a policy perspective and from a Commonwealth perspective, we are comfortable with this idea that a student might enrol multiple times because they might be moving up from Certificate 3 to Certificate 4, or they might be doing certain modules of a training package to complement the skills they already have, and then building additional skills to be able to do new types of tasks and roles in their workplace.
Okay. Does the department hold data at a student level?
No, Senator.
Would that be something that you'd be seeking as in terms of the new data requirements that you're aiming for from January 2027 to actually monitor via student level as well?
Yes, that's right. From 1 January 2027,
okay.
We'd have greater ability to track at a student level.
when states claim Commonwealth payments for fee-free places, is funding linked to enrolments or course completions?
So, Senator, it's related to enrolments. So we pay based on how much funding states have committed to free TAFE.
Right.
Yeah.
So the payments to the states and territories are made on the basis of how many individuals enrol for that course or these courses. And if a cohort or a substantive cohort drops out during that course and it's not completed, the payment remains.
So, Senator, under the agreement, states and territories are required to redirect any unused funding into other free TAFE places. So if a student withdraws, the remaining funding for that student would move back into
a pool, perhaps.
Yes, and facilitate additional enrolments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So thinking about the data that we're sort of seeing, or the elements of the data that we're seeing, when the government uses the enrolment numbers as a measure of success instead of the completion levels, we would obviously have a certain skew in terms of the success of the program. If someone starts something, it's very different to whether they finish it or not.
Yes.
And do we have any data on the dropout rates and why the dropout rates are there?
So I think there's a couple of factors for us in relation to measuring the success of free TAFE. So as we've just talked through, a large proportion of the students are doing long-form courses, so Cert 3 and Cert 4, so we're anticipating that those courses are multi-year. A large proportion, 81.2%, are studying part-time, so again, we're anticipating that, in terms of being able to measure so VET data is a stock and flow model because of those factors. We're very cognisant around how you might measure completions given those two really important factors, which we're very comfortable with in the context of the objectives of the program in terms of those priority courses and those priority cohorts, so particularly women. I think the other point I would make is the point I made before, which is VET is intended to be modular, and so even a completion of a component of a course rather than the entire course is not necessarily a bad thing, because we know that builds that skill set, and we know from our NCIF data that the outcomes for the student and the employer, even for partial completion, are usually pretty positive, both in terms of suitability in the workplace and income and skills required. With all of that context, we will obviously be monitoring as we move to the substantive enduring free TAFE. We will be monitoring both commencements and completions using the improved data systems that we're working with states and territories and NCIF. We are monitoring that in the context of the fee-free TAFE, the current program, but we're also cognisant and sort of calibrating our expectations because of that part-time nature, because of the long periods of study for the diploma 3s and 4s, and because often people are doing that one particular module or course to get that particular outcome, and everyone's satisfied with that. So there's just some caveats in that context of focusing solely on completions.
Yeah, I do understand that, but I guess where I'm sort of thinking this through, and it goes to my question earlier, if someone drops out, the Commonwealth is still paid, the money goes into a pool and, it's reallocated, and I understand all of that, but I'm just curious as to whether, there is still a cost to that enrolment to the Commonwealth, and whether we have any data, and I'm assuming we don't, whether we will be collecting it about whether, we have students who are sort of having a bit of a taster of a lot of different courses over time because there's no sort of impact of doing that, and there's no cap on the number of courses you can try, and then also the impact you know, to other students who are trying to get into those courses. So I'm just sort of having a think through that element.
So we can talk through the completion numbers to date. I think the other thing is the fee-free TAFE component, and Ms McDonald can probably better articulate, is there is still matched funding from essentially from the state and territory government, and in some instances the student is also making some level of contribution. So there is still an investment from all of the relevant parties involved, and so I think I just probably wanted to reflect on that in the context of it's not just Commonwealth investment here in terms of return on investment for the money and the outcome, but in terms of enrolment completion data.
Yeah, so Senator, from the beginning of free TAFE up until September this year, there have been 213,899 completions. And I can also break that down by cohort. So,
are you able to tell me out of how many enrolments?
So the number of enrolments is overall it's 725,000 enrolments. However, you can't do a straight comparison
because they might still be progressing through.
That's right. Like 160,000 people have enrolled this year, and so they wouldn't have been expected to have completed yet.
In fact, I think based on the data Ms Faithfull gave before, noting 80% are part-time and the majority are in Cert 3 and 4, which are over a longer period.
And the diplomas then as well.
You would expect a number of them to still be in the system if they're still studying, and far be it for me to make the comparison with university, but we are talking about longer-term studies. And so
it's all important information to understand. Sorry, continue.
So of the cohort that started in 2023, there have been 132,000 completions. For the cohort that started in 2024, there have been 65,885 completions. And for people that started this year, so far there have been 15,700 completions. So that does illustrate that the longer people have to complete their courses, the more completions occur, particularly with that 80% of vet students typically being part-time.
Yeah, especially if those individuals are reskilling and still working in other jobs.
Yeah, that's right. And we also have 62% of enrolments are from women who obviously have greater caring responsibilities.
As we always do.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. I guess my next question would be then, would it be the advice of the department or a consideration of the department to seek a better agreement with the states in terms of actually collecting more timely completion data, so it's easier for all of us to understand the benefits and then the challenges and how we can address each of those appropriately?
So we're currently negotiating the free TAFE, the ongoing and enduring free TAFE program with states and territories, and we are working through those kind of key questions around reporting, in addition to the work that we are doing with the NCIF around the flag for free TAFE, but also their work on broader completions data across the entire cohort of vet.
Yeah.
So yes, is a short answer.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess if I'm thinking about it, the fee-free TAFE program began in January 2023, is that correct? Yes. So basically we've got, almost 3 years of a project that is about, I think, $1.5 billion, something like that, where we still don't have a great deal of granular data, and it's going to be another year before we get it. Does the department have any guidance or sort of, other programs historically where you've had a scenario like this, where you've had a long period of time without that detailed reporting and what the outcomes of that have been and what learnings we could have to perhaps accelerate the data collection here so we have a better and clearer picture?
Yeah, so I guess what I'd reflect on is the policy objectives for the original program was really around priority cohorts and priority courses and really generating uptake into those courses and by those cohorts who had previously seen access to VET and TAFE as a barrier and often cost barrier. I think that the reporting that we have been collecting from states and territories has given us a good sense that the investment has delivered on those two key policy intents. We can talk through as well, that the populations that have been accessing free TAFE. We've also got a lot of qualitative data that indicate, qualitative feedback from students and from TAFEs, and that was considered in the committee hearings about the impact that it's having in terms of people's decision making. The schedule that we've had in place for the original program is actually quite similar to schedules that have been that have supported programs that have been sort of essentially 1 or 2 year or 3 year programs, one off. So I'm thinking about schedules during COVID, etc. So I think, we have, in terms of accountability for the program, recognise we can always do more, but I think we've been fairly comfortable with the level of data that we've been getting relative to those policy objectives. And then, yes, now that it becomes an enduring program, we absolutely want to integrate it into that broader VET accountability and data that we're always constantly working with states and territories to improve. Recognising that there's quite a lot of accountability for VET nationally in terms of both the success of, employer satisfaction, student satisfaction, and commencements and completions, and that kind of transparency across the system.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's all from me, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Senator Kavasic. Bye. Okay, now let's go to Office of Fair Work Ombudsman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, you're off?
No.
Yes, of course.
I am indeed off here in the hands of the Fair Work Ombudsman and the Fair Work Commissioner and Minister Wong.
Ms Jones, what I might do is, on behalf of Senator Marielle Smith, the Chair, who can't be here with us today, and the committee, wish you all the very best and a safe and happy festive season.
Thank you. Same to you, Chair and committee.
Thank you.
Hands up, broadcast. Broadcasting. Thanks very much, in Hansard. Ms Booth, welcome.
Thank you, Senator Sewell.
And I will kick off with me. Did you want to make an opening statement?
Not on this occasion.
You won't get
Senator,
told off from any of us. Look, that's fantastic. Ms Booth, I did have the opportunity to put forward a question to you with notice, and it's in relation... I
certainly hope we answered it,
Sorry?
Senator. I certainly hope we answered it, Senator.
Oh, well, I hope you can now.
Okay.
And it was on the 26th, I should give you some background. I know a few people in the trucking industry, they passed on to me an anonymous tip-off was made to Fair Work on the line. I don't even know what the line is. There you go.
Yep.
On the 25th of March of this year. And being anonymous, now I know all about this tip, and I'll only speak from my point of view. The company is called, the company that was put in question, and I won't hide behind parliamentary privilege. It is called MITARC, MITARC, Proprietary Limited. I have their ABN number here. It's probably better I just give you the ABN than read it out on the Hansard. And their address is Unit 6, 163 Prospect Highway, 7 Hills, postcode 2147. And it was brought to my attention that these people were investigated. The belief within the industry is they are operating under sham contracting with ABNs. So in all fairness to you, Ms Booth, my second favourite topic, apart from talking about myself, is talking about the transport industry, and my latest hobby is to bring awareness to everyone in this building and outside of sham contracting in the road transport industry. I firstly want to congratulate you on Operation Topaz, I think it was called. Okay, well done, great effort, joint effort with Border Force and ATO. So can you update me if that complaint was addressed through your department or through your agency, and if so, where are we up to?
Okay. Well, I certainly don't have that information to hand. I'm going to guess Mr Campbell doesn't specifically have that company's name in his notes here, but he might surprise me. So
no.
Let's go to Mr Campbell.
I would like to surprise you. Sorry, Senator. Michael Campbell, Group Manager Operations. I don't... the name doesn't ring a bell for me, and I wasn't aware of the tip itself. I'm happy to take it on notice or give a few people behind me a few minutes to see if they scratch something up.
Look, I had hoped that it had got to you because I did raise it, but that's fine. Give you the opportunity. You've probably bombarded with complaints, but I think when a senator doesn't hide behind parliamentary privilege and is prepared to put it out there, and I'll debate it on every street corner in this nation, and if I'm proven wrong, well, I'll be the first to apologise, but I've got a real good feeling I won't be proved wrong on this one. So why don't you do some homework there, if we can get an answer before you leave, and then I'll go over to Senator Roberts. Hello, long time no see. Would you like to have a crack, mate? We are rolling through, and I'd like to give you the opportunity to put your questions to Fair Work.
Thank you.
Ombudsman, before we move to the Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I'm not having a crack. I'm just going to ask some very simple questions.
That's code. I know what he's like. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again today. No, my questions are really simple. On the complaints from miners, casual coal miners in Central Queensland and Hunter Valley, where are you up to?
Thanks for the question, Senator Roberts.
I told you it'd be simple.
We have 33 matters under investigation, and beyond that I'm going to ask either Mr Campbell or Ms Volsky to add any colour to that response.
I'm happy to bring Steve Ronson up as well, Senator. If you
Probably makes sense.
If you want to start with your specific question, then we can manage it accordingly.
Where are we up to?
Just an update.
Mr Ronson is the question. Our current 33.
Yeah, Steve Ronson, Executive Director Operations. Senator, we're well advanced with those investigations, the number that Ms Booth's just provided, and we're getting very close to issuing preliminary findings in several cases. The objective of issuing the preliminary findings is to make sure that all parties to a dispute have the opportunity to review what we've found in our investigations and give them some time to provide either additional or new evidence or confirm our findings. So we anticipate within the next few weeks the preliminary findings for several cases will be issued, and then that will continue in the new year. So we're beginning, if you like, we've done most of our work in those investigations, and we're now getting up to the point of sharing those findings.
Thank you. And roughly of the 33, what percentage will have preliminary findings coming out in the next few weeks?
Before Christmas, out of the 33 investigations, if we take, 31 is probably the more precise number, but if we...
Well, excuse me, what do you mean by 31?
Oh, sorry.
Is more precise?
Oh, yes. Sorry. It was 33 cases last time we met.
Mm-hmm.
There's been 2 finalised since then, and it's 31 cases now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, apologies. And of that number, 3 are self-reports. The 2 cases...
What does that mean?
Oh, sorry, that's where...
They made their own complaints?
Correct.
Submitted their own complaints?
3 companies have self-reported non-compliance with, various elements of the Fair Work Act.
Employers?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 cases that I am aware of the findings will be likely to be issued in the next few weeks will cover about 4 workers. So what I can say is that we're close to issuing findings with 2 particular cases that cover 4 workers.
Okay, thank you. Final decision?
Well, so what will happen...
It's going to vary for each of the complaints, is it?
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll issue the findings. The employer or the employing entities and the workers will receive the findings, and they'll be given an opportunity to reflect on them, look at them, ensure that they are accurate, or whether they want to contest any part of our findings. If so, they'll be given a reasonable time, possibly because it's Christmas, they'll be given 4 weeks or thereabouts. So by the end of January, if there's no additional or new evidence or any contest, then we'll proceed to finalising those findings. But what we're hoping is that by January and February, we'll be issuing progressively and sequentially more findings, because we've done most of the investigation work for those 28 cases.
Okay, thank you. When do you think all 31 remaining will be finished?
So if I just exclude the self-reports and we look at the 28 cases, my view would be the preliminary findings will be issued through not just December, but January, February, and possibly early March, so progressively.
So the rest will come, final reports will come about 4 weeks after?
Findings of each particular investigation is about 4 weeks after the preliminary findings, unless, say for example, I issue you a letter and you go, hang on, you've omitted this evidence or you're missing this, then that of course might continue the investigation.
What's the breakdown, please, roughly between Queensland and Hunter Valley?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
If you could, please. And the number of employers involved?
I think from memory it would be... Yeah, 25.
25 employers?
Yeah.
Is that... no, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps I will ask a question about, are they labour hire firms or mining company, mine owners?
I'm happy to take on those to provide like the particulars of that division, but it's a mix.
Yeah. Okay. And how many staff do you have devoted to this?
There'd be at least, in terms of dedicated, there'd be at least 3, and that's, them putting a considerable amount of their time into just this particular sector.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But I'm happy to correct that and provide...
If it's not correct, and if you could provide it on...
Sorry. I'm happy to provide, to confirm it, but it will be about 3.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Senator, Mr Ronson, welcome. You went to the table earlier. You heard my question around the sham contracting?
I did. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of that particular case, but we're doing some search on that.
No worries.
Yeah,
I'd like to share
and
everything I've got.
And I'm aware of your interest in sham contracting and road transport.
Beautiful. And I don't have to go into a lecture on what damage it's doing out there in the economy, so that's fantastic. No. Thank you. That's great.
Senator Rachel Bosky, Chief Counsel. We've just been advised by one of my colleagues that we have done a search of our systems, and unfortunately we haven't found anything in relation to that particular company. So.
Oh, okie dokie. Well, look, I don't want to hold it up, but that raises a little bit of an alarm bell. I've got a list this thick in my office I'm going to share with you, not now, but I'm going to share with you of companies, of people on the internet demanding ABNs before drivers can start work with them. And you'll get a shock when you find out, like groups like the Endeavour Group, you know, that mob that own BWS and own Dan Murphy. Yeah, well, they're up to their eyeballs in it, so I'll share that all with you later. Right. Okay, I'm on a mission before I leave this joint.
Senator Sturr, we had over 25,000 anonymous reports in the last financial year.
No, I can understand that. That's why I'm going to have the pleasure of dealing directly with you. And the worst thing you can do is give me your mobile numbers, because your phone's going to melt. That's fantastic. I really appreciate that. Thanks very much. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. Some of these questions I did ask last time and did put through questions, or we're waiting for responses on. So I'll give it a go and see how we go today.
Okay.
How many inspectors does the Fair Work Ombudsman currently employ, and how does this compare over the last 3 years?
I can tell you from the top of my head that it's 223, but when we go to a comparison of past years, I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if they have a table at hand. I can tell you that that number is higher than the year before and the year before that. And if you'll give us a moment to find the data, I think we'll be able to give it to you.
Thank you.
Mr Campbell's just informed me that the number that I gave you doesn't include the criminal investigation team, and when we add that, we get 239 at present, and I think we're looking now to see what the comparison is with prior years.
Thank you.
So you're happy for me to...
Please.
So, Senator, I think the question we had on notice was around the comparison between 2022 and now. Mm-hmm. So the answer that you'll get in due course will tell you that at 30 June 2022, we had 194 Fair Work inspectors. Mm-hmm. And then with respect to 30 June 2025, it was 223. But as you've just heard, that the current number, as at 25 November, is 239.
Okay.
So it's increased.
So 239. And is it still of that 6 of that 239 are criminal investigation teams?
So 10 of them are criminal investigations team.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. Can you provide us an insight into what industries the Fair Work inspectors are spread across?
Well, I can say every industry that exists in the Australian economy because we do cover the full gamut of workplaces, the 1 million employing businesses and 14.6 million workers. We do, however, prioritise our work in 6 priority areas, which is not to say that our inspectors don't investigate in other sectors, but we prioritise in aged care and agriculture, building and construction, disability, fast food restaurants and cafes, universities, and I'm worried I've missed one.
I think that was 6.
Large corporates, which is a very special category really based mostly on self-reports, but in each of those different sectors we have different strategies depending upon the drivers of non-compliance.
Sure. And this may well be on notice, but are you able to break down where those numbers of inspectors are spread across those sectors for us?
Look, there's certain areas where there are teams that are very dedicated, and you heard Mr Ronson a moment ago talk about 3 inspectors being focused on black coal. Generally speaking, our inspectors, cover the full range of sectors, but in relation to building and construction, there is some speciality, and also in relation to the subject of sexual harassment. But generally speaking, they're across the board. Mr Campbell is responsible for our operational area, and he might like to add to that.
Senator, because the nature of our jurisdiction and the fact that we're lucky enough to have a spread of officers around the country, both physical presence and obviously staff within them, it makes sense for us to have inspectors that are capable of working across all sectors, whether it be road transport in Queensland or building and construction in Bunbury. So we skill our inspectors to be able to address contraventions and investigations into contraventions of the Fair Work Act across all sectors. But as we all know, there are different drivers of non-compliance and different practices and different realities in different sectors. So it's better that we have, it's useful that we have inspectors that become accustomed to addressing those and then sharing those skills across the broader inspectorate.
Okay. Do you have data on how many inspections or sites, physical sites, have been visited by Fair Work inspectors over the past year, for example?
Senator, I don't have all site visits because you gave questions about building construction.
Yes,
so
yeah.
I had answers for you on that. But I would say we do a lot of site visits, hundreds and hundreds. We spoke about Operation Topaz earlier,
Sure.
and Operation Sentinel's happened recently as well. So we're constantly in the field across a range of sectors. With respect to building construction...
That was my next question.
Yeah, well, let me jump into it. I can get on notice all... actually, I won't do that. It won't create work. But you asked for site inspections, and it was 64 last financial year in building construction. I think the number's around 20 for this financial year. I will confirm that for you if that... let me see here. 22 so far this financial year, 64 last financial year, and then 26 the financial year before that.
Lovely, thank you. Are you able to tell me how many complaints the Fair Work Ombudsman has now received since the abolition of the ABCC?
Senator, we did take that. We have answered that question.
Oh, have you? I haven't seen it. If you can give me the QAN number, that would be great.
Someone will find it.
Yeah, thank you, and pass it on to me. That would be great. Could you, and you may have answered this one as well, how many of these complaints have subsequently led to formal Fair Work Ombudsman investigations?
I want to say my recollection is we answered that because I read it again recently as I was preparing for today. Inquiries conducted since... Okay, let me get... Can I have 1 second?
If it's helpful, Senator, just to explain the language we use and the workflow, we first of all might engage with a customer in building and construction or any other sector through an inquiry. So we will be able to identify the number of inquiries we get on a sector basis. And then an inquiry that the answers to which don't satisfy the customer becomes a request for assistance. And so you use the term complaint. That would be synonymous with the request for assistance, I believe, unless my colleagues tell me otherwise. And another word that we often use for that is a dispute, and we can provide that data. It's just a matter of finding it in the moment.
Sure. Yeah.
I do.
And then, of course, there's quite a reduction in the number of those matters that turn into investigations, because what we do with a request for assistance is treat that initially through a dispute assistance mechanism, and the vast majority of those matters are closed through that system, and then we apply a triaging or a case prioritisation approach to identify which matters would be appropriate for investigation.
Yeah, of course, there's a big difference between inquiries and investigations.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, and that would be sort of the next layer of my question is how many of those inquiries/complaints have then subsequently led to formal investigations?
Yes.
So, Senator, we use the 10th of November as the start date, being the abolition date of the ABCC. So, from 10 November 2022 to 30 June 2025, we received 43,629 disputes. There's different language you get it.
Sure.
Yep. And then for that period, we completed 11,080 investigations.
Yep.
So effectively 1 in 4 translated to an investigation.
Okay, thank you. And for on notice, are you able to break these down if you have that data based on the type of complaint or inquiry? I don't need that now unless you have it.
Well, look, if I can give you a feel for the inquiries, which is different again from the disputes, but it tends to follow. It's the top 5 inquiries are pay, ending employment, employment conditions, leave, and then general entitlements.
Okay.
I know that sounds quite nebulous, but you know.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. In 2023-2024, the Fair Work Ombudsman issued 760 infringement notices, an increase from the 626 in the financial year prior. Do you have data on what types of contraventions accounted for the majority of these notices? And if you have updates for the last couple of years, and are they in line with your last answer that you provided in terms of the investigations, those top 5, would they be the same for infringements as well?
Slightly different. We've given you a really detailed answer on notice on this question.
Oh, great. Then I'm happy to
And it breaks
take that.
down which regulation, which reg we've issued the infringement notice on by year for the last 3 years.
Brilliant,
and there's
thank you.
the reg and the subsections go probably 12 or 15 long.
Again, if it's helpful, Senator, this has been a big learning curve for me over the 2.5 years of my role. The enforcement tools, to break down into infringement notices and compliance notices, and then of course some other enforcement tools as well as we get into more of the enforcement tools. But infringement notices are very often given in circumstances where there's an absence of time and wages records, or they're inaccurate time and wages records, or there's other kind of record-keeping deficits, and then the compliance notices are given when there's a reasonable belief that there's an underpayment to be remedied.
Sure, thank you. And I think that you've kind of partly answered my question, or I think you have. Is there an opportunity for organisations to rectify or fix simple errors before you issue that infringement notice? And and at what stage would you issue the infringement notice? Is it you're given an opportunity to rectify, it's not complied with, or it's disagreed with, or whatever, and then it's issued? If you could give me an idea of what that process looks like.
Certainly the case with a compliance notice, obviously Mr Campbell's going to be in a better position, but I will just say when it comes to an infringement notice for a lack of time and wages records, we wouldn't be too sympathetic about ex post facto construction thereof.
Yeah.
Mr Campbell?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Senator, when you see the list of reg contraventions where infringement notices can be issued, the greatest number go to either not issuing pay slips at all, or making and keeping false records. So they're kind of zero tolerance matters with respect to infringement notices. And infringement notices in terms of financial penalty are less significant than penalties that flow further into our enforcement paradigm. So we use them as an opportunity for employers to learn the lesson of the non-compliance, particularly with respect to making false or misleading records, because that shows a level of intent. With respect to compliance notices, again, as Ms Booth explained, that tends to go to the underpayment that has arisen as a result of conduct, and the nature of a compliance notice is that the compliance notice is issued on the employer. The employer has an opportunity to comply with that compliance notice. If they do comply with that compliance notice, it effectively that addresses the contravention at that point, and we then don't litigate them, or they're not subject to a penalty, if that makes sense.
Or any public...
or any public
acknowledgement.
Commentary.
Are you able to give me a sense of the status of current legal proceedings, if any, and do you have a list of their outcomes and penalty amounts secured? So that obviously is beyond the infringement notice if it's not, if the terms aren't met.
I think that's one for Ms Volsky.
In building and construction?
Just across the board.
Across the board, yeah.
But happy to start with building and construction. If you don't have, if there is too much data there, I'm happy to take some of it on notice.
Well,
so at the moment, and I'm just noting that that figure is actually out of date.
It's a lot of data. She will take on notice if it's easier for you.
I can. So in the year to date for 25-26, we have filed 16 matters. Litigations finalised so far this year is 20, with penalties of $1.191274 million. And we've also got currently 91 matters in court.
91.
Thank you. Can you confirm to date how much, if any, monies the Fair Work Ombudsman has issued in penalties to the CFMEU?
Yes. It's in the vicinity of $3 million, Senator.
Okay. How many complaints involving the CFMEU have you received in the past 12 months?
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat that question?
How many complaints involving the CFMEU have you received in the past 12 months?
Give me 1 second, Senator. I'm just jumping to another brief.
Thank you.
I haven't got the last 12 months for you, Senator. I can tell you that we've got, right now, we've got 31 investigations in relation to the CFMEU, its officials, and or employers with an alleged association with the CFMEU, which is a potential may involve conduct, which is a contravention of the Fair Work Act.
Thank you. If you could provide the 12-month figure on notice, that would be lovely. I appreciate that. What is the average time frame of a complaint being finalised by the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Yeah, so Senator, if we take the global figure, it would be of all complaints, it is. Yeah, we do have a KPI, Senator. It's, I think it's like 90% within 60 days.
Okay.
If you want some specificity on that, I can get it for you. But that's...
No, I'm happy with that. Thank you. I appreciate that. It gives me an idea of what it looks like. That's what I was after. Taking my mind to surveys on satisfaction, the last annual report in 23-24 provided details of your annual satisfaction survey. I think it was 86 stakeholders asking a yes or no question. 13 came back with a response, but you guys marked yourself at 92%. Can you give me an idea of how you came to that number, given that only 13 responses came through, and whether another survey has been conducted since?
think that goes to key performance indicators, Senator, that we have retired for the obvious reason that it's quite inadequate to survey such a small number of people and then come to a percentage conclusion. We have a different set of KPIs at the moment.
Would that number have been based on the analysis of those stakeholders that had responded?
It would have been based on the responses, and the responses that specifically were in the affirmative to the question around satisfaction. But and of course, you'd be aware that the key performance indicators are subject to the Public Performance and Governance and Accountability Act, and so we tend to look backwards towards the relevant financial year. But for this latest annual report that we've released, and ongoingly our KPIs are, I think, on a firmer foundation.
Thank you.
Either Mr Campbell may have found them, or I could look for the current ones if that's of assistance.
Sorry, Senator. I've found the answer to that question that Ms Booth has given you is on notice as well.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so I'll just be repeating what Ms Booth said.
That's fine. Thank you.
It's getting easier, isn't it?
I know.
Just hand your file over.
I know. I was going to say you can table that whole thing if you like, and we can just finish up now.
Be careful what you wish for.
Some of my drawing still needs work.
So there's a case, Fair Work Ombudsman versus the CFMEU, that commenced in 2024, and it was finalised on the 3rd of September this year as the Fair Work Ombudsman discontinued proceedings. Are you able to tell me why the proceedings were discontinued in that matter?
Senator, that was also one of the questions on notice.
And that's been provided?
We have answered that as well, but essentially the case assessment process that applies to all of our matters continues to apply throughout the litigation as well, and it takes into account sufficiency of evidence and public interest, and in that case in particular, evidential considerations, particularly around witness engagement and recollection, were components that informed the decision that we ultimately took.
Thank you. My last couple of questions relate to small business, and you may have answered these as well. How many small businesses have contacted the Fair Work Ombudsman for assistance in the past financial year? And if you have data for year to date for this year as well?
So, Senator, we have a couple of streams where people, small businesses are contacting us specifically, but I would say that most of the information we provide through the info line of the website enjoyed by business would be targeted largely at small businesses as it is. But last year the small business hotline answered around 47,000 calls. And I'll give you a specific number on if you like. And we're up to about 17,000 this financial year. The employer advisory service, which again is another specific service targeted towards small business, provided 2,950 pieces of written advice last financial year, and I'm just shifting gears. Has provided 1,103 pieces of advice, written advice, to small businesses so far this financial year.
Thank you. And would you be able to tell me how many of complaints from small businesses are received about workplace law complexity, or their challenges in navigating those, or the inability to understand the guidance?
I think we can infer from the numbers that Mr Campbell's just given that the small business in question didn't understand what their obligation was, and therefore sought our advice, and you've received the numbers there. We don't, as such, have another stream of incoming information to us about small businesses' concerns about complexity, but as I move around the workplace community, either at a general level So, for example, going to a meeting of the Australian Small Business Ombudsman, or the of COSBO, the Council for Small Business Organisations, or in a particular sector, as I was last week, National Disability Services. Mr Campbell just alluded to this, but 93% of all employing businesses in Australia are small, according to the ABS, and so, of course, most of our interaction with business is with small business. And I do hear concerns that are expressed, and that is really why one of the core purposes of the Fair Work Ombudsman is to provide explanation of workplace rights and obligations, to do that through our website and through our info line, and specifically then, when it comes to specific questions, through our small business info line and our employer advisory service.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Kabasic. Just one last thing from me, and I promise I won't be long. I'll put the question to you, Ms Booth, and you, Mr Campbell. If it's not you guys, if it's the ATO, just cut me off straight away. And this is not a hypothetical, because I have a construction and building company that engages small businesses, trucks, those with trucks, who all operate on ABNs for their drivers. Not them. They're supplying the trucks to this construction company. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the contractors have are using ABNs. 2 are using contractors that don't have ABNs but don't have any payroll details. Is that something you guys would get your teeth into?
We may well do. If you, I mean, I think that's the answer. Depending on the circumstances, we certainly do.
I'll have a chat.
If a complaint is made. I was going to suggest that Ms Volsky might like to talk about the definition of employee and the
no, you don't have
so on,
to.
but
I'm
perhaps
right.
we don't want to go there.
Mate, I do this in my sleep, mate. In fact, we might even be on the same page. Thanks very much. But I'm thinking of time. What I'd rather do is I would love to. Can I have a meeting in Canberra with you guys and go through what I've got?
Where
are you based?
We take information from all sorts of sources, Senator, and
even from
you would be very open to
Okay.
receiving information from you.
Fantastic, because now that I know that you get 47,000 complaints, is that what you said, Mr Campbell, the anonymous ones?
That was over 3 years.
Over 3 years, yeah. So I'm now your complaint line.
Great.
Cool.
Yeah, no.
And just to let you know...
You have been for a couple of years now, Senator.
No, I have, yeah, I know. That's right. I'm having a ball. But I also I'll leave it on this one too, that I'm meeting with the lead on the shadow economy task force, and I'm going to raise the same issue because I want to replicate what you did with Operation Topaz with a certain operator in the construction and building company, a building industry. And I'm not going to tell you who they are because the rat bags will make sure that no one's around when your people turn up.
We understand not wanting to compromise investigations, Senator.
You do realise at this time next year your photo with me will be on my Christmas card. We're going to be that close.
Another career highlight.
You do know that, don't you? All right, look, that's fantastic. We might have a chat on the way out if we can, okay?
Sure.
No further... No, I'm the last one. Ms Booth, it's been an honour. Thank you very much, Mr Campbell and Ms Oleski. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Travel safe. Don't leave the building. I'll just catch you quickly if I can. Don't look so excited. I haven't started yet. Okay, that's great. Can I just let everyone know too that the committee has agreed to release Comcare and will now call the Fair Work Commission. Well, let's suspend for a couple of minutes while we have a changeover. Thanks.
I now call officers from the Fair Work Commission, including its General Manager, Mr Murray Furlong. Mr Furlong, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good evening, Deputy Chair. For the first time in approaching 5 years, I do.
Oh, wonderful. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I've prepared, I was listening to the evidence today and early in the week, so I've prepared a statement which I hope will be of assistance to the committee. It will be tabled as well. As the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission, I have two distinct statutory roles. I'm the agency head and accountable authority of the Commission. In this capacity, I'm required to assist the President to ensure the Tribunal performs its functions and exercises its powers under the Fair Work Act. In addition, in March 2023, I became the independent regulator of federally registered unions and employer associations under the Registered Organisations Act. My statutory functions primarily relate to the financial management of registered organisations and their democratic functioning. I also have some additional functions in relation to the administration of the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU, and I will table a statement. I'll ask for a statement to be tabled now that I issued last year that describes my statutory roles in that area. It is important to note that the Administrator is independent of me in government. Mr Irving KC is not subject to direction from me or anyone else for that matter, but he must operate within the law, including in accordance with the Registered Organisations Act and the scheme of administration. My regulatory functions under the Act do not extend to investigating criminal conduct or compliance with industrial laws on work sites. The former falls to state and federal police forces, the latter to the Fair Work Ombudsman. In addition, there are many state and Commonwealth regulators who have separate responsibilities related to conduct in the building and construction industry. To provide you with a snapshot of some of the operational activities of recent times, I will now share some information with the committee about what my staff and I have been focusing on of recent weeks and months. We're currently conducting 2 investigations into alleged conduct of former CFMEU Construction and General Division officials, including in relation to matters that have been referred to us by the Administrator himself. We've recently concluded an investigation into former senior officials at the Victorian Tasmanian Divisional Branch of the Construction General Division of the CFMEU. This investigation related to donations exceeding $300,000, some of which were not disclosed, made to support the ultimately uncontested re-election of Diana Asmar as Secretary of the HSU Vic No. 1 branch, which operates as the Health Workers Union. Ms Asmar and other former officials are the subject of separate proceedings I initiated in the Federal Court last year, and I'm currently considering initiating civil penalty proceedings against former officials of the CFMEU in relation to this alleged conduct. We've also recently concluded an inquiry into the Master Builders Association of Victoria, the MBAV, which arose after receiving several protected disclosures. While the inquiry did not identify any contraventions of the Registered Organisations Act, it determined that approximately $20 million was received by the MBAV via grants, overwhelmingly from Incolink, which did not proactively disclose to its members who contribute to that fund. A significant proportion of the MBAV's income was derived from these grants from Incolink over the 2-year period that our inquiry examined. The board at Incolink consists of directors nominated by the MBAV, the CFMEU and the CEPU. At the time of the grants being made, Incolink's board members, including John Setka and the current CEO of the MBAV. While not unlawful, it remains unclear to me how the MBAV could satisfactorily reconcile its foundational responsibility to prioritise advocacy for its members, including in an industrial context, while at the same time materially benefiting from funds generated from the contributions of its members to Incolink in a way that is not transparently disclosed to its members. It is alleged that the CFMEU also received, and this was traversed in evidence earlier today, approximately $27 million in grants from Incolink to build its wellness centre in Melbourne. I understand that this matter is the subject of a current investigation by the Administrator. It is important to note that the MBAV is a separate and independent entity to the Master Builders Association's National Office and other state MBA registered organisations. In recent months, we have also disclosed information about alleged corrupting benefits to the Australian Federal Police on 2 occasions, and we're also assisting the AFP with subject matter expertise in relation to one ongoing matter. We have participated in meetings with the Joint Agency Working Group, members of the Victorian, and met with members of the Victorian Police Hawk Task Force, the Department of Infrastructure and other government departments and law enforcement bodies. And I'm scheduled to meet with the Queensland Commission of Inquiry in January. We've also disclosed generalised information to the Department of Infrastructure, the Victorian Government and the National Construction Industry Forum about the incidents of reported alleged illegal conduct on projects that we have identified are the recipients of government funding across the country. We've also met with industry participants who represent the interests of employers, employees, builders, subcontractors and government. We've corresponded with the Minister of Employment, Workplace Relations and the Shadow Minister for Small Business, Industrial Relations and Employment, who I met with in response to a briefing request that I received from him. We've met with officials from the CFMEU administration on many occasions about many matters, including current and future strategic and operational priorities. And I've written to the Administrator about the issue of a CFMEU delegate meeting with Mr Gatto.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry I was out of the room. Your opening statement, are you going through the whole opening statement?
I was planning on.
Yeah.
Senator, but I'm happy to go to questions.
Yeah, I might just get you to give us the executive summary one. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay, no problem.
Because we're just dying to ask questions.
Okay, no problems.
And get you out of here safely in the daylight.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just conclude, please, just by, but just very briefly providing an update on the workload of the Fair Work Commission. I understand this has been the subject of questions today as well. We anticipate, so in 24-25 we received around 44,000 applications, which is 24% above the 5-year average. From 1 July to 30 September this year, this reporting cycle, we received a total of 13,671 lodgements, which exceeds the 3-year average for this quarter by 45%. If this trend persists through the remainder of 25-26, we'll receive approximately 55,000 applications, which is unprecedented in our recorded history. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I know Senator Mulholland has some questions. So, all right, Senator Mulholland, if you want to kick off.
Yeah, no worries.
And then Senator Bassett, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions. The first question is just to get an update about the SDA union's application around adult junior rates of pay. So I understand the SDA application to the Fair Work Commission relating to the General Retail Industry and Pharmacy Award, seeking to remove the reduced rate of pay for young adult workers. The case was heard on the 25th to 27th of November. Can I ask what the next steps are?
Ms Legge will be able to assist you with that question, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I might just add on to the opening that you gave there. So just to confirm, the SDA applied on the 6th of June 2024 to change junior rates in 3 awards under Section 1572 work value provisions. That was to the General Retail Industry Award, the Fast Food Industry Award and the Pharmacy Industry Award. And the application seeks to increase rates currently applicable to employees 20 years and under across the 3 awards in particular ways. The application's been heard by a full bench comprising of Deputy President Butler, Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Harper-Greenwell. As you noted, there was a submissions process with those proceedings. The matter was heard by a full bench over a number of days in October and November, and the full bench has reserved its decision.
Okay, is there an idea around timing of?
It's before the full bench.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for that. And my other question was just a follow-on from the department was in here earlier and we were talking to them about same job, same pay. And they advised that there was around 164 applications in total that have either been before the Fair Work Commission or are currently before the Commission. I think they thought there was about there might have been about 64 applications relating to same job, same pay. We know that there's been some cases already around Central Queensland mine workers and BHP. We also heard today about some about 400 flight attendants being impacted with Qantas and a $20,000 pay rise there. I just wanted to get a sense of one, is that about correct? There's about 64 applications for orders requiring employers to pay the proper pay rates. Is that about right? About 64 are still before the Commission?
Senator, I can help with that. Zoe Bright, Executive Director of the Legal Performance and Engagement Branch. So far we've had 168 applications for regulated labour hire arrangement orders.
And do you know how many are still currently with the Commission?
Yep, so we have actually, after I saw your questioning this morning, I got one of my colleagues to provide an update for me.
Thank you.
So we have 18 matters that are currently before the Commission for determination.
So 880?
No, 818.
Oh, 18.
Yes, sorry, Senator.
Do you have any further breakdown of that 18 about the particular employers?
I don't for those matters that are currently before the Commission, but I do have a bit of a breakdown of the orders of the industries where orders have already been made. If that
yeah, industries would be helpful, thank you.
Yep, so of the orders that have already been made, 29 relate to the mining industry, 15 relate to the meat industry, 8 relate to storage services, 6 relate to the coal industry, and 6 relate to airline operations.
Okay, great. That was everything from me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Holmes. Senator Kvasik.
Thank you. I'd like to begin my questions in relation to the administration of the CFMEU. At the last hearing, I think the comment was that there would be grave concerns of meetings between the head of the CFMEU, Zack Smith, and the disgraced former head, John Setka. And I note that your colleague, Mr Enright, also said he was aware of 2 unconfirmed reports of this occurring. And now we've received evidence today and prior, and obviously a couple of days after the last hearing, that in fact the administrator was aware of these meetings and had provided his permission for them. I just wanted to get a sense of whether you have had a conversation with the administrator or if you have any knowledge of why you weren't made aware of those meetings prior?
There's a couple of things on this, Senator. I wrote to the administrator on the 23rd of October 2025 seeking further information in relation to those meetings and other meetings. I received a response on the 28th of November, and as I understand it, there were 2 matters that the administrator was aware of. They were of a personal nature, and the administrator disclosed to me the reasons for those two meetings, and that on both occasions, Mr Smith has discussed both of those requests with his office, with the administrator's office, before meeting with Mr Setka.
So the administrator told you they were meetings of a personal nature?
I understand from the information that I've provided is that they were of a personal nature, including attending a funeral.
Right. I believe the evidence earlier today was from a previous witness that the meetings were in relation to matters of which Mr Setka had awareness, and that's why it was agreed to.
I think that the evidence was, well, my understanding of the evidence is that a couple of matters that were considered. One of them related to Mr Setka's former employment.
Yeah.
What I'm adding to the evidence that was provided today is that on a number of other occasions, Mr Smith has attended funerals and other functions.
Right. This is on top of the 2 agreed to. There are a number of personal meetings between the 2.
Yes, and the administrator indicates that he is absolutely satisfied that Mr Setka has no influence over Mr Smith whatsoever.
Right. Okay. You noted in your opening statement that you meet often with the administrator and with the administrator's team. Could you give me a sense of how often that is, with what kind of regularity, or is that difficult to answer? I just want to get a sense of it.
It's ongoing.
Ongoing.
It's a very, it's a working relationship that requires or involves multiple communication every week. There is a meeting that I have with the Administrator's Chief of Staff scheduled every Monday morning, And in addition to that, there will be several other points during the week that we communicate on operational and strategic matters.
Outside of the contents of the letter that Mr Irving sent to you, did he or any other individual associated with the administrator indicate why Mr Irving didn't tell you that he'd approved meetings between Mr Smith and Mr Setka?
Well, as I indicated in my opening statement, the administrator isn't subject to my direction. It's not a requirement. It's not a requirement for him to tell me every move that he makes, the thousands of decisions or activities
of
that he
course,
makes during the week.
I understand that.
Yeah, and I wrote to the administrator about it, and I got a very detailed response that satisfied me.
I'm just curious, given that you've noted that there is ongoing and collaborative work that is being conducted between the administrator and the commission, and obviously I just thought that is something that may have come up because it's a big piece of information, and as I said earlier today, Mr Setka is a significant individual in the CFMEU and then the subsequent administration of the CFMEU, so I just thought that would be something that would have come up, or if you were curious about that.
I can't recall it specifically coming up. There are so many matters that are discussed on an ongoing basis.
Okay. Has the Commission received any complaints, any information that, in fact, Mr Smith may have met with Mr Setka more often that has been outlined, including those provided to you by the administrator, perhaps without the administrator's approval?
Not that I'm aware of. Okay. I should note that in his response, the administrator indicates very clearly, and it's verbatim, in the first instance, let me be clear that Mr Smith retains my full confidence.
Thank you. Do you consider it to be appropriate conduct for those interactions to continue? And I note that the administrator has full confidence in Mr Smith.
My answer to that question is that every interaction that I've had with the administrator over a significant period of time now has fortified my assessment of his character and his judgment.
Thank you. Can the Commission outline the systems and processes currently in place to identify and monitor removed persons who take up employment with other registered organisations?
Mr Coyle will be able to assist you with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Patrick Coyle, Acting Executive Director of the Registered Organisations Services Branch. The Commission, the removed persons scheme applies to 3 different types of activities for persons who have been removed. Persons who it relates to persons seeking to be employed or engaged by registered organisations, persons seeking to hold office in a registered organisation, or a person seeking to be a bargaining representative. There are several different ways in which a person can become a removed person. The first is by reason of the scheme, and on its inception there were some 292 offices that were declared vacant, some of whom were held by the same individuals, so there's not 292 individuals that were removed at that point in time that are deemed to be removed. Some of those persons were still employed and retained employment with the CFMEU, and they do not, to the extent that they continue that employment, are not removed persons. Then there are removed persons that can be removed by the administrator pursuant to the scheme by termination or otherwise. And we have received a list from the administrator of persons who would fall within that category. In terms of our role, we receive a right of entry permits in relation to individuals, and when we receive a right of entry permit, they are assessed against persons who are known to be removed persons. and that is a potential matter that would then escalate those matters for closer scrutiny.
So someone who's a removed person would not be able to be noted on a right of entry permit?
That's not quite the position, but it would certainly be a matter that would then come into the consideration as to whether they are a person who meet the permit qualification requirements. And so it would perhaps give rise to at least the question as to whether a person is a fit and proper person, and an opportunity would be given in those circumstances to both the process that is occurring in that case is that the Fair Work Ombudsman and the administrator are both being alerted to the applications, being given opportunity, if they choose to do so, to make submissions in relation to those matters. So that does not mean that a person would be ineligible to hold a right of entry permit, but it certainly is a flag that would be noted by the Commission staff that are assessing those permits.
Could you help me understand that? Because I'm having difficulty sort of rationalising that. If somebody is a removed person, that's a significant step to then go, but they still might qualify to be named on a right of entry permit? Well,
an example of someone who would fall into that category are people who have continued employment in the administration and whose permit has come up for renewal.
Right. Okay.
And they continue to have the trust and confidence of the administrator in those positions.
Even though they're a removed person?
Yes.
Right. So could I ask, with your general process and those systems that you have in place, are there any differences to how those processes are treated in the administration of the CFMEU, or are they exactly the same?
I'm sorry, Senator, could you restate the question?
Yeah, so if when I asked the question about the Commission's systems and processes that identify and monitor removed persons, are they the same in the current administration of the CFMEU, or are they different? Are there different rules in the administration versus the Commission's normal practices?
Well, Senator, there aren't any removed persons attached to the other registered organisations, so this is a discrete process that we are
Okay, so this is attached to that only?
No. So if a person were to have left the CFMEU and to commence work for a different organisation, there are two elements to that in respect of a right of entry permit. First of all, a new application from a different union would be attached to the previous, so there would be a link there to the previous. But similarly, there may be persons who are removed persons that have never held a right of entry permit. All applications for right of entry are checked against a list that is maintained of relevant matters that might be relevant to permit considerations. So every application that we receive in that regard receives some element of scrutiny.
So they'd all be treated in the same way?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Are you aware of how many removed persons have taken up new employment with another union since the administration commenced?
Senator, we don't have information about the number of persons who might have moved employment. In a regulatory sense, we are responsive to information received about those sorts of matters. I can say that it is a very significant civil penalty associated with a person taking up employment without seeking a certificate first from the Commission. The penalty relating to the registered organisation at the current penalty rate is close to a maximum of $1 million, and for the individual up to $200,000.
Are you able to tell me how many certificates have been sought from you?
Yes, Senator. There have been 4 applications from individuals who were officers and 1 from a delegate to apply for certificates. There are the 3 different categories of certificates that I referred to. Not all of those applications relate to have been in relation to all 3 certificates.
Okay, thank you. So just for my clarification, the certificates relate to applications for officers and for delegates, but are there any obligations for former CFMEU officials to notify the Commission when a removed person seeks employment, paid or unpaid, with another union, or that's not necessary? It's only those office holder or delegate positions.
Senator, we would not necessarily receive information about that, but the administrator would have information about those persons, and presumably if they became aware of those sorts of arrangements, that's a matter that could be reported. Similarly, we receive information from members of the public from a range of different sources, from media reporting and others, and if we became aware of those sorts of situations, then that's a matter that the General Manager can investigate as to whether a civil penalty has been contravened.
Would that process be the same if they move to an associated union such as like the HWU or something like that?
The HWU is a registered organisation, so that part of the National Health Services registered organisation, Health Services Union, so they would fall within that particular removed persons situation. There has been some media reporting or some evidence given around some individuals who have gone to associated entities or related parties. There's a very significant amount of doubt as to whether the legislation would extend to a person taking office in a training arm or superannuation fund or similar.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to read you just a brief snippet from a recent article from the Australian Financial Review. It states, the administration's approach of letting organisers resign rather than get sacked has meant the old guard can survive in the industry and potentially even run in CFMEU elections after the administration ends. Have you discussed concerns with this approach with the administrator? And I asked a line of questions about this earlier, about voluntary redundancies being offered whilst, processes were in place and people accepting those redundancies prior to, adverse findings being made. So I would be interested in a comment on both of those.
Senator, I might hand back to the General Manager if he's got anything to add about his discussions on that. But
I understand the industry's concern. I've heard this. One of the things that the administrator wrote to me about in terms of upcoming announcements by the administration. One of them relates to some assistance that we're providing to the Office of the Administrator about rule alterations that will look to, and we are assisting them to determine what conditions may be lawfully imposed on candidates in elections to ensure that elected office holders are fit and proper persons to hold office into the future as the administration prepares the organisation to return to democratic control of its members. Just one mechanism. And I have to say that some of the information that I've received from the administrator is that whilst there is the commentary, that there is the shadow sort of governance sort of structure that sits there outside of the administration, there is very little evidence to indicate that that's actually occurring.
Okay. Are you aware, or have you asked the administrator if there are any members that the administrator is waiting to resign rather than take action?
No, and what I know of Mr Irving is that he will do what's necessary. And as you're aware, since the commencement of the administration, the 121 employees or staff have left the organisation, and since I received this letter on the 28th, the 12 days prior to that, 26 staff had exited the Big Tas branch as well. So in terms of the scale, I think in their most recent annual returns, I might ask Mr Court, correct me on this if I'm wrong, but they had 227 full-time equivalent staff, and their financial year ends at 31 March, which indicates the depth of the change that's occurring in that organisation at the moment.
Sure. I guess what I'm worried about is whether, and these are some concerns that are being articulated, whether effectively there's some form of a loophole here where individuals are exiting the organisation prior to becoming a removed person, via these different avenues, and then they're able to re-enter the organisation post-administration, and that wouldn't be the outcome that we are seeking, and it wouldn't be consistent with the intent of the legislation either.
That sounds particularly sort of scurrilous.
Yeah.
My assessment and what I'm actually saying is that the administration is in the process of looking at the governance of the organisation, looking at restructure and the skills and experience that they may have needed previously under the way that the division was structured, and what they are looking to implement to ensure the democratic sort of functioning of the organisation in an open, transparent way into the future would require different skills and experience.
Okay. What enforcement powers does the Commission have to prevent removed persons from working for other unions or holding positions of influence? And you know, have any of these powers been exercised?
I'll hand it back to Mr. Cole to assist you there.
Senator, thank you. I mentioned the very significant civil penalty that's associated.
You did, $1 million, yep.
Yeah, with both the employment by the registered organisation involved, but also from the individual who was a removed person. I should clarify, we don't know all of the removed persons because there may be people that have been removed as delegates or otherwise that don't fall within kind of our purview. So there might be some people out there. We can receive information about those sorts of matters, and honestly, I'd be very confident in this industry that over a period of time we would receive information if there were people who were likely to have fall foul of the scheme, who have not sought certificates and then seek employment. The reality is, I think over a period of time, that sort of information would come to our attention. As a regulator, we're responsive to that, and we have powers to investigate, to make inquiries under Section 330, to investigate under Section 331. Then the enforcement powers exist in relation to infringement notices, enforceable undertakings and civil penalty conduct. The other way that we can find out information about these matters is in relation to officers. Registered organisations have to notify us of their list of officers annually and any changes that happen in the officers. So if there are people that are known to us to be removed persons run for election in a different union, different registered organisation, we won't perhaps see it at the nominations phase, but when they are appointed as an officer, that information would come to the regulator at that point in time, and there would be an assessment, an opportunity for us to do an assessment of those reports that we receive if there are people who are removed starting to take up officer roles in other registered organisations. That can similarly be a trigger point for those sorts of investigations and potentially civil penalty matters.
Okay. And you spoke earlier about those certificate applications. I think you said, 4 applications for officers, 1 for a delegate. How many of those that have been sought have been approved, and how many are rejected?
So, Senator, 1 application was withdrawn after an intervention by the administrator and did not proceed. A second matter, a former officer received 3 certificates, all 3 certificates. In relation to the delegate matter, that person was granted a single certificate to be able to be employed, and there are 2 current matters that have not been resolved.
Okay. Is the Commission concerned about, and do you see a pattern of former CFMEU organisers taking up roles in other unions whilst the administration process is ongoing?
I don't think information has come to the Commission at this point in time that could suggest that we have seen any patterns at this stage. Okay. Maybe it's early days.
Thank you. Given the acknowledgement that former CFMEU officials who may have resigned rather than being terminated may contest future elections, what role, if any, does the Commission have in safeguarding those elections from being influenced by individuals who are removed or should have been removed? And I go to the General Manager's point in terms of, you know, the intention that the Administrator has for the union and what it should look like into the future.
I'll start. Ms. Coffey has anything to add. The organisation, under the Risk Organisations Act, they have to have rules, essentially a constitution, by which they are required to observe in the running of their organisation. They are currently working with our office, experts in our office, to determine those rule alterations. So it will be essentially set in stone the process by which people can, and the pre-qualification measures for future officials before they can elect for office.
Okay, thank you. And I meant to ask before, but I was listening to your answer and then I forgot. The letter that you received from the Administrator where you referenced the additional meetings between Mr Setka and Mr Smith, are you able to table that letter for us, please?
I think I can send it. Do you mind if I take that on notice? It may contain operational information, and I don't want to do anything that will disturb the activities of the administration.
Well, we wouldn't want to interfere in the administration's work.
Yeah. But I don't think it'll be a problem, Senator.
Thank you. Does the Commission consider the current powers available to you as being adequate to achieve the stated purpose, which is preventing the return of individuals associated with corruption or misconduct to positions of influence within the construction industry? And has the Commission provided any advice or concerns in relation to this to government on strengthening these?
Contextually, we're only a number of months since the High Court challenge was dismissed, and some of these areas we're still examining. So the anti-avoidance provisions under the Administration Act are still being tested. One of the things that I will be looking at is the application of those anti-avoidance provisions. The meeting that was between Mr Gatto and an organiser, this was discussed at last in quite a lot of detail last time we were at the table. Mr Smith did not direct an organiser to meet with Mr Gatto, but he did agree to the proposed meeting taking place. That meeting took place to resolve an industrial dispute in which the employer had engaged Mr Gatto to act on their behalf. Now, what I'm interested in examining is whether or not the conduct of the employer who engaged Mr Gatto, my understanding is that it's a company called Maz Constructions, whether or not their activity in allegedly engaging Mr Gatto was in contravention of their obligations under the anti-avoidance provisions. In addition to examining the conduct of Maz Constructions, I also intend to write to the head contractor of that project and also the governing body of Melbourne Airport as the client on that project as well, because everyone has a role to play in this.
Indeed. So do you have a timeline for that process, like for writing to them and...
Well, and investigations, I used to be an investigator, they take the time that they take.
Sure, of course.
I imagine it'll be a number of months before we'll be at a point where we'll... and in terms of the applicability or whether or not I have the powers that I need to discharge my functions that are given to me under the Administration Act, we'll be in a better place to discuss that with you, I think, in coming rounds of estimates.
Thank you. I want to ask now about the $27 million wellness centre, the Incolink Wellness Centre built by Mr Setka that was this year valued at $8 million. Have you had any conversations with the Administrator to commence a review into this project? Or did the Administrator advise you of the issues with this project?
I'm aware that I can't recall if it's from a direct conversation I've had with the administrative staff, but I'm certainly aware of the media reports that the administrator or the administrator's office is currently looking into the wellness centre and the $27 million. As I understand it, that was a grant from, or a series of grants from Incolink over a period of time. Now, in the annual returns, we understand that there's been other grants provided to the NBAV and to CFMEU, and we have some of that information available as well.
I'd be interested in that in particular, if you're able to share that.
Mr. Coyle.
Senator, thank you. As part of the functions of the regulator, we receive financial reports lodged by registered organisations, and each of their reporting units, of which the Victoria Tasmania branch is one, and the MBAV is its own registered organisation. Those are required to comply with reporting guidelines and with the Australian accounting standards. The Victorian Tasmanian branch's financial reports disclose receipts of operating grant income, which is not broken down by grantor, but, and I can break this down, but over the financial year periods from 2022 to 2025, in its most recent report, that grant funding amounted to approximately $70 million.
70 million?
Yes,
Wow.
Senator. The MBAV, over a similar 4-year period from 2021 to the 2024 financial period, discloses operating grant revenue, which is not broken down by the grantor, of $39 million. And the third party that's engaged in that Incolink trust deed is the Victorian Plumbers Union, part of the CFMEU, and they disclose revenue from contracts with customers from Incolink and OH&S grants of, over a 4-year period, $3.2 million.
Thank you. They're extraordinary numbers. Incolink, I understand the Fair Work Commission conducted an investigation into the conduct of the redundancy fund specified in CFMEU enterprise agreements in Victoria and in New South Wales. Can you sort of let me know why that full report hasn't been released and on what basis the report wasn't released? Was it specific legal or public interest grounds on which it was withheld?
Yes, Senator. That is the situation. Those reports arise from protected disclosures that were made by a number of persons and include personal details and specific information. It was an inquiry that's undertaken not through the use of coercive powers but through cooperation, and to generate that cooperation we also require a level of discretion in relation to how we use that information and what we consider is appropriate to disclose.
So the level of redaction was effectively to enable that information to come forward. You wouldn't have had the information otherwise?
Yes, Senator.
Right. Okay.
Can I just add, it might be of assistance, that last week, on the 26th of November 2025, ASIC published a newsroom article about its new approach to the regulation of employee redundancy funds, and which will require all fund operators to apply for and obtain an AFS licence from the 1st of September 2026, which will be an area of regulation of this space that hasn't existed prior to this.
The decision to sort of embed Incolink as the specified redundancy fund in the New South Wales CFMEU patent enterprise agreement was made under the previous leadership of both the New South Wales and Victorian branches of the CFMEU, which have obviously since been subject to serious governance and integrity concerns. Does the Commission consider it appropriate that this arrangement continues to operate? And is the administrator seeking to review this? And I note your comments in relation to what ASIC is seeking from a regulatory perspective in terms of the AFSL, but there's a significant period of time between now and then that continues, I guess.
Those enterprise agreements have been approved by the Commission. They operate until they are either replaced or they've reached their nominal expiry date and an application is made for them to be terminated. There are provisions under the Fair Work Act for a party to an agreement to seek to vary, or parties to an agreement to seek to vary those agreements. But ultimately, it's not a matter for our that we can advise or provide commentary on.
Oh, okay. So, because my next question was going to be, would it be appropriate to seek to vary those agreements in relation to the involvement of Incolink in there, given what has now come to pass?
That's a matter for the parties to the agreements.
Right. All right. So in relation to this Wellness Centre review, has the administrator advised you that he was commissioning Tim Pallas, the former State Labor Treasurer, to conduct that review?
I can't recall having that conversation with the Administrator's Office, but I'm aware that that's the case from media reports, as I understand.
Yeah, so if I were to ask you when you became aware, you wouldn't be clear on whether you became aware of that from the Administrator or from the media reports?
I'm quite confident I became aware of that through media reports.
Okay. Is it your impression, based on what we now know, and I'll read the quote from the article yesterday, that's the same Pallas who was a guest of honour at a CFMEU organised private lunch in 2022, which then union boss John Setka and outgoing Incolink boss Eric Locke also attended. That same year, Pallas was also the guest of honour at a cosy dinner event hosted by Incolink and posed for photographs there alongside Locke. And I asked this question earlier today. Does that sort of meet the test of an independent reviewer? And does it meet the test of being appropriate given the circumstances that we currently face with the CFMEU?
I just return to my earlier evidence that every interaction I've had with Mr. Irving KC has fortified me in terms of my assessment of his judgment, Senator. And I think that if he's made this decision and he thinks it's appropriate, then it's a decision that he will take, and it's obviously within his powers under the scheme of administration under the Act to take his course of action.
Okay. And going back to the comments in relation to the Wellness Centre and the agreements between the New South Wales CFMEU and Incolink being embedded into those agreements, would the power to actually intervene in those agreements be an example of the strengthening of powers you believe that the Fair Work Commission should have to vary those agreements yourselves rather than the individuals involved? Because it's highly unlikely that Incolink's going to put their hand up and go, oh, you know, perhaps we shouldn't be involved in this because of the concerns around our conduct.
I think that we are just a number of months post the High Court challenge. I think that there is an opportunity here to let Mr. Irving and his team do the very, very important work that's in front of them. I believe that in the coming months and years, we will identify issues or where there could be improvements, and I think that at those junctures, then we probably more appropriate to have those conversations. I feel like it's probably a bit premature to be having those conversations.
Fair enough. Thank you. My next set of questions relate to right of entry permits. I note that the Fair Work Commission's website database contains right of entry permit holders, and it lists Paul Ferreira as holding a right of entry permit representing the AWU in Western Australia. Mr Ferreira called the Prime Minister Albo-Nazi and reportedly no longer works on behalf of the AWU. Can the Commission confirm whether Mr Ferreira has returned his presumably expired permit to the Commission, and is he required to do so within 7 days of ceasing to be a union official?
Mr Court, do you have any information on that permit holder?
Senator, we'll have to take on notice, I think, the question in relation to Mr Ferreira's current status. If he has ceased employment, though, and his permit was sponsored by the AWU, then that is correct. There is an obligation on the permit holder to return that permit within 7 days.
And what actions can the Fair Work Commission take to ensure that the right of entry permit holders either return that permit or meet the conditions of holding that permit?
From memory, it's a single penalty remedy and something that would normally fall to the Fair Work Ombudsman as the regulator to investigate and initiate those proceedings. I can't recall what the how many penalty units associated with it.
Senator, the permit scheme is embedded in the Fair Work Act. As a regulator, Mr Furlong's regulatory functions fall within the Registered Organisations Act and not the Fair Work Act. So the Commission has a role in assessing permit applications and granting those permits, but that is a Commission tribunal function and not the regulator function.
Okay, thank you. My next questions relate to fundraising. I asked some questions earlier today about RU21 Limited. What role does the Fair Work Commission play in monitoring the internal fundraising activities of registered organisations, including those that may use third-party entities such as IR21 Limited? Or that may be 21, but yeah.
Senator, thank you for the question. Aware of the evidence that was given earlier today about IR21. That is related to a series of concerns that were certainly addressed in the Trade Union Royal Commission in 2015 and 2016 associated with officer fighting funds, election funds. It was identified by the Commission at that time that there is an area where that is very difficult for the regulator, the Fair Work Commission at the time, to investigate those matters. Those schemes are outside of the regulatory spectre of the General Manager. There may be conduct that's associated with some of those things that might contravene, depending on the circumstances and the facts, the officers' duties to the extent that they owe financial management duties to the registered organisation. The Commissioner, the Royal Commissioner, in relation to IR21, concluded that there was not a sufficient basis to be able to find that there was a contravention of officers' duties by the officers associated in that particular conduct. Back in 2015 in his interim report. Since that time, the Fair Work Act has been amended to introduce the corrupting benefits legislation, and some of that conduct may also be relevant to what the types of conduct that would occur. Again, that's not within the regulatory remit of the General Manager. That would fall to either the Fair Work Ombudsman or to more likely law enforcement agencies, as that is a criminal matter.
Okay. Does the Fair Work Commission receive or review union internal investigations, such as the UWU's review finding of the $850,000 sum owed by IR21?
Senator, there's no formal function for review of or escalation of matters that are dealt with internally by an organisation to the regulator, but the organisation or any of its members are entitled to make a protected disclosure to the Commission in relation to conduct that relates to officers or organisations, and get the protections, the whistleblower protections that are associated with that.
Thank you. And my final question, Chair.
Oh, so the capacity just made my day again.
I do have some on notice, but I
Sure.
thought... And bear with me while I think it through, because it's based on the General Manager's opening statement and some of the evidence that we've heard since. I'm concerned about the evidence around this connection between Incolink and Master Builders Victoria, and obviously there was some information in relation to a Victorian Plumbers Union as well, but primarily it seems to be Master Builders Victoria. Is there some work being done around this? Is this something that has been flagged to the administrator? Is this something separate from the administration that the Commission has concerns about?
Incolink is not a federally registered organisation, so it's outside of my jurisdiction. We have no direct oversight of its operations. Incolink is governed by its constitution, regulated under the ordinary requirements of the Corporations Act. It is not treated as a related party by the MBAB, the CFMEU or the CFMEU. It sits outside of my sort of regulatory remit, Senator.
Yeah, so there's no avenue for you to look at that at all because of the way that it's structured?
No. I can make observations. We can conduct investigations and inquiries in relation to conduct that may go to officer duties under the Registered Organisations Act, but the operations of organisations that are external to registered organisations fall to other regulators.
Yeah, because what concerns me, and if you bear with me for a minute, is we have union members who are required to put funds into this, and that's their money. And then that money, it appears, is going into these different streams, which could be going to Master Builders Victoria. It's obviously gone into this wellness centre, so $27 million has gone there, and their union member funds. And that work is now deemed, or that project is now deemed to be worth only $8 million. So we've got $19 million worth of member funds effectively that have gone missing somewhere or unaccounted for. So I'm just curious as to the link between that and the grants information that we heard earlier in relation to Master Builders Victoria and the other entity, and how we actually investigate that. And should they then be federally registered, given these concerns and given the fact that they are effectively operating, not just in Victoria, they're now operating or embedded into agreements in New South Wales as well?
I'm not too sure. It's a matter of policies and in terms of where the regulatory functions best sit.
Yeah, I just was interested in your views on that. I guess my last question then on that is, do you have any oversight? And the answer is probably no, but I'm interested to understand of, the total quantum of how much of, workers' monies have not been received back from their redundancy funds with Incolink.
That information, I think, sits with Incolink.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much
Thanks,
for your time.
Senator Kovacic. Mr Furlong, came in and cut you short. Could you just table your opening statement so we've got everything on the record? Thanks very much. Merry Christmas. Travel safe, everyone. Bye. Okay, and we'll now call quick go in case someone changes their mind. Well, it's that time of the year to be pleasant. We should be pleasant all the time. Some of us are. I'm talking about you, Senator Kovacic. You're always pleasant. Yeah. Can we just now call Safe Work Australia? Are they in the back of the room? Tremendous. We don't need to suspend. Come up, grab a seat. I think you'll find one warm on this side, one cool on that. Senator Kovacic, you've certainly earned your cup of coffee tonight when we knock off. Well, we are on public. Look, I get enough trouble with things I say in this place.
I do drink anything from time to time. Nice coffee after dinner.
I've done it once or twice. I do when I'm truck driving. I do. Well, welcome, Miss Boland.
Thank you, Senator.
I do have to extend the invitation to make a very brief opening statement, should you want to.
No, thank you.
But we won't
Senator.
think anything less of you if you don't. Look, that is tremendous, and while Senator Kabasic's just got her breath back, I will go to Senator Kabasic. Questions?
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator.
I just want to confirm, is it correct that the CEO of WorkSafe Victoria sits on your board?
Not currently. I don't.
No?
At the moment, our member for Victoria is. So I'll just get that. We've got it here. It's Ashley West.
Ashley West. Has Safe Work Australia received any correspondence from WorkSafe Victoria regarding the appointment of Ms Cathy Henderson?
So I think we had this conversation last time,
Yeah.
Senator. Yes, so
I'm
Cathy
curious as to whether
Henderson
anything has changed. Yeah.
has been appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of WorkSafe Victoria.
Yeah.
We'd probably anticipate that down the track she will be appointed as the member, but there's a process that has to be gone through for her to be appointed, and it is through the department that that appointment process takes place.
Have you been given any indication of the time for that process or the
We
estimate?
haven't been given an indication of the time, but is it happening? It's
Yeah,
Ms. Wallbank might be.
sorry, shall I
Yeah.
answer? Sorry, I'm Angela Wallbank from Safe Work and the Group Manager. Yeah, we don't usually get updated really on timeframes. Just to the earlier question, we have had correspondence from WorkSafe in that Cathy Henderson has been nominated as the substitute. So she did attend our last Safe Work Australia members meeting, and that's the formal process that you have to go through if you haven't been appointed as the member officially.
Okay. Thank you. Have you received any concerns or complaints about Ms Henderson's appointment?
No, we haven't. No.
Thank you. Has the Federal Minister, to your knowledge, considered the appointment of WorkSafe Victoria's new CEO as a member of Safe Work Australia?
I'm not aware. That process would occur through the department.
Yep, just checking if you're aware.
Yeah.
There have been a number of reports and concerns reported in relation to Ms Henderson's appointment in Victoria, and I can read to those. So, Minister, and I'm just quoting, Minister Watt, on 26 February this year, you told the committee that you considered Tony Marr, the former head of the Mining and Energy Union, was, in your words, a really good appointment, who has spent his entire life standing up for the safety of workers. We just wanted to confirm if that view was still the case, given some concerns that have arisen in the media since. If the Minister's able to answer that question.
Yes, we think that Mr Marr is an appropriate appointment for Chair of Safe Work Australia.
Okay, thank you. Right. I'm going to ask some questions now in relation to asbestos in wind turbines. When did Safe Work Australia first become aware of the possibility that imported renewable energy equipment may contain asbestos, and what immediate actions were taken in response?
Yes, thanks, Senator. So Safe Work Australia was informed of the asbestos in the wind turbines on the 14th of November.
Yep.
And that was through a group called the Imported Materials with Asbestos Working Group. So there's a national network which is run by the Work Health and Safety Regulators. So we were informed by that group. So our role, we're an observer on that group because we don't have any role in any operational responses. as you're aware, we maintain the laws for workplaces, and that includes the asbestos regulations. But in terms of the operational responses, that working group includes all the regulators, Australian Border Force, all the relevant parties, I guess, who would be taking the operational response. So we're very much an observer on that, and we don't play an active role in the enforcement and compliance aspects.
Are you aware whether any of the equipment had been in use prior to being identified as having asbestos?
Whether it's been used?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not aware.
Yeah. Okay. Has Safe Work Australia issued any guidance, alerts or directives to state and territory regulators concerning the asbestos risks in the wind turbine components or any of the other renewable energy infrastructure?
So what's occurred is, and the role of that working group that I mentioned is that they will work together to come up with a coordinated and consistent approach and consistent guidance. So I'm aware that through that group and through the regulators, they're the ones that work through the safety alerts and when these kind of illegal importations happen.
So would that include national level audits, I'm assuming, of what is there, where it's come from, if it's connected to these entities?
Yeah, so what would happen is each work health and safety regulator within their own jurisdiction will be managing this and managing the enforcement and compliance response, because each state and territory maintains jurisdiction over health and safety. So in terms of workplaces, anyway, I can respond. But again, as I said, the idea is that that working group, that kind of gets initiated whenever we hear of an illegal importation, and the rationale for that is to have as consistent an approach as possible. So,
and this sort of may be covered by that as well, but I'm just curious whether it's are there any formal mechanisms that apply at the moment for Safe Work Australia to actually coordinate formally with border agencies such as the Australian Border Force to prevent any more of this same asbestos contaminated materials from entering the country?
Yeah, again, Senator, it's through that group, that national coordinating body, that all of those kind of discussions would be held.
Do you know if anything's been activated via that group? So what is here, but actually to go, well, let's make sure nothing else enters that's coming, let's put a mechanism in place, or is there a mechanism in place to stop further entry?
Yeah, well, I mean, there is a ban, so obviously asbestos, it's illegal.
I understand, but if there's a ban, but this is still here.
Yeah, but I guess, the responsibility for enforcing that ban does lie with Australian Border Force. Now, what I can say in terms of Safe Work Australia's role, I guess, is separate before even this happened, as part of the new national asbestos strategy, we've already started the process of looking at the whole legal framework in terms of asbestos and whether the current regulations and laws, are still fit for purpose. So, in terms of our role, I guess we would see that process as where we can kind of play a role in trying to make sure this, we can strengthen anything that's in our jurisdiction.
Sure.
And that process has already started.
So and in terms of that guidance that you speak of, do you have any insights as to when that guidance will be released, when that will be available?
Well, I can talk. Ms. Wallbank can talk to that process.
So we're at the start of the process, but there's an asbestos national strategic plan which has allocated a whole number of actions to Safe Work Australia to proceed with, and the way that we are actioning those is through an asbestos framework review, and we have terms of reference that have been agreed to by our members, so that's all the states and territories, the Commonwealth, unions and business, and We have a reference group which also comprises of all of those stakeholders and others, and the plan is to release a discussion paper in February next year to obviously get feedback and find out where things are working, where they're not. And by the end of the year, we'll have a report with recommendations to amend the laws if required. And the review also goes to guidance, what's helpful for business, what's helpful for workers and others. So that's the process that we've commenced.
Okay, thank you. Given what's transpired here, does Safe Work Australia have visibility over the supply chains associated with wind turbine component manufacturing, and what assessments have been made of the risk of asbestos in those supply chains?
Senator, the Model Work Health and Safety Act does set out work health and safety duties that apply to designers, manufacturers, importers and suppliers of equipment, substances and structures at work. So they're referred to in our legislation as upstream duties. And obviously, to your point, these duties are important because they can remove the safety risks from the products before they turn up and are used in the workplace. So there are already, quite significant duties on these upstream duty holders to ensure that their products are without risks to the health and safety of people who use them at the workplace. So all of those kind of duties are there. All, in terms of Safe Work Australia's jurisdiction, all the basic work health and safety risk management principles still apply. So in terms of consultation with your workers, identifying risks, managing risks. So that's all there, I guess. Yeah. So, but as Mrs. Wallbank has said, there is an opportunity for us with this framework review to make sure that they remain robust, given the current situation.
Yeah, I guess the challenge is asbestos has been banned in Australia since 2003, and here we are in 2025, finding asbestos in imported components. So that is, we have all of these frameworks and mechanisms in place, but it also there is a level of trust that's clearly been breached here. So I think what we now need to sort of determine is what we do now that we know that, and what other risks, are there that, are now emerging perhaps. So has Safe Work Australia provided any advice to the Minister or the Commonwealth on whether installation of suspect equipment should be paused pending an investigation?
No, we haven't provided advice in that context.
Is that something that you're considering? And I'm thinking to the fact that there might be things pending installation that will then also will come to learn they come from these same manufacturers, or the components come from the same manufacturers, and then we come to learn that we are installing things with asbestos in them that we then have to remove.
Well, yeah, so in terms of those kind of decisions around pausing or managing this issue, that goes back to the regulators. So I know and also the law does require that the businesses, the duty there is that workers don't work. They're not allowed to work with asbestos contained.
But they have been unknowingly.
Yeah, but now it's known. All those work health and safety duties kick in. So, but in terms of that enforcement action, compliance action. That's a matter for each work health and safety regulator, and they'll be doing that in their jurisdictions, and they are doing it in their jurisdictions. So they've got various tools at their disposal, including prohibition notices and things like that.
So what would happen now, given that we now know that there is asbestos in some of these components? Would there now be a formal process that Safe Work is implementing in relation to assessing which of the renewable assets are impacted, and how workers will safely navigate those assets, one in their day-to-day work and two in the removal of that asbestos?
Yeah, again, Senator, we're the policy body, so our job is to maintain the laws and make sure the laws...
I understand that, but from a policy perspective, what the best practice would be?
Yeah, well, so the best practice in terms of the current legal framework is basically what the regulators are managing now. So the regulations do, and the law does require, the workplaces and the employers in these workplaces.
So they would just continue through the current regulations?
Yes, the current framework.
Because that is what would apply now that we know that it is there, and the fact that it shouldn't be there but it is there is a matter for the regulators, not a matter for you because your policy work already exists.
Yes, so yes, in terms of, yes, now it's here, as you say, it's in the country, it's in workplaces. That's when our work health and safety framework kicks in. And so from Safe Work Australia's point of view, we've developed the regulations and the laws. It's up to the workplaces to use those laws, comply with the laws that are currently in, and it's up to the regulators to use those laws to enforce them and basically ensure that things are safe. But as I said, if through our framework review that we'll be doing next year, there's an opportunity for workplaces and regulators to let us know through this process if there's anything they feel we as Safe Work Australia, as the policy body, as the lawmaking body, need to do differently.
Has Safe Work Australia been in communication with any other international bodies regarding the source of these components and what role the Commonwealth could play in learning from how they've dealt with this or their awareness of the scale of this problem?
No, we haven't. We mainly, as I said, are like that group I mentioned at the start is the kind of coordinating group, kind of coordinating response. It's actually called a rapid response group. So we're sitting on that, and we've got a lot of agencies who sit on that, including the Asbestos and Silica Eradication, Safety and Eradication Agency. And they have a lot of international contacts, and it's part of their role to have those international networks as well. But we work very closely with ASQA, which is the acronym, and so that would be where we would get any international intelligence through them.
Okay, thank you. My next set of questions relate to right of entry permits.
Entry permits, yeah.
Are you able to give me an indication of how many health and safety representatives have gained access to sites without a right of entry permit?
Senator, we wouldn't have that data. No.
You wouldn't collect that data at all?
No.
Do you have any data in relation to right of entry into work sites? And that again, I understand you're not the regulator, you do the policy work, but in terms of developing your policy, do you receive that kind of information from the regulator that helps you inform policy direction, or you don't have that at all?
We don't have that data.
Okay. All right. Well, I think on that basis, I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kovacic. So, Ms Boland, Ms Wellbank, Merry Christmas, drive safely, bye-bye.
Thank you.
And let's call our last witness, Australian Skills Quality Authority. And I think, Senator Kovacic, you're it, because Senator Roberts and I wished each other Merry Christmas as he went out the door about 2 hours ago.
You did indeed. You did indeed. Just give me 30
And thank
seconds.
you to the staff from Hansard and Broadcasting. We really do appreciate your patience. Thank you. Oh, we're online. Oh, hello. Sorry, I didn't realise that. My apologies. Okay. Is that Miss Rice?
Yes, Chair, it is.
Hello, Miss Rice. It's Glenn Stirl. I'm joined by Senator Kovacic.
How are you?
Senators Mulholland and Delega. And Do you wish to make a very brief opening statement at this time of night, or do you want us just to go straight to questions?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to go straight to questions, and I thank the committee for accommodating my virtual appearance.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. On the 26th of November, the Minister for Workplace Relations introduced the coal... Oh, wrong one. My apologies. Wrong one.
You're really going to get in trouble for something you didn't do then.
I know, right? Absolutely. My apologies.
I'm just saying you, Ms Ross.
ASQA's most recent annual report shows a mismatch between resource growth and regulatory output. It's saying that there's an 11% increase in employees and growth in employee numbers and a $1 million increase in contractors. Can the agency explain where the additional resources are being utilised and what activities are being undertaken by this staff?
Certainly, Senator. Are you able to point me to the area of the annual report that's referenced? The numbers are not...
Page 97, and consultants and contractors are on page 132. And legal expenses are also on page 132.
And so it's specifically in relation to the contractors?
Yeah, there's been so the annual report says there's an 11% increase in employees and a growth in employee numbers and a $1 million increase in contractors. So 11% increase in employees and $1 million increase in contractors. So I'd just like to understand where these additional resources are being utilised. What kind of work are these people doing?
Sure, thanks, Senator. So it will relate to the two, most likely relate to the two measures that we have received most recently. So that relates to our integrity work. So we had the announcement of a budget measure this year, but prior to that, an integrity measure related to the international education sector in particular, and also in relation to the strengthening integrity measure and a tertiary harmonisation measure. So we've had a number of small measures from my UFO last year and prior to that. So those areas are focused on the tertiary harmonisation measure was focused on ASQA and TEXA developing a dual sector strategy, and also an undertaking for ASQA to delegate our course accreditation function to selected TAFEs in the interests of speed to market of courses and the broader tertiary harmonisation piece and dual sector providers, and reducing overall regulatory burden. In relation to the strengthening sustainability and integrity in the international sector measure, that was focused specifically in relation to supporting a more managed approach to the international vet sector and ensuring the sector's long-term sustainability, predictability and integrity. And that I will seek clarification from the team, but I'm quite certain that measure included the contractor spend in particular and included a focus there on financial viability and the procurement of external validation of assessment for high-risk providers.
Okay.
So that's predominantly where those additional measures are focused and where our resources for those are focused.
Are you able to tell me how many of the additional staff across the 24-25 financial year were engaged in monitoring, assessment and compliance roles versus corporate communications or educative roles?
I can certainly take that on notice, sure. Senator. I don't have that in front of me, but I can have a look at that. We significantly increased our focus in the regulatory activity space, given the area of focus that we have had to undertake around qualifications integrity. So those numbers will have moved, but I can certainly take that on notice.
Sure. From the report, it appears that the greatest increase in staff are in the ACT in Victoria, each of which with an increase of 9 FTE. Are you able to describe the increased activities in these particular jurisdictions, or is the increase in staff numbers in those jurisdictions just based on the type of work that is done in each of those jurisdictions?
It's not jurisdictionally focused, so we have and have always had offices in all states and territories other than the Northern Territory. So our recruitment has involved, whatever the nature of the recruitment at the time, has included the opportunity for those many of those roles to be recruited to different jurisdictions. So it won't relate specifically to the ACT, but I can also take on notice the nature of the positions that were recruited to that particular jurisdiction over the period.
Okay, if you could do that, that would be great. Thank you. So my next question relates to legal fees. Are you able to explain how the legal fees increased tenfold in 2025 compared with 2024, and what proportion of those fees relate to in-house matters within the agency versus compliance-related activities?
I certainly can explain the large increase, and that relates to the focus we've had on the integrity of individual qualifications and our broader integrity work focused on non-genuine providers and bad faith operators. So the outcomes of a lot of that work have included, or certainly to date have included, the cancellation of 15 critically non-compliant and non-genuine providers, following which for 11 of those 15 providers we have proceeded to consider the integrity of individual qualifications issued by those providers. That's resulted in our consideration and ultimate cancellation of more than 33,000 individual qualifications over the last 12 months. And so a lot of our legal expenditure has been focused in our defence of those decisions, many of which are before the ART at the moment. As to the proportion of the legal spend that is internally focused, I can certainly take that on notice, but I am very aware that the vast majority of that legal spend has been on our external litigation.
And has that litigation come from the non-genuine providers or from the individuals who have obviously paid for those qualifications? Yeah.
It's both. And although I would say that of the 33,000 individual qualifications that we have cancelled, we have had around 50 individuals seek review of that decision. Over time, a number of those matters have either been dismissed or withdrawn. And I think the numbers are around about 30 at the moment. But we have just recently had 3 decisions from the ART affirming those ASQA's decision, and 1 decision setting aside the decision.
Does ASQA expect that this sort of spike in activity will continue into the next financial year? Sort of where do you feel that you are in this whole process? If you could give me an insight into that.
Certainly, I can give you some greater insight. It is certainly an ongoing program of work. And in relation to what we would consider in this space as being serious matters or serious matters under investigation, as at the 31st of October, we're managing 189 serious matters, including in relation to the conduct of 135 providers. They are complex matters. Approximately 65% relate to providers that deliver training to international students. More than 95% relate to alleged fraud, including cash for qualifications, fabrication of assessment and evidence, ghost colleges, funding fraud, and visa and migration risks. More than 90% are multi-jurisdictional actions, so where we're working with other regulators, state and territory law enforcement, and others. And we also have 55 investigations on foot into potential breaches of the NVR Act by non-RTOs or persons that are not associated with an RTO. as well as supporting 5 external investigations of RTOs or individuals linked to RTOs for fraud-related matters. So it's certainly a significant ongoing program of work.
Is there sort of a process by which the individuals or the office holders attached to those organisations that have been non-compliant or non-genuine providers to stop them from starting up new organisations and perhaps, repeating that same cycle?
Certainly. So there's been a number of integrity measures that have taken effect in recent times, including changes to our legislation that took effect from memory, I think it was March last year, and alongside that, changes to the fit and proper person requirements. So all of those measures really enable us to be able to take greater steps around the outcomes for individuals and the organisations as it relates to fit and proper person requirements, and ultimately the findings that we are making, but including the consideration of fit and proper person requirements for organisations or applicants seeking to enter the vet market, or as we consider, and we've taken a much greater consideration of changes of ownership of RTOs, and including where there's a broader definition of high managerial agents, and that is enabling us greater visibility of individuals with a degree of control in relation to registered training organisations, and being able to have that full picture and make decisions as and when required.
Thank you. And just in relation to the prior questions in relation to the legal actions, is there any, or do you have any guidance for us whether you anticipate recouping any of those legal fees through costs awarded? Or is there a process for that?
Not in the AR, not as it relates to matters within the ART. So it's probably too early to tell, Senator, in relation to any matters that might proceed
outside
to the federal court.
Okay, thank you. My next questions relate to some answers to some questions on notice. I had a quon which specifically asked, since 4th of May 2025, how many times and on what dates ASQA has met with the Minister. That quon was SQ 25 000947. Is the agency able to answer that question specifically as to how many times the agency has met with the Minister since that date?
There's certainly regular meetings, Senator. I'm happy to go back through the diary to check in the exact dates of those meetings.
I would just, so I'd like to know how many times, rather than the dates. If that's okay. I'm happy to have the dates as well, but just would like the number of occasions on which that has occurred. Thank you. Could you tell me whether ASQA provided advice to the Minister on the Education Integrity Bill, which passed Parliament on the 28th of November 2025?
We certainly engaged with the departments in relation to the development of that bill, and particularly as it related, I mentioned some of the changes that occurred to the NVR Act. I believe it was in March last year, and certainly where some of the amendments from an ESOS perspective were creating that alignment between those two pieces of legislation.
So just for my own clarity, your engagement was with the department, not with the Minister's office?
The Department of Education is my recollection, Senator.
Yeah. So no engagement with the Minister directly?
Not that I recall. Not that I recall.
Thank you. Was the agency asked its advice either by the Minister, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, or the Department of Education on the new power for the Minister to cancel courses in Part 7, automatic cancellation of specified courses?
We were engaged certainly on all aspects of the bill with the department.
Okay. So you provided advice particular to that part as well?
As I recall, yes.
Thank you.
To the department.
Yeah. Was the agency asked for its views and advice either by the Minister, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations or the Department of Education on the new powers for the Minister to cancel courses in Part 5, the automatic cancellation of registration?
Yes, Senator, that is one of the areas that is the creation of an alignment with the provisions within the NVR Act.
Okay. And has the agency been involved in providing advice, guidance or otherwise on the 2026 planning levels for international education?
No, Senator, we are not involved. I believe that's a policy consideration for the department.
Thank you. Just a couple of last questions to finish with. In relation to voluntary retrenchments, I have a question on notice SQ 25 001161, which refers to there being 13 voluntary retrenchments between the 4th of May 2025 and the 24th of October 2025. Can you provide the context of these voluntary retrenchments?
Certainly. We have been working through, Senator, a process around an internal regulatory reform process, and particularly to consider the skills and capabilities we need internally. So we have been working through that over the course of a number of years associated with practice changes and the like. So in the context of that, we engaged in a voluntary retrenchment process in order that we can consider, that we provided the opportunities to consider the skills and capabilities that we need into the future, and enabled that opportunity for staff. So it was part of our overall workforce plan and overall alignment of skills and capabilities for the agency.
Okay, so it's quite a high number. So then obviously you talk about the changes and the focus changes. So is that effectively a restructure of ASQA? Is that what we've seen here?
Well, we have certainly also undertaken structural changes. So it has been very much about our need to be responsive to the operating environment that we operate in. So we're regularly considering what that looks like and how that needs to most effectively operate so that we can meet the needs of our remit. And over the course of the last year, that was also in the context of where we had pivoted to address the issues that had arisen in our operating environment and involved the standing up of a new team to address the individual qualifications consideration associated with those non-genuine providers.
Would you be able to give me a sense of what kind of functions the retrenchments referred to? So what kind of functions sort of were deemed to be no longer necessary within ASQA?
It's not so much a case of functions that are deemed no longer to be necessary. It was about the alignment of skills and capabilities to the functions that we're performing. So, okay. and consideration within that as to the right sizing, I guess, of the relevant teams associated with the performance of those functions. So I can certainly take on notice to provide you with further detail around...
just to give a sense of what has shifted and what has changed or where the imbalance effectively was. That would be great.
Sure.
Lovely. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Kovac. Just one very quick, and I'll put it on notice, Ms Rice, and there was a report done on road safety back in about 2017. The chair of the RAT committee, that lovable rascal from WA, wrote a recommendation that the committee recommends that the Australian Skills Quality Authority take a more active role in monitoring the delivery of heavy vehicle training undertaken by registered training organisations and other providers. Can I just get an update on notice? Thank you very much, Ms Rice. Thank you kindly. Now, on that, Can I, with great pleasure, on behalf of Senator Murray L. Smith, who will be here tomorrow, thank all witnesses sincerely for today. We really appreciate that. Jerry, to you and your team, mate, another extraordinary effort. To Hansard Broadcasting, as always, Merry Christmas, everyone. Drive safely. I'm out of here. Bye. Oh, sorry, the committee stands adjourned. That's what I was supposed to say. Thank you, Minister. Sorry. Oh, Minister too.